Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 801. Several people were just discussing how to make this academy a famous one, but in a blink of an eye, this youngster like Jiang Feng has come up with so many others. Moth, this is nothing to do. If this is to let the world literati know. Take this White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, don't you have to face the allegations? Thinking of this, Yu Xinan and the others became even more angry. A few people hurriedly came to Jiang Feng's small wood house without knocking. They pushed Jiang Feng's door open, but they were blocked by the black tower like Gao Can. Out. The dean said he is resting, and something will come tomorrow. Gao Can doesn't care about that many, she only remembers the dean's order, which is the order he wants to execute. As for the Great Confusion, he really didn't take it seriously. See Gao Can saying so. So people are like explosives in an instant, and the newspaper is set ablaze. Jiang Feng, you youngster, get out of me, come out for me. Jiang Feng, who was in the room with his eyes closed and dormant, was hearing this, and he crawled out of the couch. Stand up. How come several honored teachers come? Come, please come in. Gao Kai, so are you? My honored teacher is your teacher, how can you block them like this? While speaking, Jiang Feng hurriedly introduced a few people into the living room. From the wooden box, one person delivered cigarettes one by one, and he said, I don't know how many honored teachers and elders are. What's wrong with Mr. Sun? How can he get such a bad temper? Solan took a cigarette, enjoying it, and whirled the smoke in his mouth before coldly snorted and said, youngster, don't pretend to be good people here. Do you think that some of us are really dim-sighted from old age, so it's so easy to be prevaricated by you? Old man asks you, what's the matter with the people outside? I heard that you have brought some barbarians from foreign domain, and you heard that you want to pass on your truth to those people. What kind of smelting is you going to do? Yu Xinan was so angry that all his beards were shaking at this time. You, what are you thinking about today? Old man and the others, with so much public opinion, just thinking, see what your youngster is going to do. The result is this academy. I haven't done much yet. Instead, you have a hammer and a hammer, and you went straight to do that thing. If you do this, there are people who have thought about old man. What is the face? Jiang Feng, I don't know what these old guys are going crazy at this time, but they dare not say anything, and hurriedly asked, several anger, there is a misunderstanding about this. HMPH. Yu Xinan and the others, coldly snorted, responded to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng thought for a while and said, actually, how do you say this? It's also something that youngster promised told Li before, and it also involves what youngster said before. A science. These things are actually part of the academy, such as paper making. How many of you, do you think this thing is considered nonsense? This thing is also considered learning. Ironing. This thing is also learning. If it is learning, why don't you look for the Han people from my Great Tang territory, but look for the barbarians? Don't you know, it's not me. Races, their hearts must be different. This sentence? Sun Simiao said hurriedly when he saw several people who were angry at this time. Jiang Feng, hearing this, nodded, said, Mr. Elder Sun, in fact, what you are talking about is reasonable. Some things, indeed, exist in non-self races, and their hearts must be different. Within this framework, however, as far as this matter is concerned, youngster believes that what I did is not wrong. The expressions of hearing this Yu Xinan and the others are even more gloomy. But Jiang Feng continued, the so-called major event is not limited to the small section, and these people are old Yu, and the others who got from the western regions are also counted as slaves. Think about it, people are selfish, impossible. Everyone will think like I do, and a large part of the things I teach are regarded as treasures by many people, as heirlooms. But if I find some slaves, especially people from foreign domain, do you think they will be able to walk out of the lobby in their lifetime? Impossible. And the people of Great Tang, they will walk out of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, in other words, will leak out some things he knows after being drunk or between the bedsides. Over time, These things will. Yushin, and really I couldn't listen and waved to interrupt Jiang Feng's words. For learning, which thing is value one's own old broom? You've already said that it's a learning, then why are you so acquainted with this thing? The truth is that it will generously donate paper making, wine making, and even that food, as well as the art of salt making. Could it be that those things in your heart are akeless? Facing Yushinan's overbearing go, Jiang Feng said calmly, Mr. Boshi misunderstood the youngster. In fact, this matter is part of the military science I have told you before, and it contains some with the accumulation of military weapons manufacturing. Do you think that if the youngster passes this piece of stuff, which is what the youngster said before, I don't know if you gentlemen have heard of the shield of impervious to sword and spear, and nothing that can't be broken spear, if something like this is spread. Jiang Feng saw a few people look different at this time, but said loudly, as long as you think it's okay, then youngster is absolutely nothing. Not to mention, it will be made public now. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 802. In fact, Jiang Feng really didn't expect Yushinan's people to have such a big resistance to this matter. However, when Yushinan just spoke, he also thought of one thing, that is, the battle between the civilian court official and the military commander during the Zhengwen period. He immediately understood some things clearly in the mind. Many people are saying that Li Shimin is His Imperial Majesty at the time, heavy martial arts, light writing, and even some people even scold Li Shimin. They only know the power on horseback, but where are they? Will know, if it is a strong military. This will really make a country go to extinction. Not for long. And if it is like the Song dynasty, if the culture is more important than the military, then it will give a country. It becomes like a scum, looks impressive but is worthless, and it looks impressive. What's the use of this? In their own academy, Yushinan and the others seem to have only thought of one aspect, but for military science and medicine, they seem to have automatically filtered it out. And if there are no such people, without these soldiers guarding the frontier, nothing else. Just say this, not for the change of the water, it may be the time of Great Tang's destruction. Let's talk about the current situation. At this time, they only know that they are going to recite poems all day and talk about the past and the present, but have they ever thought about border disputes? Is it really that they only need a mouth to do it, to solve it? If that were the case, it would be really peaceful that day. This can only be thought of, that's all. Strike iron also requires its own hardship, not to mention a country. If there is no strong military to be deterred by formidable power, where is the world peaceful, and where is the bright mirror? Let these literati chant. The poem is right, talking about the past and the present. Jiang Feng, I understand very well that the pedantic psychology of all people is very difficult to change this era at this time. But he never thought it would be so difficult. At first he thought it was Yushinan and the others. These things he showed, these four people can rise, it should have been, it means that they have accepted this kind of human things. But at this time, due to the emergence of a forge, the four people are doing this. Furious, obviously thinking too much. The in-the-bones aspect of these people is still kind of pedantic. Several honored teachers, let the students tell you, why are the students like this? See a few people, don't talk, just one after another smoking cigarettes. It seems that the cigarette made by Zheng Feng at this time has infinite magic power. Jiang Feng couldn't help but slander. Uncle, didn't you say that what I did was not good? So why can you accept this cigarette? But Lao Tzu builds a forged house. What are you doing like this? Jiang Feng said upon seeing this. Several honored teachers think that youngster made this cigarette. How does it taste? What is the effect? A few people don't know what Jiang Feng wants to express. What? But it still nodded. It can be regarded as an answer to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng said, in fact, several honored teachers did not know that the raw materials for smoking in your hands came from merchants in the country. Not only is it true, but the raw materials, for example, there is a kind of people in the dry land, especially the kind of thing that can grow wildly in the field without rain. This thing is called potatoes, and there is another thing called sweet potatoes. If these two distinct things are introduced into Great Tang, my Great Tang will never have a food shortage crisis. And these things are far beyond several tens of thousands of li. Yushinan and the others hearing this, couldn't help but his eyelids twitched slightly, looking at the cigarette in his hand. It was not easy to smoke at this time, and it was a bit unbearable not to smoke. Sun Simiao seemed to be more interested in this, so he couldn't help asking, "Youngster, you are serious? There is such kind of food? If that's the case, isn't this country very rich?" Jiang Feng nodded, then picked up the rag on the table, wiped off all the things written on the self-made blackboard by Li Chenqian, and then twisted up a self-made chalk. On the top, a big circle is drawn. This is where we live. We are in this circle, and the location of our lobby is probably in this place. While speaking, Jiang Feng drew a circle in a place, and wrote the word Great Tang in the circle, and then said, "Actually, you should also know that it is to the east of my Great Tang there is an endless sea, but do you know that at the end of the sea, there is a barren land? In this land, there are many things that we don't know and don't know. These things are actually prepared for some wild people. It is used as the most basic ration, and even a large part of it is wasted. Among them are what youngster just said, potatoes and sweet potatoes, and even some things you have never heard of, such as peppers and corn. These things are very far, far away, but if we want to count on these things, the means of transportation. For example, we are going to go to God or go to Persia. It takes at least half a year to go back and forth, and many of these things have uncertainties. We want to explore the outside world, and the outside world also wants to explore our Great Tang. For example, a black-clothed Arab empire that just appeared before is very prosperous. Knowing the situation, the national strength of this country is no less than Great Tang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 803. Jiang Feng's voice did not stop. I glanced at everyone and continued, if this country wants to march eastward, what do you think will happen if you touch my Great Tang? Then at that time, Tibet, Turkey and other countries, and then took the opportunity to enter. Do we all need to rely on a mouth to convince them not to invade our country? No, this requires a strong army, an army that is invincible, and an army that allows all of us to be able to drink, chat, and talk about the comfortable living environment of the world in this situation. Youngster, know before I know, how do you understand the term emphasizing literature than martial arts? But in White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, youngster is military and all aspects are mixed together. This is also the foundation of the small White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. As for the current smelting technique, youngster has no other idea, just wants to make Great Tang a existence that no one dares to touch easily. Now Great Tang, it's messy outside. You should have heard about it. Now the soldiers of Great Tang are fighting bloody battles outside to defend our Great Tang. What they lack is the impervious to sword and spear shield that youngster said they are making now, and the spear of nothing that cannot be broken. If there are these two distinct things, then I would like to ask honored teacher, who dare to deceive me in Great Tang? Yushin and people, at this time, finally looked pale, deeply surprised by Jiang Feng's words. Jiang Feng said all the things he wanted to say in one go. In fact, Jiang Feng always wanted to talk about this, because he said that the things he makes are basically things that are not available in this era, such as the firecrackers manufactured now and the experimental manufacturing in the future. Some things, instead of expending words to explain, or when something like this happens, it is better to have a long pain than a short one. At this time, I will explain it clearly to him at once. Anyway, what about drawing a daubing for these things? In the future, these things will appear slowly. If you don't draw this daubing round at this time, not only Yushinan will come to pull him back, then there will be countless people, who can pull her husband back, and even countless stumbling blocks. For these things, Jiang Feng is disgusted, but he also understands that this will inevitably occur. Since the four great clan now actively stand up, Jiang Feng doesn't mind letting them carry something for themselves. After all, Jiang Feng really doesn't have time to go He explains to others all day long on these things. Some are big mountain stations. Why do you need him to come forward? Jiang Feng lit a cigarette, ignoring the 5 people who were in deep thought, and slowly leaned on the recliner, smoked it leisurely, and made a cigarette. He knew that the effect at this time had been achieved. Just give them a little time to digest, that's all. After all, this pancake is really a bit big. Jiang Feng has already faintly drawn a part of the map of the world. As for how they will go understand, it depends on their own abilities. Besides, the steam engine hasn't appeared yet. If you get these things out at this time, it will be harmless and useless. Aiming too high. This is not an idiom. For example, the potatoes, sweet potatoes and other things that Jiang Feng said now, these things Jiang Feng knows, things that have been brewing in his memory for a long, long time. Great Tang is short of food. Many people are anxious, and Jiang Feng is the most anxious. After all, although he has an industry now, it is common for Great Tang to lack food. If you go to buy food, it can be supported within half a year, but after half a year, he still has to solve some things on his own. And now, just about to reach July and August, potatoes, this thing, become Jiang Feng's first priority. Things. As long as Jiang Feng appears like potatoes, he can be sure that at least people on the mountain can eat potatoes within the year, at least 1 year without being hungry. As for the year after, let's talk about the things after the year. At this time, Yushinan's people are still the same, immersed in Jiang Feng's words, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. The sky is getting dim when the cigarettes are on and off. A cigarette that is extinguished is like a star in the dark night sky, sometimes illuminating a human face, a contemplative human face. Sometimes it is hidden in the dark. I don't know how long later, Yushinan asked in a hoarse voice, Jiang Feng. The old man asked you whether these things you are talking about must be based on what you call military science. And this all forged houses are part of military science? The old man is less and less able to understand your youngster, but your youngster, today's long talk about old man and the others, it needs a good digestion. Chu Siliang also sighed long. Hey! Have grown old. This person's memory fades as he grows old. Your youngster talked about too much information today. We have to digest it. I'll leave first, by the way. This time I'm here to tell you that the cigarettes are gone. Remember to send cigarettes to the old man and the others. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 804. Yushinan left in a hurry. They were really confused by Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng said too much this time. Although they are in the book and in their perception, this world is very big and vast territory and abundant resources, but in the subconscious, these things basically come from Great Tang. But as for the barbarians outside of Great Tang, what can there be? But now thinking about what Jiang Feng said, it still makes them feel incredible. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, and what kind of corn, new terms that I have never heard of, actually appeared here. How to not shock them? After a few people returned to their residence in a daze, Ouyang Zun slapped his thigh and said, No, we were taken astray by this youngster. A few people are hearing this, and then the reaction came over. Yes. Why did they go to find Jiang Feng today? Not just for the academy. While talking about this, he was biased. At this moment, when Yushinan and the others were about to go to Jiang Feng for theories, they saw the big black man Gao Kan, carrying a big bundle of white paper, with big thorns. I walked into the small bamboo house, and with a bang, I put a few large bundles of white paper at the feet of the people in the stunned eyes of Yushinan and the others. Lord Dean asked me to send it. 100 catties per person. This is all the output today. Let you divide it by yourself, and send the others several times to you gentlemen. While speaking, Gao Kan turned around and left without waiting for Yushinan and the others to say anything. Yushinan and the others who watched were stunned. After Gao Kan's silhouette was no longer visible, several people squatted on the ground in a hurry, touching the white paper with trembling hands. Yushinan hugged the white paper as if he was holding a baby who had just landed on the ground. Russing Taoist Immortal, This is nothing but Taoist immortal, reckless. Such a precious thing, you just throw it on the ground so casually to the old man. Wait for the academy to start, and see how the old man manages this extravagance. It's just ... too bad in the bones, that's it. There is Jiang Feng, a big wastrel, and the person under his hand is good. Several people held the white paper in their arms, although it is said that it weighs 100 catties, but at this time they are still the weak old man, simply stronger than the prime of life. While cursing Gao Can, several people moved all the paper on the floor to the table with a little bit of distress. Then, while sniffing the fragrance of the paper, they rubbed their faces. Good stuff. This is really a good thing. What they know now is that the application of rice paper only exists in important institutions with the imperial court. Even if they can save, they will save less than as a last resort. Under normal circumstances, they only use cheap hardware. Toilet paper. Even in addition to the administrative agencies of the Great Tang Imperial Court, all the prefectures need to report, usually using stiff paper, and some are even poorer, and some people use bamboo slips. Once this thing does appear, as long as this youngster's paper sells slightly cheaper than rice paper, that is, if he said 700 yuan per catty, then, although it is 300 yuan less. But these 300 texts, those who can afford it, really nobody cares. Furthermore, this rice paper, on the one hand, is too expensive, on the other hand, the output is too low. Take the 4 major paper mills in China as an example. The monthly output is 1,200 jin, except for the normal use of the imperial palace, foreign trade, and the paper used to fix various Fuzhong monthly offerings can be sold outside. Every family can have a 200 catties is considered a good output. More importantly, if such a large amount of white paper appears, on the one hand, everyone's library will not depreciate much, but on the contrary, it will make the bamboo slips and rice paper that are not easy to save will be concise. Stand up. In the past, moving a house would require dozens of carriages to carry books. At this time, perhaps only 3 carriages and less are needed. What is this? This is efficiency. Talk about the academy again. Once the academy has so much paper, what can students do? The academy in the past, why was it? Because there were few people. On the one hand, paper is expensive, on the other hand, it is because of the expensive paper, and students can only practice in sandbox every day. This is not only laborious, but also directly reduces efficiency. Unfortunately, the hearts of several people turned around at this time. No, the white paper is too precious. If you let this waster'll go so bad, sooner or later this white paper will have an accident. Walk around and find the youngster. These white papers must be given priority to academy. Chu Siliang was the first person who couldn't help standing up. Next moment, Yu Xinan and Sun Simiao couldn't sit still either. That's right, if this thing is really ruined for this youngster, it will really cause a big problem. Walk around. Such a good thing, first give it to the academy and use it first. Several people are also anxious. Like a rich man, they regard this paper mill as their own. Not at all the arrogance of money like dung, like just going up the mountain. The few people didn't have time to say anything. They hurriedly put 3 locks on the door, but still felt uneasy. Sun Simiao directly asked Gao to guard the door for them personally. Where to go to Jiang Feng? As soon as he entered the door, before Jiang Feng got up, several people said straightforwardly, Jiang Feng youngster, this blank paper, starting today, all external sales must go through my hands. Jiang Feng couldn't turn the corner a bit, and said in amazement, honored teachers, what's the situation? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 805. What's the situation? What's the situation, do you ask us? Yu Xinan's angry beard was shaking. Pointing to the blank paper, Jiang Feng is manufacturing cigarettes, he said with a pale face. This paper. Okay, you know more about paper matters than we do, but the old man asks you, yours academy, do you want any more? 3 years. You only have 3 years. What do you think old man and the others do when you go up the mountain? Just want to see what you youngster said about 9 Imperial Civil Service Examination graduates. Can you be here? Appear. Previously. The old man thought you were the paper, just bursting. Who knows that you can really produce so much in a day? Now, the academy has more than 1 month left. You can start school officially. Look at what you are doing all day long. How much paper do you need for such students? Do you have everything you need for academy students to go to school? Zhang Feng. When Yu Xinan's 3 consecutive questions were asked, the person who gave the text directly didn't know what to say. So didn't you all be fine before? What kind of wind is this? Zhang Feng is a bit big. Honored teachers, for this matter, youngster also wants to wait for this blank paper to come out, and after you use it and feel satisfied, youngster is going to tell a few people about it. Since several honored teachers are thinking about youngster's academy at this time, then youngster will talk about youngster's plans. Yu Xinan and the others said to Zhang Feng what is after use is completely automatically filtered. Since they went up the mountain, they didn't give Zhang Feng a chance to talk about this. Now that Zhang Feng said so, a few people have just reacted. Come with pen and ink. Yu Xinan waved his sleeve and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked around and saw everyone staring at him and touching their noses. Then he slowly took out his pen and ink and placed it on the tea table in front of Yu Xinan. Yu Xinan was also unambiguous. He took out a few sheets of white paper that Zhang Feng had cut out for cigarettes, stained them with ink, and wrote a line of words. Then hurriedly got up and stood under the lamp. Observe the ink changes carefully. Several people stared at their eyes, staring at the paper on the jumping candlelight, but silently remembering the time in their hearts. After 10 breaths, Yu Xinan took the paper from under the lamp, touched a little bit of saliva with his fingers, and pressed it on the paper, but there was no ink on it. Yu Xinan doesn't believe in evil, and wipes the white paper with his sleeve robe. I still can't wipe off the ink. The pupils of a few people flickered violently again under the candlelight. After several people have checked the ink on the white paper, Yu Xinan said with satisfaction, paper, we have all checked it. Now let's talk about serious things. What do you think about it? Go get it. While speaking, Yu Xinan lit a cigarette. The cigarettes, which are as thin as a pinky finger, go out one by one in the light. Zhang Feng, hearing this, coughed. Honored teachers, youngster has a little bit of his own opinion on the academy's teaching. I wonder if some of you can listen to the youngster? But before speaking, Sun Simiao interrupted Zhang Feng with a cough. Zhang Feng took a look. Sun Simiao, who has rarely spoken about academy matters, could not help but think to himself, didn't he give the paper just now? Could it be? But Zhang Feng still respectfully said, please enlighten me from elder son. Sun Simiao touched his beard and smoked a cigarette, going up and down after looking at Zhang Feng. He immediately said, you are an extremely smart person, and your future deeds can reach the point that old man can't even imagine. At this time, even though you have never entered the palace to see the emperor, but the old man knows that his imperial majesty is very fortunate to be with you. This is your luck. And the old man will not say much. Now, you make it out in one breath. With so many things, it's just like a sentence you said before. It's too rigid and easy to break. Remember, don't hold on to your talents. Don't hold on to pets. And now you are not only the dean of the academy, but also a great Confucian, an imperial court commander, needs to lead by example in everything. As a courtier and a student, you need to keep one thing in mind. It's prudent over there. Even smarter people, if not, their future achievements will be very limited, even difficult to become a capable person. Zhang Feng blinked. For a while, I really didn't understand, so I hurriedly asked, dare to ask Mr. Elder Son, why am I unsteady as a student? Sun Simiao, hearing this, faintly smiled and shook his head. The youngster also lifted the bar. Sun Simiao and Yachi Gong and the others haha said with a smile, you still ask? The old man asks you, you once posted in haiku, saying that you can do 9 Imperial Civil Service Examination graduates. Isn't that enough? White Deer Academy of Classical Learning has basically become a place where everyone's eyes are gathered. You should be more cautious in your words and deeds. If this is the case, wait until you achieve it. Others won't say anything. But you said 3 years ago that in the hearts of those with a heart, you are like Meng Lang. How can you do such things that make people laugh? Is there someone else who wants to joke with me? Zhang Feng was unhappy for a moment, and muttered in the heart. In fact, this kind of thing, in which era will not be rare. After all, people who cannot eat grapes will always say that your grapes are sour. So Zhang Feng smiled confidently. I think my image is pretty good. Yu Xinan and the others can't stand it anymore. Hurriedly interrupted. Okay, you youngster, don't take the bargain anymore. If you want to say that you are carrying it down, you have to do it. Remember, we are all people here, and what we say is for your good. Zhang Feng twitched his lips. No more to say. On seeing this, Yu Xinan asked contentedly, then tell me now, Academy, what are your plans? It's best to make a decision tonight, so that I don't have to wait here. Waste light and shadow on the mountain. Yes, this is idle pain in the balls. I also think that if you are looking for you, will you pick me? Now it seems that it is time to find something for you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 806. Zhang Feng hurriedly straightened his face, and got up to be a long body series. Honored teachers, youngster, there is really a big thing here. I need the help of a few honored teachers. Yu Xin and several people see this. I glanced at each other, and the two women showed a glimpse of their eyes. Youngster, tell me something. Yu Xinan waved his hand. After all, I waited for a few days on this mountain for nothing. If I don't find something to do, that's not justified. Zhang Feng, hearing this, a touch of excitement flashed across his face. Even if honored teacher has lived on this mountain for 10 or 8 years, it is a youngster. How can you say this for the blessings that come? Come on, let me put the flattery away. Flattery is useless waiting for me. Yu Xinan stared at Zhang Feng, glanced at it, took a cigarette and took a sip. Tell me, if it's not a bit difficult, or if you let me wait to move the bricks, you still don't say it. Where can this be? Zhang Feng said with a stern face. However, looking at the weather in January, the academy will officially open. Youngster has developed several sets of books here, which is the teaching place. I hope a few honored teachers can read the books you need. Zhang Feng, while speaking, only then took out a few thread-bound blue books exactly the same size as the books of that era from under the pillow in the bedroom. Handed it to a few people. It's just that these books are all written on military science, medicine, physics, literature, arithmetic, and the titles of several major categories. After a few people looked at it, they glanced at Sun Simiao suspiciously. Sun Simiao gave a faint smile. Good guy. Is this even the old man plot against arrived? But Sun Simiao still took the medical book, with keen eye, read the interest pleasure. Later, Zhang Feng also said when everyone was reading the books, now Great Tang's education method is generally based on the Analects of Confucius, etc., which have been read, and the teacher's narration is mainly, but lacks students' sense of participation. So the students are ready to completely change this teaching mode. Starting from the hour in the morning, read sage aloud 1 hour, and then study the literature works, the works of since ancient times and the stories behind the works in the next hour, so that the students can be on their own. I will discuss after class. Then take a rest for 1.5 hours, eat and rest. After the afternoon, it's already the case, recite the sage book, and go to learn other things, such as mathematics, etc. academic course, until the end of the evening. During a class, I was studying medicine, leaving the evening time for them to complete the assigned homework. The next morning, honored teachers reviewed their homework and interpreted their doubts. Zhang Feng once again talked about the academic courses he envisioned for elementary school and junior high school, as well as the teaching model combined with the current situation of Great Tang. Except for Yu Xinan, who has heard it once. Several people can even say that they are all immersed in the textbook written by Zhang Feng at this time. Youngster, the old man asks you, what do you call medicine, And what is this ethyl alcohol? Question mark. Don't you always use quicklime for disinfection now? Tell the old man what is this ethyl alcohol? This. Jiang Feng naturally knew that Sun Simiao wanted to ask a question. He hurriedly said, Elder son, this ethyl alcohol is actually for things extracted from liquor. I would like to ask Elder son, if there is a red injury, what is the general chance of survival? I mean, for example, as of the end, or a wound that is more than a foot long and has festered. Yushinan, a few people hearing this, can't help but lift the head curiously. They also have full doubts, but when they hear the word wine, they all become interested. Sun Simiao said without even thinking about it, if it's a leg, or a hand, in the spring, autumn and summer, if the old man or the doctor personally takes care of him, he can basically live in the rest of the month. Calm down. What if it's on the battlefield? Or is the wound already festered? Jiang Feng asked again. A handful of lime, the rest is up to him to carry it, and to cooperate with the medicine. As for whether it can be good, it only depends on his body up. Sun Simiao continued. Jiang Feng nodded. People in this era simply don't know what medical treatment is, let alone medical treatment. It's too much to say, and everyone will not understand. Jiang Feng just said, if it is such a person, if youngster says, in my hands, I can be 100% sure to let him keep the stock, you believing or not? Besides, the youngster can't regenerate a severed limb, the youngster also has the technique of blood for blood. Are you believing or not? Sun Simiao hearing this, his complexion changed suddenly. I opened again which book of Jiang Feng's quite magical medical skills, took a deep breath, very solemn said, youngster, I don't know who your honored teacher is, but only with this medical book in the hands of the old man, you will definitely become an existence beyond Bian Ke, Huachuo and other medical saints. Why do you do this? This thaumaturgy, published to the public? Do you know that once the importance of this thing is spread, your White Deer Academy of Classical Learning will instantly become the target of public criticism? Jiang Feng laughed. The road always needs people to walk. If there are more people walking, it will naturally appear to see the road. Youngster naturally knows that the youngster is there. Do what? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 807. Another famous sentence. Yushinan and the others, I feel that the appearance of Jiang Feng, the youngster, is simply to discourage people. But Jiang Feng continued, Elder son, at the end of this book, there are all comments on what the youngster just said. If you really don't understand, when you have time, youngster will give you the actual how about the experiment, and the youngster prepared an ethyl alcohol here, and some interviews. The people on this mountain are more or less injured. You might as well follow the youngster book to experiment. No, youngster, are you sure these things can be learned by everyone? Sun Simiao did not ask Jiang Feng to say true or false, on the contrary. I am extremely worried about what Jiang Feng will do at this time, although he also knows that if the thing in his hand is spread, the more people learn, the more the people of Great Tang will benefit, but he doesn't know whether it is good or bad. Jiang Feng is indifferent to laughed. Since the youngster has given you this thing, you always have the final say as to how to teach it. As for you always want to receive a few final disciples, how many will you find? A good seedling. You need to screen among these disciples on the mountain, you know, youngster. Lazy. Sun Simiao smiled silently. Okay, since your youngster dare not take out this kind of extraordinary book, then the old man will go crazy with you. The old man wants to see, this medical book of yours, what kind of waves can be smashed out. Also, the old man also wants to see what you call physics and this science. What can you do? Since you are all, give me all your trump card stuff and wait. If I don't give you a reassurance, your youngster must be impatient. Yu Shinan closes the book in his hand, and after making eye contact with the others, Ouyang Zun and the others added, youngster, as elder son said, whether it's medical books or these things in our hands, you can rest assured, even though we don't understand this model, right or wrong, but since you have said so, then we will treat it as an attempt. If it succeeds, you are the merit of great Tang. Small official is the merit of my thousands of students. But, are you sure everything in this thing can be taught? Yu Xinan asked, shaking the book in his hand. Zhang Feng shook his head and said, teaching can be taught. As for how to teach, it depends on the honored teachers. I mean, in every book, youngsters, the degree of difficulty is marked. As for the new school year, youngster recommends that everyone should have a basic understanding. That is to say, the first 10 pages can be taught at will, and then youngster will work with honored teachers to improve this novice textbook. From the 11th page to the 20th page, these things youngster is going to wait for tomorrow to teach this student. Of course, in the second year, the grades are good and bad, and what is suitable for someone, what kind of innate talent we have, we can transfer him out and focus on training in one point. This is to teach students according to their aptitude. As for the last 10 pages, they can be taught in the third year. All classes are divided into 3 classes, A, B, and C. Students recruited every year need to rehearse and group in this order. As for the most accurate ones, they still need to wait for the third year to find the elite. Youngster is going to do one special training class. When the time comes, these elites can learn some more sophisticated things, such as this manufacturing technique, hematopoiesis, physics and so on. Zhang Feng slowly, a little bit. I have just divided the classes and how to teach the textbooks, all of which are explained. In the first year, it is basically popular science, so that everyone has a sense of hygiene and all aspects. This is not difficult. You only need to teach some daily precautions and encounters in daily life. Some things, just how to distinguish them. As for the second year, this is the key. As for the third year, this is the time to find and cultivate key talents for the Academy of Science and Technology. Although Zhang Feng is sure to educate these people within 1 year, the difficulty lies in the fact that these people still have no way to accept these things. So it only takes 2 years to change their thinking, and the last year is the most critical sprint stage. Under the detailed introduction, Yu Xinan and the others finally annihilated the thought that Zhang Feng was crazy before and completely annihilated it in their throats. What is thinking in this youngster's head? After Zhang Feng finished talking for a long time, Yu Xinan and the others still have their heads drooping. I don't know what I'm thinking. Zhang Feng was not in a hurry, just stood in front of a few people, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly. He knows that all these need to be digested. Today he said too much. As many as Zhang Feng wondered whether these people can fully understand it. Yu Xinan and the others smoked cigarettes one by one, and from time to time they gathered together and muttered a few words. Zhang Feng watched the smoke in the basket less and less. Zhang Feng was a little bit, I suspect that these old guys can't sleep in the smoke at night. Just after the last cigarette was cleaned by Chu Siliang, and after he tried to smoke the cigarette holder so much that he couldn't get it, a few people clapped their hands and said, "Youngster, the few of us have decided, old man and the others will accompany you crazy, but there are enough tobacco and alcohol pipes." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 808. The next morning. It is rare for Zhang Feng to get up early, hide from the crowd secretly, and find the King Cripple. When Wang Cripple saw Gao Can, he said that Zhang Feng was looking for him, and he was so excited that he almost jumped 3 feet high. Since he took over the beacon manufacturing business, at least the bamboo tubes and wooden barrels in the chain and winery are currently on the market, and he has the final say here. Because of the emergence of Zhang Feng, at this time, Wang Cripple's family and Angkor veterans from Peace Street not only had their stomachs filled, but there were also people who found a good relationship on this mountain. How can this not make Wang Cripple excited? As soon as he entered Zhang Feng's room, Wang Cripple almost fell excitedly and shook his head. Zhang Feng didn't wait for his reaction to come over, and hurriedly walked out of the room and whispered in his ear, "Follow me." Although I don't know what Zhang Feng is doing so mysterious, but Wang Cripple is someone who has been on the battlefield anyway. He still has this vision. He hurriedly put away the excitement on his face, and with a vigilant face he drew the hatchet from his waist and held it tightly in his hand. The two of Gao Kun and one after the other hang around Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not speak, and took the two of them to spare the gravel pavement that was being laid on the construction site, and then went to the forge to look at it, and then drilled in another coal next to the forge. Go in. This mountain coal looks unremarkable, but basically everyone who is Mount Q knows here. The pine trees here are not comparable to others. Don't say it's a 3-person hug, even if it is a big pine tree hugged by 10 people. There are everywhere here, and all the wooden things in Mount Q Academy come from here. At this time, Wang Cripple couldn't help but murmur in his heart. This place not only produces pine trees, but also a kind of hair, which specializes in eating hair with big pine cones. The fleshy quality of this thing, even in Chainan, is also very make one's mark. Could it be that the dean called himself here in the morning to beat rabbits? However, before the three of them entered the wood factory covered with white flower bark, they heard only one or two shouted and a hearty laugh, which came from the corner in front. Come out. Ha ha ha, Shen Sheniu, you lose. I will give Lao Tzu 10 drinks. Fuck your mother, it's obviously that you are playing tricks. Okay. This hair, Lao Tzu. They were all driven into the tree hole. Don't I know I'm going to catch it? Hearing the familiar voice of Cheng Chumo, Jiang Feng was also a little puzzled. These few goods, that is not the thing that the sun does not get up. Why do you come here so early? This is simply the sun coming out from the west. Rather than waiting for Jiang Feng to take any action, he only heard a huge sound of breaking wind. Gao Can instantly hair stands on end, ignoring other things, paved Jiang Feng, and that is it. At that time, a wooden stick with thick arms passed over the two of them. Shen Sheniu, do you want my life? Don't you? Jiang Feng is finally angry. Looking at the wooden stick not far away, his eyelids jumped wildly. If this is really hit, if you don't say that you have broken your hands and feet, your life will not be guaranteed. Cheng Chumo and Yochi Bailin, who were hugging and fighting each other, were shocked when they heard this, and Li Chengqian, who was squatting on the sidelines watching the show, was also shocked. Get up in a hurry and rush over in a panic. When I saw Jiang Feng, the faces of several people changed suddenly. Feng Tsai, why are you here? Fuck. Gao Can, you are not made of wood. Don't you tell me if Feng Tsai is here? Feng Tsai, are you okay? Several people set up Jiang Feng in a hurry. Where are you needing? Jiang Feng is a little annoyed. I ask you guys, what are you doing here in the morning? A few people saw that Jiang Feng was okay. This was sighed in relief, and it was a little mysterious. Jiang Feng took them to the place where they were just now. This is the place where all the beams and purlins on Mount Q, as well as the door and window manufacturers, are collected on the spot, and it is convenient to use, and a few people are here. And they have made a few small wood houses with wood. Looks quite literary and artistic. Entering one of the slightly larger wood houses, the nose is like a burst of pine fragrance, and 3 roasted hares roasting in the fire in the middle of the wood house. Feng Tsai, isn't it because you told the old guys last night that it was too late? We just thought about it and got some game to help you out. Jiang Feng doesn't believe that these people can be so kind. Questions suspiciously. Really? Li Chengqian pointed to the rabbit on the fire, and then pointed to the pile of rabbit skins piled outside the door. You look, this is still fresh. I was planning to wait for you to wake up and let us have a good drink. Nothing to do, say. What are you trying to do? Jiang Feng immediately became alert. Li Chengqian hearing this froze for a moment. I said you Jiang Feng, brothers smoked in the past 2 days, almost died, let alone you. The elder brothers think you youngster has to make up for it. So I'm thinking about changing your youngster's mouth. Yes, you won't eat it. A few of us can eat it. Jiang Feng hearing this is deeply sighed in relief. In the past few days, he is really afraid of being blackmailed by these people. At this time, seeing a few people say this, Jiang Feng felt that they were really greedy and came to get rabbits. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 809. Several people yelled wrong. Jiang Feng feels nothing. The big thorn turned over and looked at the golden rabbit, and slowly took out a few bottles and jars from his arms. In an instant, Li Chenqian and the others' eyes lit up. Zhang Sanchong asked in astonishment, "Does your youngster also come to make this game? Do you think Lao Tzu is as lazy as you are?" Jiang Feng rolled the eyes. "I came to have a major event. Who would be like you? The chicken is tired of eating and secretly carrying me to engage in game." "Hey!" Cheng Chumo quit. He pushed Yachi Bailin and said, "It's all this youngster. They said that they are going to give you a meeting gift. They came to grind a few of us early in the morning, and finally Li Qian, the youngster, spoke. I thought for a while and felt that your youngster lacks nothing but deliciousness. So I asked a few people to inquire and found out that the hares here are good. So I came to get you youngster to get hares for you. It's okay for you. Come, Ian Knox. It's my fault. I didn't say hello to Feng Tsai in advance. This is the brother's fault. Since the Feng Tsai brother is not happy, then I will go down the mountain. Come on, you guys, stop acting. You are not that piece of material." Jiang Feng looked at the clumsy acting skills of a few people silently. "I'm here this time. It's really not for this thing. Otherwise you saw me get up so early." Several people were not ashamed to see Jiang Feng dismantle them, but curiously asked, "Then why did you come here?" Jiang Feng tore off a piece of rabbit leg, and said while chewing, "Do you still remember when I was looking for a carpenter?" Hearing this, Li Chenqian's eyes flashed. "Are you talking about the carpenters that your sir people found for you?" Jiang Feng wanted to explain, but he didn't bother to explain. "Anyway, these people won't believe it," nodded said, "It's them. Haven't you noticed that there are a group of people in this forest who are also doing carpentry work?" When a few people heard it, they thought about it, and they really remembered it. In this forest, a group of mysterious craftsmen came. They didn't cut down the trees every day. Instead, they wandered around in the woods. Finally, they carried a few weird trees about the size of arms, or it's the root of a tree. I got into a bamboo forest, and I don't know what our child is playing with. As long as there is a stranger, he immediately quit and hides the things he made like treasure. It turns out that these people are the youngsters Feng Tsai found. A few people could not help but approached and asked, "What are these people doing?" Anyway, I heard that it is quite mysterious. Mysterious? Jiang Feng smiled. "Wait for you to know it." While speaking, Jiang Feng greeted a few people to eat and drink together. After the food and drink were enough, Jiang Feng gave a long speech. With a breath and a wave of hands, everyone was smoking cigarettes, and then under the leadership of Jiang Feng, they slowly walked into the depths of the jungle. The pine forest is very deep, but because of the logging, the trampling roads extending in all directions and the squashed trees have revealed a large area of land that has not seen the sun for a long time. The person Jiang Feng is looking for. It's in a place called Yozia. After half an hour of climbing, everyone can faintly see a dense bamboo forest, with bursts of smoke rising up. The arrival of a few people obviously made the people on the cliff notice. With a shout, Jiang Feng waved his hand quickly. Feng Tsai. Hearing this above, there was no movement for a while, but there was a rustling sound. When a few people climbed the cliff. The top of the cliff was extremely spacious, with hundreds of squares, and these craftsmen, using these dense bamboos to tidy up a bit, became a place for people to live. At this time, they were more than 30 years old. About 40 or even 70 years old. All the guys stood respectfully beside the only mountain road that could climb the cliff. When Jiang Feng and the others went up the mountain, a 40-year-old man headed by him hurried forward and said, "Little Jiang, why? I have seen my uncle." Jiang Feng, after a perfunctory sentence, he asked, "I'll come here today." "Uncle, the younger one knows what you are here to do. Everything is ready for you. Please see." While speaking, Jiang Wei will lead Jiang Feng to see the things moved out by them. Instead, Jiang Feng waved his hands. These people are all old craftsmen from the Ministry of Works who were recruited from Longyu Road. Uncle Hugh it is. Jiang Wei pointed to an old man standing behind him and said, "This is the old craftsman of the Ministry of Works. It's just the previous dynasty." The voice of Jiang Wei's previous words is still normal, except that only Jiang Feng can hear the voice behind. Hearing this, the old man shook his hand at Jiang Feng. Old man Cao Jun has seen the dean. These people are Cao's family. When Jiang Feng saw this, he hurriedly bowed. It turned out to be Lord Cao. Where did Cao Jun have seen Jiang Feng? He helped Jiang Feng, but he was afraid that Jiang Feng would be tied up with the calluses on his hands, and he scratched his ears and cheeks. Jiang Feng bowed before looking at the humanity behind the old man. These all are Lord Cao's family? Then why not see the daughters of Lord Cao's family? Cao Jun hearing this pointed to Shangxia. Thanks to Lord Zhang's kindness, there are more than 30 young and old in the family, and now they are all placed in the food factory under the mountain to work. Jiang Feng hearing this gave up. The king cripple beckons with the hand rushing behind him said, "Lord Cao, the youngster asked me before, is there any eyebrow? You are ashamed." A humiliation flashed across Cao Jun's gully face. These things are too sophisticated, so the little old man didn't rush to produce the first batch of prototypes until last night. Didn't expect Lord Dean coming in person is really a little old man's negligence. It's not bad if it can be made in a hurry. I thought it would take at least 1 month of weather to make this thing. Didn't he expect Cao Lord? The weather has been alright in the past half month. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 810. A conversation between Jiang Feng and Lord Cao. Just let Li Chengqian be confused. What Taoist immortal conversation is this? They don't understand a word. The eyes of several people couldn't help looking at the wooden tables not far away. I saw strangely shaped objects on the table. I don't know what they are for. The densely packed ones are engraved with ink marks. I don't know what it is for. Jiang Feng chatted with Cao Lord for a long time, and Jiang Feng also came up with some useful things, then pointed to the king cripple and said, "Old Cao, today I come. The first thing I just want to see how these things are done. The second thing is to kill and fix them. Then I will mass produce this thing. At least within the next month, these things need to be at least 10 sets. In addition, I have another important thing." While speaking, Jiang Feng pointed to the king cripple and said, "He is also trusted by my hands." The craftsman. The beer cans you drink are all made by him. You can call him King Cripple. As for his name, I don't know how to contact you personally, but his work as a craftsman is excellent. If you can, work with him to make 2,000 sets of tables and chairs in one time. How about? What? 2,000 sets? This old cow was almost scared to death. 2,000 sets a month. Isn't this killing him? Wang Cripple seems to have been prepared for a long time, and said nothing. The remaining unmoved stick is behind Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything else. I'll take a look at the things you made. As for tables, chairs and benches, you divide the work by yourself." There are 3 behind Wang Cripple. Hundreds. How many people are the King Cripple? 329 brothers who can work as carpenters. Old cow, don't worry. These people are veterans and won't share you with you. For a share of money, we only need to take care of food and shelter, and take care of wine and meat. Cao Jun is hearing this, deeply sighed in relief, and Li Chengqian and the others couldn't help but glanced at Jiang Feng. If the tables, chairs and benches are needed, Chainan City can find tens of thousands of them. As for now, in a hurry, come, your lordship. Please, rather than waiting for Li Chengqian to ask questions, Cao Jun hurriedly greeted Jiang Feng to watch those customized by Jiang Feng baby, and Li Chengqian and the others hurried to keep up, wanting to see what Jiang Feng this mysterious is doing. But when a few people got together, they discovered that the semicircular thing held in Jiang Feng's hand was a hole planed out of something that seemed to be the root of a tree. Not only that, there are 2 holes on this one. and some scales like a ruler are also marked on it. Li Chengqian could not help but bypass Zhang Feng and picked up a triangle ruler from the table, curiously asked, I said Feng Tsai. What is this thing? Zhang Feng also has some admiration for Cao Jun at this time. Although it is not an iron compass or a triangle ruler, it is exactly similar to his manufacturer's template. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. This thing is the teaching aid I said before. Don't know anymore? Li Chengqian, hearing this, I couldn't help but pupil suddenly shrink. Teaching aids? Do you want us to be carpenters? Hearing this, Cao Jun couldn't help but his eyes flashed. Although Li Chengqian and the others don't know their identities, this dress looks quite extraordinary. Cao Jun couldn't help being a little bit enthusiastic. Zhang Feng looked at Li Chengqian like an idiot. When did I say that I let you be a carpenter? Did asking you to buy a saber made you kill? What do you want? Li Chengqian, hearing this, then he put his heart in his stomach, twice the triangle board in his hand twice, and said, then what is this thing for? Sheng Chuma wanted to play, but Li Chengqian stared back. If this thing is let him play, can't it be scrapped? Zhang Feng went through the compasses, triangles and other things one by one, and looked at Cao Jun and said, the stuff is very good. Just build it according to this. If you can get a little white paint, it will be even better. But it's okay, you just do it. Then Zhang Feng glanced at Li Chengqian and said, remember to learn. This thing will be the main tool for learning in the future. Do you want to ask? You know how to memorize the multiplication and division table. What's the use of this thing? Zhang Feng didn't wait for Li Chengqian to ask, but instead asked. Li Chengqian nodded. Because what you learned is just fur. After finishing talking, Zhang Feng took out a blueprint from his arms, beckons with the hand, let old cow. They were close to Wang Cripple, and Jiang Wei and Li Chengqian also surrounded them in an instant. Only see Zhang Feng's comprehensive. The blueprints of modern desks and benches are on paper. At this time, Zhang Feng looked at Cao Jun and said, how about Lord Cao? Do you have any confidence? Can this thing be made? Cao Jun, Cripple and Wang frowned, stared at the blueprint for a long time, and then said, it's okay, but it's nothing but these things. Old cow, I'm in charge of the materials. How are you responsible for the tenon and tenon joint? Wang Cripple firmly patted Cao Jun on the shoulder. Cao Jun thought for a while, and finally squinted his eyes and slowly nodded, okay. Since Brother Wang, you have said so, then the little old man also wants to see if the son of my cow family can in a month rush out these tables and chairs. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 811. In the depths of the Imperial Palace. In Li Yuan's palace, an old court eunuch hurriedly held a jade box and entered Li Yuan's bedroom. At this time, in the bedroom, all around there are water wheels made by strange and ingenious techniques, and a row of drainage cars lined up into two winding mountains and rivers that look like a reduced version. General. In an instant, the sultry breath suddenly disappeared. In the front hall of the bedroom, dozens of exposed women are singing and dancing on the water pavilion surrounded by water, and directly above the water pavilion, Li Yuan embraces four women, waving golden on the high platform that focus law to all sides. As soon as the old court eunuch entered the door, 12 female guards with the double-edged saber pulled out the double-edged saber to block the way of the old court eunuch. Old court eunuch hurriedly shouted, return to a few little masters, this is a gift from Mount Q that His Royal Highness Crown Prince Trustee brought to the retired emperor, please let me know. In fact, Li Yuan's close-fitting elder court eunuch had seen his arrival a long time ago, and he deliberately procrastinated for a while, and then walked up slowly and asked lukewarmly, Zhu eunuch, what's going on? The old court eunuch who just came in hurriedly bowed and said, reporting back to Ling eunuch, I am ordered by the Crown Prince to send a good thing to the retired emperor. It is Crown Prince from Mount. It was brought down from Q. Ling eunuch, hearing this, pale eyebrow raised, hurriedly took the jade box from Zhu eunuch, and waved his hand, waiting, then hurriedly bypassed the water pavilion, stepped onto the attic on the second floor, and handed the jade box to Li Yuan. Retired emperor, This is something that His Royal Highness Crown Prince brought down from Mount Q. Li Yuan, who was on the Xingtu, heard Mount Q. The card I didn't fight anymore. A hand exceeding the jade box in Ling Yunak's hands, curiously asked, "What is this?" Back to the retired emperor, slave servants don't know. Before Ling Yunak finished speaking, Li Yuan opened the jade box with a snap. Something from Mount Q was also sent by Li Chengqian. I think this should be a good thing. But after Li Yuan opened the jade box, he was a little confused. I saw it in the jade box. There are rows of white things with the thickness of pinky fingers, neat and tidy lying in them. Li Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. Where is the person Ling Yunak sent this thing? Waiting outside the hall pass. Li Yuan is also not procrastinating. He has seen this blank paper a few days ago, and it is extremely comfortable to use. He is planning to go to Mount Q when he is going to transfer it. How long has it been? What did this youngster tinker with? In a moment, Yunak arched his body that weak and followed Ling Yunak to come forward. Li Yuan also lost the interest in enjoying singing, dancing and playing cards. With a wave of hand, everyone was dismissed, holding cigarettes, and sniffing in front of his nose. I ask you, is this thing really Crown Prince brought down from Mount Q? Going back to the retired emperor, it was His Royal Highness personal guard who sent it back to the palace. Zhu Yunak hurriedly crawled to the ground. Li Yuan asked again, "What is this?" "You explain to me clearly. What is the use of this thing?" When Zhu Yunak sees this, he creeps even lower. Go back to the retired emperor. This thing is called a cigarette. And it is called a cigarette by the Crown Prince. It was made by noble son Jiang. This thing is refreshing and can be refreshing. Cigarette. Li Yuan hearing this eyes brightened. According to Zhu Yunak's prompt, Li Yuan lightly lit the cigarette on the oil lamp, but the scent of looting caused Li Yuan to cough. When the female guard saw this, the complexion was greatly changed. Chi tenderly shouted. They were about to cut off the head of Zhu Yunak. Zhu Yunak seemed to have guessed, and hurriedly shouted, "Retired Emperor, this it will be the same for the first time a thing is smoked." His Royal Highness said that this thing is like noble son Jiang's wine. Please also invite the retired Emperor to allow slave servants to demonstrate one or two. Quickly, quickly. Where did it come from? That many nonsense? Li Yuan drank a large can of water, which stopped his coughing, and looked at the cigarette in his hand with some surprise. Zhu Yunak got up, took out half a cigarette from his arms, and lit it on the lamp next to the water pavilion, showing it to Li Yuan. When Li Yuan saw this, it was a surprise. According to the old court eunuch's sign, after 3 roots, except his head is a little dizzy, everything else is fine, and because of sleep problems, he has been dizzy. But at this time he appears extraordinarily energetic. Li Yuan couldn't help but look at the cigarette in shock. Then I ask you, can Yu Xinan and the others comment on this? Yu Xinan, a few people are on the mountain, they are impossible to know about this. Yes, good or bad, just ask to know. Zhu Yunak couldn't help being stunned. After a while, Li Yuan slightly frowned. Call the Crown Prince guard to come and see me. Don't these people know? But does he know that the guard leader who stays on the mountain all day? When I saw it, Ling Yunak threw the Buddha dust and stood at the door of the temple and shouted, "Come on, call the Crown Prince guards to lead you." At this time, Li Yuan wanted to go to the mountain to take a look even more eagerly. Li Yuan walked out of the Great Hall while smoking a cigarette. Before Li Yuan could walk out of the Great Hall, the leader of Li Chengqian had already appeared at the door of the Great Hall. Without waiting for the commander to kneel down, Li Yuan asked eagerly, "I ask you, this thing, what does Yu Xinan and the others say?" "Retired Emperor, it's not just Mr. Bossy and the others. Everyone on the mountain is holding this gadget now. People who don't know how to smoke don't have ability. People who don't have ability don't deserve to stay on the mountain. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 812. Li Yuan asked carefully about the situation of the people on the mountain. Even the matter of Gao Can and Li Chengqian drunk and cigarette, and the oolong that Jiang Feng smoked for the first time, all entered Li Yuan's ears at this time. Li Yuan looked at the smoke rising from his hand. His eyes gleamed. A good thing, it's a good thing. I ask you, where can His Imperial Majesty be found? Yes, Sir Duke, the little Sir Duke, reached the Imperial Palace yesterday. It's just the smoke of yesterday. It's too big. Crown Prince thinks you can't bear it. So as soon as noble son Jiang's improved cigarettes came out today, Crown Prince hurriedly ordered the humble post to immediately give it to the retired emperor. Li Yuan at first, and some annoyed, but after hearing that the guards said that it had been changed well, and then it was sent, it turned anger into joy. Yes, this youngster is a bit conscientious. Lei Ling eunuch, send a cigarette to one person, and accompany me to try something new. This is Mount Q's baby. Hearing this, those concubines of Li Yuan, their eyes lit up in an instant. Chirp chirp. Twitter was surrounded, but a box of cigarettes was only 20 or so. Li Yuan I personally lit a few cigarettes for the concubines and asked them to smoke in turn, and then the people around me did the same, and soon there were only 3 cigarettes left in a box of cigarettes. But Li Yuan is not afraid. He is now the deputy chief of the mountain. Anyone can have less smoke, but can he get less? A crowd of people waited and held this novel thing, looked left and looked again, and then amid Li Yuan's ha-ha laughter, a crowd of people waited to cough one after another. Just when the harem was in trouble, the cigarette made by Jiang Feng slowly spread in the imperial palace. Although this thing is rare, there are always people who can get some from the mountain, especially Nujinda and the others. At this time, in Tji Palace, Zhang Sunwagu was talking to Princess Cheng'e about something, but at this moment, the rustling sounds outside the door and the strange smell made this dignified empress instantly angry. Up, who is outside? The noise outside stopped for a moment, and then only heard a sound of kneeling on the ground. The little court eunuch panicked and said hurriedly, "Back to Empress Her Majesty." Nothing. Nothing. Zhang Sunwagu frowned. Speak to this palace host. While speaking, let someone who is only a few years old. Princess Changping hugged her in her arms and looked at the people who had just opened the door with a cold face. As soon as everyone entered the door, Zhang Sunwagu's expression was so cold that he couldn't help but knelt on the ground of the 2 women. Why did you wait outside just now? What does it taste like? Xiao Huazi, what is in your hand? Zhang Sunwagu saw Xiao Hui's in an instant. The burning piece of white paper behind him seemed to resemble the white paper brought back by His Imperial Majesty. When Xiao Huazi heard that, his expression was incredibly pale. Back to Empress Her Majesty. This is ... This is a cigarette. Cigarette? Empress Zhangsun has some doubts. Show me this palace host. Isn't this something similar to incense? Where did this incense come from? Do you still use such expensive white paper? Xiao Huazi didn't dare to delay the slightest. Although Empress Zhangsun is easygoing, once the fire starts, it is not something ordinary people can bear. Little Gizzy hurriedly handed the cigarette in his hand to Zhang Sunwagu trembling. I took a closer look, and still don't understand what this thing is. Empress Zhangsun couldn't help but curiously asked, where did this thing come from? It's His Imperial Majesty. Xiao Huazi was excited and her mouth became bald, which shocked Empress Zhangsun. What? It was given to the slave servant by little Gizzy eunuch by His Imperial Majesty. Hearing this, Zhang Sunwagu only deeply sighed in relief. Tell me, where did this thing come from? And why did you use such expensive white paper with this thing? In detail, this palace host will naturally not go into it deeply. If you dare to lie, this palace host will definitely let you torn skin and gaping flesh. Where can Xiaohuazi stand this? He confided everything in a panic. It turns out that this thing comes from Mount Q. The first thing Zhang Sunwagu thought of was the youngster I saw in Little Tavern last time. Jiang Feng. Except for him, nobody really dares to ruin the blank paper so much. And the most important point, this blank paper came from his hands. What else can he do? With Xiaohuazi's without omission and in detail, he confessed. Zhang Sunwagu's beauty can't help but wrinkle. What a mess. It's just a mess. When did one thing in the imperial palace make a mess of smoke? Her Majesty atonement. Small. Xiaohuazi and the others turned pale with fright, repeatedly begging for mercy. Zhang Sanwaga sniffed the robbing smoke, and threw the burning cigarette in his hand to Xiaohuazi in disgust, saying, "From now on, you are not allowed to smell this in the bedroom of this palace host. Otherwise, this palace host will ask you for it. Go down." It seems that something has been thought of, Zhang Sanwaga asked when several people were about to be relieved. Where is His Imperial Majesty now? Xiaohuazi trembled all over hearing this. In the Imperial Study Room. Drive the Imperial Study Room. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 813. In the Imperial Study Room, Li Shimin's clothes were a bit disorganized, lying on top of the collapse. On the benches he started, Yachi Gong, Nu Jinda, Cheng Yojin, and Qin Kaiang were smoking cigarettes one bite at a time, bragging while chatting about Zhang Feng's anecdotes in the academy. Li Shimin haha said with a smile, "Feng's Research Institute has been opened like this." No one knows what the institute, Li Shimin said, is. Nu Jinda couldn't help but asked in confusion, "His Imperial Majesty, what is the research institute you are talking about?" You don't understand it. But these craftsmen from western regions could come. "No, Minister, tell me, what reward do you want?" Nu Jinda and the others are not fools either. From the words of His Imperial Majesty just now, they heard some things. Although I don't know what the research institute is, when His Imperial Majesty talks about these people, several people can think of something instantly. Nu Jinda, hearing this, took the cigarette in his hand to his mouth, and stood up and said, "His Imperial Majesty, if you really want to reward me, you might as well take Zhang Feng's youngster's first fire. How about handing it to me?" "No." Cheng Yojin, hearing this, his eyes were red. "His Imperial Majesty, there is no discussion about this matter. You once promised the old official, saying that once this thing comes out, it must be in my barracks." "Come on. His Imperial Majesty is talking about shields and spears that are impervious to sword and spear. How long did he say that he would give you this firecracker?" "Yachi second, you said I was right." Yachi Gong touched his beard and glanced at Nu Jinda slowly. "I seem to have forgotten what it is, but in the Imperial Study Room that day, His Imperial Majesty did say this." "Just kidding. Chain and military camp is now his site with Cheng Yojin. The reason why he is stationed near Mount Q is because of its convenience. How could he let him slip away while watching the meat that was immediately in his mouth? Although we are brother, we still have nothing to talk about on this matter." Li Shimin laughed and watched the three of them pinch. At this time, he was already a little dizzy. If he hadn't gotten some tea from Zhang Feng, he was drinking desperately at this time, saying that he was already drunk by the smoke. Seeing several people are a little blushing at this time, Li Shimin just laughed and waved his hand to stop a few people. "Okay, it's alright, the stuff hasn't been figured out yet. What are you fighting for? Wait after the fire gun is out, how about it? By the way, Old Black, let me ask you something. Have you seen the Prince of Cambodia in the past few days?" Seeing that His Imperial Majesty suppressed this matter, although everyone felt uneasy, they did not dare to say anything. Cheng Yojin was smoking a cigarette and thinking for a while before he said, "The youngster has been walking outside Mount Q these days. I don't know what I want to do, His Imperial Majesty. Do you want to send someone from the old official? Go and bring him back to Honglu Temple, and his time to come to Great Tang is not too short. Do you want to send it back to him?" "No." Li Shimin waved his hand. "At this time, Cambodia's situation is still unclear. If I send him back now, the Cambodian king of the wily old fox will mistakenly believe that I will not help them. This is not good for my Great Tang. Forget it." It seems that he wants to go to Feng's academy. You just turn a blind eye and let him in. As for the rest, leave it to Zhang Feng's youngster. Cheng Yojin, hearing this, and then sat back angrily. His Imperial Majesty is really interesting. At this moment, Empress Zhangsun's warm voice sounded at the door. As the voice remembered, little Gizzy reluctantly pushed the door of the imperial study room open. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Sun Wagu was coughed by the choking smoke. Li Shimin and the others were shocked. Li Shimin waved his hand to signal several people to leave, and hurriedly greeted him. Guanyin, why did you come here without telling me? Although it was said to Zhang Sun Wagu, but little Gizzy couldn't tell that he was blaming him. Busy to explain, Zhang Sun Wagu stared at Li Shimin speechlessly and said, if this small official concubine does not come again, the second brother is afraid to order the imperial study room. Li Shimin, hearing this, took a look at the smoky imperial study room and felt a little headache. Guanyin, let's talk in another place. Little Gizzy, drive the palace. While speaking, Li Shimin just followed Zhang Sun Wagu. Along the way, Zhang Sun Wagu was very annoyed. It's all smoke. Even those court eunuch encountered along the way have this kind of smell. It's not that she hates this taste. It's the smell of this thing, which is simply too unpleasant, uncomfortable. His Imperial Majesty, this thing is so unpleasant. Why did the concubines see this thing along the way, smell and hear all this thing? What's so good about this thing? See Empress Zhangsun complaining. Li Shimin only realized something, faintly smiled and said, this thing is not made by Jiang Feng's youngster. Don't even say that this thing is really amazing. I have to take a nap at noon every day, and every night I have a faint headache, but when this thing is pumping, I feel refreshed now. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 814. Zhang Sun Wagu gave Li Shimin a blank look. Concubine shouldn't get this thing out, and I don't know what Jiang Feng's youngster is doing. This thing concubine seems to be a scourge. Look at you. What does His Imperial Majesty look like? As soon as he walked into the palace, Zhang Sun Wagu pushes down Li Shimin's coat while talking. Li Shimin's he smiled and hugged Zhang Sun Wagu. Guanyin knows something. It's this little thing. Don't you know the top of Mount Q? Now everyone up and down is smoking this. There is also a rumor that it is someone who does not smoke, not a man. And what is more, a cigarette before a meal is Taoist immortal, and a cigarette after a meal is a song of endless joy. Seeing that Zhang Sun Wagu wanted to refute, Li Shimin hurriedly said, Mr. Boshi, do you remember them? In that case, Zhang Sun Wagu is not good at talking and stared at Li Shimin. At a glance, it was stuck in his arms, but at the next moment, Zhang Sun Wagu pushed Li Shimin away in disgust, clutching his nose and backing back again and again. Li Shimin laughed hard at Zhang Sun Wagu's flattery. Sitting on the soft collapse, he said, Mr. Boshi and Divine Dr. Sun have been on Mount Q since they have been on Mount Q. They usually hate the pork every day, but instead they let them eat. It's a must-have meal, and in this Chainan city, a restaurant created by several people from Chengqian, this pork is also very popular, and the people who eat the most are the Confucian scholars. Are you ridiculous? Zhang Sun Wagu saw Li Shimin divert the topic, and it was hard to hold on to it. Sitting on Li Shimin's side, he asked, this youngster's pork is good. I don't know how he made it. Could it be developed with Divine Dr. Sun? Concubine once asked Gong Chinese doctors. They said that a lot of Chinese medicine was added to this braised pork. Wrong, this thing was made by Feng Tsai. If Divine Dr. Sun could make this thing, that morning it's done. Li Shimin slapped his lips, waved his hand, and shouted at the door, Little Gizzy, let Zuyaku order him. Let him serve me stewed meat as soon as possible. When it comes to braised pork, Li Shimin is still hungry. Some admiration said, as soon as this pork came out, all the pigs I was worried about that were collected to fight the locust plague were all I have become a baby. Not only did I not lose money, but it really made a lot of money, as the youngster said. The second brother said it was the thousands that have troubled the second brother for a long time. 10,000 pigs. Zhang Sun Wagu was also a little surprised. But when I thought about it, I couldn't help feeling a little shocked. As soon as this youngster took care of it, he dealt with the things he had said before the locusts broke out. Does this youngster from the very beginning know that there is a locust plague, and he has already manufactured stewed pork? Then, second brother, it's called Huaji. When it comes to calling Huaji, Li Shimin is even more excited. Didn't I have a headache with those things before? It's better now. With this youngster, the lack of food in the barracks now mainly depends on selling these undesired chickens and ducks in exchange for it. This is what Yachi Gong talked about. Didn't expect. They also made a lot of money because of this. Li Shimin is Jiang Feng praised from the head to the tail. In fact, to put it bluntly, he was just making excuses for the cigarette. Although this thing is a bad thing in many people's eyes, especially women seem to be born out of this thing. However, this is the second thing. The most important thing is that Li Shimin also found that this thing is very dependent. Just like wine, he doesn't know whether it's good or bad, but he doesn't want to because of this thing. It is unpleasant with Empress Zhangsun. That's why it disturbed a big circle. Where did Zhangsun Waga know that Li Shimin was going around in a circle? Fiercely glared at Li Shimin and said, "Second brother, is this an excuse for what kind of cigarette? This thing is good, but concubine always feels that sniff is dizzy and hopeful. Second brother, take care of the dragon body. This thing is good, but it's okay and it doesn't need to be like today. Right? It's better to smoke less. Save and save." Li Shimin hearing this he took out an exquisite jade box from his arms and drew a cigarette, which he held in his mouth. When Zhang Sanwaga saw this, his face was completely black. Concubine is unwell, so I won't accompany his imperial majesty. While speaking, Empress Zhangsun took Princess Chengel and fled here like an escape. Li Shimin was taken aback. Seeing a face of disgusting Chengel, I asked myself in confusion, this thing really smells so unpleasant. On the other side, Cheng Yojin did not even sit in the sedan chair after leaving the imperial study room. Along the way, I admired the beautiful scenery in the imperial palace, and walked out of the imperial palace with cigarettes, talking and laughing. Just walking on Chain and Street like this. Now Jiang Feng has gone to Mount Q. Naturally they don't have to pretend too much. They just wore ordinary clothes and just wandered in the street like this. Old Black, there is your son's shop in front of you. Don't you invite Dang? Have a bowl. When a few people passed by the East Market's Ping and Fang, Yachi Gong stood still. Hearing this, Nujinda and Qin Shubao couldn't help but rub their stomachs and asked in surprise, "Okay, Old Black, when will your son still do business and open a restaurant?" "Walk, go and sit." Where would Cheng Yojin say? "As soon as I saw the restaurant signboard, I couldn't walk a long time ago." After seeing the pretense, he waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about? Isn't my Inox worthy of a restaurant? Walk around. Today I won't confuse you tortoises and grandchildren. My name Cheng Yojin is written backwards." A few people just yelled all the way, walked into the restaurant, but as soon as they entered the door, a few people couldn't help but stepped back. Then they rubbed their eyes and stared at the smoke-covered restaurant, dumbfounded. "I said this cigarette, when will this Chain and City have it? Are you Old Black not in your pockets, right? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 815. What did you say? My uncle did it? Jiang Mansion. Jiang Shan looked at the pack of cigarettes delivered by Old Scholar in amazement. Old Scholar stroked his beard and drank tea slowly, said with a smile, "It's not that youngster. This stinky youngster doesn't know what to do on the mountain. Yushinan and a few old guys don't care about it. But this thing is really good. Thanks, I didn't have time before. This morning, I just remembered it. The messenger gave me some and asked me to pass it on to you." Where did Jiang Feng think of him as a cheap sir? This is really early this morning, and I think of Chainan University. If it weren't for breakfast, if Li Chengqian mentioned it, Jiang Feng really couldn't remember anything. I just remembered this mention. The people on Tongyue Street who made cigarettes hurriedly made a large number of cigarettes and sent a large box to Li Gang and Old Scholar. While lighting up the cigarettes in Chengchumo coquettishly, smoking one by one. Old Scholar talentedly picked up the broom and shouted Wasserall to throw Cheng Chumo out. Then the two old men followed Cheng Chumo's appearance and squatted in the study for an hour, only to instantly realize that this gadget that Mr. Bossy couldn't put it down turned out to be a good thing. But this time Old Scholar was not happy anymore. While smoking a cigarette, while looking at the stewed meat and beer on the table, he sighed, "Oh, this old village chief doesn't know what to do. What to eat? If this goes on, Feng Xi's ability will all be pitted to these scams." Li Gang shook the white paper in his hand to look at it, and let out a puff of white smoke. "Old guy, this thing is a real good thing. Although this youngster is a bit of a waste old destination, you also know that now pigs and chickens are a big burden for Great Tang. This youngster solved this matter in an instant after doing this. This can be considered a matter that will let his Jiang family pass for generations." When I heard Jiang family, Old Scholar, I just remembered Jiang Feng's "Sir, get out a lot from the frame, and then put it down half of it distressedly." Finally, after thinking about it, he took out a big bamboo tube and installed 2 bamboo tubes, and then slowly swallowed the smoke. Out of the academy. At this time, Jiang Shan interrupted Old Scholar's conjecture, curiously asked, "This thing ... have you tried it?" Old Scholar did not speak, but took out a wooden from his arms box, took out 2 cigarettes, and Jiang Shan, one by one, lit the cigarette, and then said, "Taste it. And you know Divine Dr. Sun and Mr. Boshi, right? This thing is now on the mountain. A few of them are smoked and still love it. I also heard that as long as anyone does not smoke on the mountain at this time, they are regarded as monsters. What else is there to say? No smoke, no alcohol, hard work. Boat. There are tobacco and wine books often. What the hell is that? This thing is really so good." Jiang Shan couldn't help but looked suspiciously at a piece of smoke. Like the incense of his wife's ancestors, the general administration was a little weird. But at this time he is not good to say anything. I had to suck up with Old Scholar, but Old Scholar was still careful, telling him how to suck so that he would not choke his lungs. Slowly, Jiang Shan was also surprised to find that this thing is really good. He is a businessman after all. The white paper has already made him feel distressed, as well as the pork stuff and so on. They secretly scolded Jiang Feng as Wasserall, but after all they hadn't really become relatives, so they had to shake their heads and sigh, thinking about the benefits of Jiang Feng's doing this. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would have vomited blood. But when I met Old Scholar at this time, Jiang Shan couldn't help but asked with a worried expression, "Old Scholar, I can see it. You treat Feng Tsai youngster as a son, right?" Old Scholar hearing this, his face is stern. Making a fool. Old man is a cherished talent. But as soon as the voice fell, Old Scholar shook his head and sighed again. Actually, in his heart, Jiang Feng's youngster has long been regarded as his son. But he also knows that with Jiang Feng's temper, he must be unwilling, but he doesn't want to see Jiang Feng was only learning, so it was a waste. But after he met Li Yuan and Li Shimin, he only knew that he was thinking too much. Jiang Feng's achievements will only be the existence he looks up to in the future. After Jiang Feng opened the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning on the mountain, Old Scholar buried his thoughts in his heart. He believes that with these people, Jiang Feng will generally not have trouble. But there is something I want, Feng Tsai, a silly youngster, who has given everything to others. Then, after he gets married in the future, what else can he pass on to future generations? When Old Scholar thinks this way, the vicissitudes in his eyes are even more obvious. Oh, Jiang Lord, don't make fun of the old man. By the way, let's not talk about this. The old man will go up the mountain tomorrow and ask Feng Tsai what he is doing. Don't worry, the youngster old man Feng Tsai knows that he has more abilities. Don't worry, you can smoke this thing first, no more. You send someone to my academy, or you are on a mount. Q Street isn't the market handy? Ask them to find the old village chief. Now this thing, Feng Tsai, is all handed over to the old village chief. Jiang Shan smacked and wanted to say something, but finally swallowed, went back. Sighed, "I'm getting old too. I didn't want to worry about the youngster. But you know, My girl has been lost since she saw the youngster. Like a soul, you go and ask, what can she do on the mountain? When the time comes, I also want to have a what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. You cry and cry all day long, and I'm so tired of it. Old scholar haha said with a smile. Shopkeeper Jang, you are giving a little old man a problem. Is this forced marriage? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 816. Jiang Shan said nothing. Just a wry smile. The key is that gossip is a fearful thing. The whole thing about Feng Tsai and my Yuiao can be said to be known to the whole chain, and if it is and if you let others gossiping, the old man is nothing. The key is, my old woman and little girl. Thank you. You, don't say anything. The old man will go to the mountain tomorrow. May I ask you some questions? Old scholar hurriedly interrupted Jiang Shan. He is also anxious about this matter, but Jiang Feng, the bastard youngster, is not anxious at all. What can he do? I can't go and tie him up, right? But after another thought, old scholar couldn't help but notice. If you don't tell me, I forgot, this Feng Tsai is always pitied by people when going up the mountain. And no one washes clothes and combs his hair. If someone can take care of it. Hearing this, Jiang Shan's eyes lit up and he slapped his thighs and said, second. In this way, the little girl doesn't have to sigh at home every day. It's been a long time, that's not. While speaking, Jiang Shan put two thumbs together. Then the two men couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The old man will come back tomorrow. If young lady Jiang can go up the mountain, I don't have to worry about my old bones. Well, Yuiao has long wished to go up the mountain. Although people are at home, their thoughts are already gone. This time, I will have a good life. The old man is not excuse me. While speaking, old scholar left with a smile on his face. Jiang Shan rubbed his hands and wandered in the living room for a long time before he slapped his thigh and said, come on, Lord. The servant girl waiting outside had actually heard the conversation between the two people long ago, and the conversation between the two people was even lowered. At this time, outside Jiang Shan's living room, all the servants heard it. Now when Jiang Feng called again, everyone unconsciously put their ears around the living room. They knew about Jiang Feng a long time ago. At this time, everyone was anxious that Lord would send them to work in the mountains when he was happy. Even if he went to Poyuxiang, that would be a matter of identity. So at this time, as soon as Jiang Shan spoke, everyone instantly became nervous. The most clever maid, upon hearing Jiang Shan's call, hurried in. Jiang Shan glanced at the door, and then at the silhouette on the window paper. I wonder what these guys are thinking. Gazed at the maid and said, don't be pestered, this matter has nothing to do with you, go ask Miss and Madam Jiang Lord. Without waiting for Jiang Shan to call, Jing Shu's crisp voice sounded outside the door. Jiang Shan hearing this, instantly knew that old scholar had come to the door. It had long been heard in the ears of these two misses. They had to scold the next person at the root of the wall before letting a few people into the house. After Mother Jiang entered the living room, little Kuya closed the door. Jiang Shan glanced around the crowd, but the last gaze fell on the half-old Momo who followed Jing Shu. He had seen this little missy before. He was skinny and a little bit yellow, but since following Jing Shu, this little missy really has several points of beauty in the bud. Jiang Shan missy could not help but sigh. Jiang Feng's youngster is cheaper again. Do you all know about the old scholar coming to the mansion today? Then I won't say much. This youngster, who has been messing around in the mountains during this time, has all his ability to be used by those guys. It's almost done. No, this old scholar gave me another gift. Jing Shu hearing this said, is it blank paper? No, you will know. Jing Shu glanced at the contents of the bamboo tube and sniffed the air. Is this the cigarette made by noble son Jiang? Yes. Jiang Shan sighed. If this is left unattended, this youngster's ability will be left after you two pass the door. So percent. Father. Jiang Yuiao's face was blushing. Jiang Shan glared at Jiang Yuiao and said, don't you not love to listen? You are not married yet. Believing or not, old man is going to push this marriage now. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Yuiao's face changed in shock. Mother Jiang stared at Jiang Shan when she saw this. Well, not ashamed. Did you scare your daughter so much? You even said that your daughter is your heart. I think you just say thankless wretch. There is something to say. There is a fart. It's over now. Let's see how my old lady settles accounts with you. Where can I find such a good son-in-law? Even if the youngster loses all abilities, it is also other people's abilities. Right now, what the youngster has done is enough to make them go away for a lifetime. Besides, they are still a viscount now. Even if you don't work for a lifetime, you can eat imperial food, and you won't be able to finish it for 8 lifetimes. Where can I find such a good son-in-law? I haven't seen such a person yet to drive such a good son-in-law out. It would be weird if Jiang family's relatives knew that Jiang Shan would not be expelled from the genealogy. Jiang Shan was a joke, but seeing Tigress is boring. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Don't, old man, this is a joke. You too, and Qia Missy, today, pick up all your soft things, and tomorrow morning, go up the mountain with old scholar P? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 817. Jiang Yuiao was stunned. Although Jingxiu was a little lonely, she quickly concealed her past. After all, she was only showing a pair of eyes at this time, and no one could see what she was thinking. She was alone all her life. Since I became strong with Jiang Feng, I also naturally curled my hair up. I lived deep in Jiang Feng's Chenan University and opened a female class. At this time, the princess in the palace and the female relatives of the noble family are basically studying in the female class of Chenan University. These are all arrangements by Jiang Feng. Although she is busy every day, she is extremely enriched, and she does not need to be the same as before, all day long thinking about how to deal with those gangsters. But since following Jiang Feng, every bit of Jiang Feng's body is so fatal to attract her. This is the reason why she must come to Jiang Mansion every day. Because here, there is also a woman who is like her, waiting for Jiang Feng's news. The most important thing is that many servants of Jiang Fuzhong went to Mount Qi to help, and they were with Tong Yui Street adjacent. If there is any news, this is also the first to know, and the female class now does not need her to worry too much. 3 female officials in the palace came, and she had nothing to do for a long time. At this time, after learning that Jiang Shan had let Jiang Yuiao go up the mountain, it was obvious that Jingxiu was a little lonely. And all this? Where can I escape Jiang Shan's eyeballs? At this time, Great Tang's custom is polygamy, so when I saw Jingxiu, I naturally regarded her as Jiang Feng's wife. If this is in modern times, you can try it. If you don't kill you bastard, it is your ancestors' blessing. Jiang Shan laughed on a cigarette and looked at Jingxiu and said, Young lady Jingxiu. Jiang Lord. Jingxiu salutes, said Wenwin Classic Dictionary. Jiang Shan said with a slight smile, You also go up the mountain with Yuiao. The old man knows that there is nothing to do in this female class now. Besides, the youngster will go up the mountain all day. Like a clay figurine, there are some distinguished guests on the mountain, and the youngster has no etiquette, and my Yuiao is really inferior to you in this respect. Jiang Lord. What are you saying, noble son Jiang? Being human, don't talk to that youngster, it's all men. I save it. Jiang Shan was also a little speechless. What kind of ecstasy is this youngster pouring these two? I haven't done anything yet. All of them are facing him. Let's talk about other things. The youngster's temperament is wild and the road is wide. It is inevitable that you will meet some women, since both of you are the wife of Feng Tsai who is about to pass the door. So this time I also want you to go. Accompany him on the mountain, lest the rumors are unpleasant. When the time is right, you are not. Father, are you ashamed? Jiang Yuiao can't listen anymore. Blushing, Mother Jiang is here after all. As soon as she rolled her eyes, she understood what Jiang Shan meant. She tapped Jiang Yuiao's forehead with her finger and said, Oh, you die missy, your father is all for you. Good. The youngster Jiang's put on airs. Didn't you fail to hear the servant say, when you go down the mountain, Those women will pounce on like flies that smell the smell. Don't look at it. When the time comes, you too cried time. Men, you have to be careful. Don't you think there are more than a dozen free-eating women in the house before the door? Jiang Shan has a headache, hurriedly interrupted Mother Jiang, who instilled poisonous chicken soup for the two girls, and said, actually, it is not that serious. Now that the youngster and the washing and stacking of quilts on the mountain are not taken care of, you two go up the mountain. One of the masters, give the youngster out. Come up with ideas. This young lady Jingxiu has to work hard, and he will be groomed in the Lord. Don't be like a muddy leg all day. You have to remember this matter, Yuao. Man, you have to pay attention. Face, daily dressing, you give me attention, clean him up. Your face also has light. But, Dad, Jiang Yuao at this time, the blushing is the same as a kind of fruit produced in kindling, flushed red. But what does it look like for a daughter to go up the mountain like this? After all. After all. Mother Jiang glared at the hesitating Jiang Yuao. Dead missy, wait longer. Do you want to see other women go up the mountain first, don't you? Hurry up and show me that youngster, so he can recruit bees and butterflies for you outside. During the chattering of Zhang's mother, Jiang Shan had to push Jiang Yuao out. As soon as the two women went out, they got a pair of eyes, and their faces turned red in an instant. Jingxiu, younger sister, let's go up the mountain like this, then. The people on the mountain will look at us like that. It's really ashamed. Where does Jingxiu know? Now she is excited, looking forward to, but also a little entangled. She is no better than Jiang Yuao. As soon as Jiang Yuao enters the door, mistress exists. What about her? People are marrying Mingzhong, but she is. With a sigh, Jingxiu can only hug Jiang Yuao, who lost one's head out of fear, and said, good elder sister, don't worry, wait until tomorrow to go up the mountain. Don't you want to go up the mountain every day? Who said that? Let's go and see what needs to be prepared. Didn't you make a shirt for noble son Jiang? Don't forget. The two women chirp twitter after talking for a while. Jiang Yuao jumped up again. Breaking my fingers, I counted the items one by one. And she didn't notice. Her close mate had already taken Momo to the Jiang mansion to show off everywhere. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 818 Chainan City. The residence of the 16 kings. Yachi Fuzhong. At noon, Yachi Gong was lying on the limp, and the snoring sound could be heard from a distance. Madame of Yachi Gong, as well as the family members and generals, turned a deaf ear. It seems that I have been used to the general. It's just that today's Yachi mansion, many servants, officials, generals and the others have been staring at the gate from time to time. Some great character seems to be waiting for. Come, madam, come. At this moment, a gatekeeper rushed into the house with a cheer. Yachi madam hearing this, his eyes lit up. Where is it? While speaking, Yachi madam glared at Yachi Gong who was snoring and said, go to me. Call the dead man up. Everyone is here. He still wants to sleep. The family will be hearing this, a little bit frustrated. Yachi Gong is sleeping. Who dares to step forward? That would be beaten to death. But they didn't dare to shy away from the woman's order, so the veteran glared at the recruit. The last recruit stunned his neck, and stammering came to Yachi Gong's side. When Yachi Gong was awakened, he fell asleep. No, when Yachi Gong was awakened, Yachi Gong slapped his face with saliva, and knocked him unconscious. The dead. Can you really sleep? Everyone is here. You are still sleeping. Why don't you die? Yachi madam gave Yachi Gong a glare. Yachi Gong hearing this, with a staring expression, awakened in an instant, waved a hand to drag the recruit down, wiped the saliva from his mouth, and hurriedly walked to the door. Where is she? Where is she? At the door. Then what are you waiting for? Walk around and see. While speaking, Yachi Gong was going to the door with his family members. But when they walked out of the backyard, they saw one wearing white cloak, a young woman dressed up with a Jiangnan feminine flavor, is slowly walking into the gate of the mansion. The appearance of the woman is similar to Yachi Gong, but only the nose and eyes, big eyes, and curved nose, but it is not used for Yachi Gong's 5 big and 3 thick. Although she is still taller than the one on one side, the beautiful waist with a ribbon tied around her waist can tell that this woman is truly a beautiful woman. The red lips are dripping, just like the delicate woman in the south of the Yangtze River after the rain. So she is so pitiful. Good girl, I haven't seen you for many years. You have become more beautiful and alluring. When Yachi Madam saw this, his eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and he pulled holds the woman's pale hands. The woman gently said, "A court etiquette, Lena pays respects to Madam. His wife Madam is still so beautiful after years of not seeing her." Lena almost seemed to be dreaming the first time I saw my sister-in-law Madam 10 years ago. Yachi Madam hearing this, I was even more delighted. Look at what younger sister said. This is, we are all a family, so don't talk about it. How have you been in Jiangnan these years? Yachi Gong has a close relative. After Great Tang's initial decision, in order to disperse the imperial court power, Li Yuan broke up all the ministers' family power, and the offshoot of the Yachi Gong family naturally chose the prosperous Jiangnan generation. I haven't seen it in a few years. If Yachi Gong accidentally told Jiang Feng some time ago that there was a joke about a girl, Yachi Gong would have forgotten that this cousin then came back to discuss Jiang Feng's marriage with Madam. The two hit it off, and then they passed the letter to Yachi Gong's uncle. And this woman is a collateral of Yachi's great-grandfather Yachi Mengdu and the only daughter of Yachi Gong's cousin Yachi Meng. In recent years, the development in Jiangnan has been quite effective, even more moisturizing than Yachi Gong this lineage. But although life is nourishing, but after all, he cannot enter the world. At the age of last year, Yachi Gong also received a letter from his cousin Yachi Meng, who wanted to find a relationship for Yachi Meng's only daughter. Thinking about this, Yachi Gong couldn't help but feel that Jiang Feng has advantages everywhere. Although there is a marriage contract, as a man, which one is not 3 wives and 4 concubines, and this youngster saves the emperor's grace, and is called brother to his imperial majesty. After that, when a man attains the Tao, even his pets are sent to heaven. I am all small things, and his Yachi family can follow. Good luck is true. Who called him Yachi Gong? Although there are many sons, most of them are disappointing. Although I rarely interact with Yachi Dream, I don't know if this cousin hasn't seen her in a few years. Is she still not as stubborn as a firewood stick like 4 years ago? But when I saw it today, Yachi Gong almost exclaimed. The women he has seen, there are no 1,000 but 800. Among them, the blonde and blue-eyed people, or those from foreign domain who are covered with body odor, have seen them. But at this time, Yachi still let Yachi Gong instantly put his heart in love. Now it's good. Yachi Lena arrives. That youngster doesn't fall under her pomegranate skirt. That's weird. Yachi Lena is not as cold and arrogant as Jingxiu, nor is it as pretty daughter in a humble family as Zhang Yuao. On the contrary, it has a fatal attraction, charming, and more. There is a kind of elegant and poised temperament. This is unmatched by anyone. While Yachi Gong grinned smirkly while touching his beard, several people had already walked into the living room. Yachi Lena leaned slightly and said, Lena has seen his cousin, and he hasn't seen him in many years, but his cousin is still so heroic. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 819. Ha ha ha. Good younger sister, you really give elder brother a big surprise. Come, sit down. Sit down. Yachi Lena blinked and winked, then chuckled his head lightly. After a few people were seated for the guest and the host, Yachi Gong waved his hand and said, come on, are you ready for the banquet? Go back to Lord, I'm already ready. Hearing this, Yachi Gong got up and said, Lena younger sister is fatigue all the way, let's go. Elder brother has prepared a banquet for you. let's eat and talk. Yachilena actually knew about coming to Chainan for a long time. Although Yachilena disdains it, she has his dream. But when I heard that it was Jiang Feng, Yachilena couldn't sit still. Which one of Jiang Feng's bring in the wine has caused a sensation among the talented and beautiful women in Jiangnan. All women are obsessed with Jiang Feng's poems. Even if a poem of Jiang Feng is introduced into Jiangnan, it will cause a sensational snatch. Although Yachilena is not so exaggerated, but already heartfelt promise. After learning about coming to Chainan from the father, how can Yachilena take care of that many? After learning that Jiang Feng actually has a marriage contract and a Chainan #1 beauty young lady Jingxiu, where can she be indifferent? 3 people are seated. Yachilena asked, sister-in-law, madam, 2 nephews, why didn't they see? The 2 of them have already been on the mountain. Hearing this, although there have been speculations, Yachilena was still a little shocked. I heard Crown Prince and the others. Sound. Just know some things. Also, did your father tell you about this? Where does Yachilena know that, about this? Yachigong will be so cautious, busy and nodded, and his face solemnly said, I can save it. That's good. Come, let's eat. These things, you shouldn't have eaten them. Well, these things are all good things. While speaking, Yachigong pointed to the braised pork on the table, as well as the chicken, as well as all the dishes Jiang Feng made. A little fluttering. Yachilena looked down now. After a while, Yachilena covered his mouth and said with a smile, did my cousin forget a sentence? Chainan beat the drums yesterday, and the lantern season Jiangnan when? Yachigong hearing this, although he doesn't understand these things, but he can understand the meaning of them. It seems that people have already eaten a table of carefully prepared delicacies. Said with a smile. Didn't expect, old brother. I thought I could give you a surprise. Forget it. After you go up the mountain, the youngster will have a lot of things, so I asked him to do it. He'll eat it for you. Cousin. Yachilena covered his mouth and smiled. Yachi madam saw that the topic was brought to this point, and waved his hand. Come on, let's get the jar of wine that lord hid. Woman, obviously it is. Are you hiding it? I'm still wondering where my jar of wine has gone. If I don't hide it, today, what would you do to entertain Lena? Come on, Lena. Let's eat and ignore him. Yachi madam paused Yachilena while asking, Lena, if my sister-in-law doesn't, if you remember it wrong, you are already 18 years old this year. Yachilena is really the first time I have seen this kind of clear water, but it smells sweet and fragrant. Surprised, but when I saw my sister-in-law madam asked, she gave a faint smile. Sister-in-law madam is really memorable. Yachi madam hearing this, the one who is smiling at Yachilena is a bit older than a normal person. Glanced at his chest, nodded satisfied. Come on, let's drink. This thing is only available in a mansion for the time being. It's hard to say whether there is any in other National Duke Mansion and Imperial Palace. Don't you know, this wine, too, it comes from Jiang Feng's youngster. Isn't it? I said he made the beer before this. Hey, when is that all? It's a matter of time. Wait, tomorrow, let's go up the mountain, old brother. I will tell you Jiang Feng, this silly youngster. Come on, let's eat first, finish the meal, and then talk about that youngster. The meeting is something you can't even think of this time, old brother. I've said it to you, but if one thing can be achieved, it still depends on you. Now although the youngster is only a viscount, it's still White Deer Academy of Libation Chancellor of Classical Learning. But old brother dared to make sure that the youngsters staring at the youngster can just line up from here to Mount Q. Yachi Lena still believes this. But at this time, I have a little more knowledge of Jiang Feng's talents, and I can't help but want to see more urgently. Jiang Feng, who are you? Report. At this moment, one was about to enter the living room in a hurry, and then whispered softly in Yachi Gong's ear. In an instant, Yachi Gong's face suddenly changed. Not good. Hearing this, Yachi Lena and Yachi Madam also turned pale with fright. What's the matter? After Yachi Gong waved away and retreated, he said solemnly, remember that youngster's soulmate, right? His fiancée. Now these two little missy actually became sisters. And tomorrow the old scholar from Chenan University will ask them to go up the mountain to take care of Jiang Feng's daily life. Hearing this, Yachi Madam also anxious. He took Yachi Lena's hand and said, go, let's go up the mountain now. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 820. Shiva is miserable. Under Mount Q. I went around for a long time without getting permission to go up the mountain. But Shiva is always happy. He will wait here for a long time every day. When he is hungry, let those passing by to help buy some food. When he is sleepy, he builds a grass shed on the spot. People bought some things and just lived there. Although it's a bit bitter. But watching the endless stream of people going up the mountain every day, listening to them talking about the rumors on the mountain, I am very worried. Shiva is more urgent to go up the mountain. The fatal attraction of Jiang Feng made Shiva forget his identity as a Cambodia prince. Before, he thought that Cambodia prince was the existence of aloof and remote, but since he met Jiang Feng after that, he suddenly felt that Cambodia prince was a fart. Even his father emperor is not even a scum. Of course he dared not say these words in front of others, otherwise, after he returned, at least his legs would be lost. But he doesn't care anymore. As long as he can go up the mountain, go back to Cambodia. I will go back to your second uncle. No reply. Because Jiang Feng has done it again and again, since the white paper and the braised pork called the chicken, he has come up with another good thing. After spending a lot of money to get a cigarette from old Shiva was completely lost. At this time, after all the people who lined up to enter the street market, Shiva sorted it out. The clothes, even the golden leaf he prepared once again clenched in his hand, intending to bribe the guard to let him go up the mountain. Hey, isn't this the little prince of Cambodia? Why do you want to try again today? Ha ha ha. Joke on the guard. In the voice, Shiva saluted with unfamiliar Han Chinese etiquette. Ladies, I really know Dean Jiang, please give me an announcement. How about these deeds for the servants? The guard glanced at Shiva's swollen money bag and then retracted his eyeballs. Looking at Shiva, he put a smile on his face and said, you youngster is not a troublemaker. Since you are watching, you are so sincere, and you have become familiar with me in the past few days, then I will call the shots and let you in. But if you dare to fool around in the mountains, it makes it difficult for me to do it. Let alone you are a Cambodia prince, even you are the king of Cambodia, and I want to interrupt your dog legs. Shiva looked at the guard like a dream. It's been 7 days. All the same words. But these people were killed and refused to let in. They said that this is the secret place of Great Tang. Non-Han people are not allowed to enter. But a few days ago, he watched a group of Western regions enter in. Although those people are in handcuffs and shackles, but they are all in, he can't enter. And he brought all the customs clearance documents, and even let the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments people start the game. The proof, still unable to enter. But now, are you able to get in? Shiva was instantly ecstatic, and squeezed the money bag in his hand to the guard. But the guard glared and waved double-edged saber. What are you doing? What do you think of me as Tang Dynasty? Put away your money bag. If you go up the mountain and the dean really accepts you, you should keep this bag of money. Maybe it's not enough? Shiva doesn't understand what he means. But I still entered Mount Q again and again. He is not a businessman or a student, so naturally he cannot enter here. But for the street market under Mount Q, he has long been expecting it. Shannon, the two major street markets have been figured out a long time ago, which is meaningless. But in contrast, here, although it is one mountain, but there are more people and merchants under this mountain than Chainan City. How can this not make him excited? Guards are stationed at the entrance of Mount Q. If you want to go to Mount Q, you must walk this mountain road that is only 3 feet wide. The straight cliffs on both sides of the mountain road are like door gods. About a mile later, Shiva's eyes suddenly opened up. A burst of clamor continued to pass into Shiva's ears. Fresh fruit. The beer that just arrived. Little brother, taste it. This is brewed by our dean himself. It only costs a penny. The fragrant glutinous rice. The dean's favorite glutinous rice. Come and taste it. It doesn't taste good. Don't pay for it. Shiva walks as he walks. Look. It's as strange as a wild child in the mountains entering the city. Street market is huge. On both sides of a mountain road with no end in sight, all densely packed are houses built of red bricks that Shiva has never seen before, and some are built of wood and bamboo, and the ground is also I don't know what I used to make it as hard as a stone, and there are smooth stones of different colors inlaid on it, and it looks pretty good on the whole. On this path, although the vendors are crowded, no one dares to spit on this road and throw away rubbish. Even if there is a trace of tree leaves, some people take the initiative to pick it up. This makes Shiva even more curious. The most important thing is, everyone here basically has a cigarette in his mouth. Stride proudly ahead when walking, while people who don't smoke just hurried past with their heads hung down. This can't help but make Shiva more curious. Holding a foreign merchant, curiously asked, "This old brother, why do these people have cigarettes in their mouths? Why do people who have no cigarettes lower their heads?" The foreign merchant first looked at the monster and looked like him, not dressed as a Chinese, then said weirdly, "Youngster, give me a cigarette, I will tell you." "Shiva, where is there a cigarette?" "Hurry up." From the purse he took out a golden leaf, and the man looked around like a thief, and then put it in his sleeve pretending to be nonchalant. "Youngster, this Mount Q is not a man if he doesn't smoke. Do you understand? Smoke-free people don't deserve to stay at Mount Q. Old elder brother, I would advise you, there is a store specializing in cigarettes at the door of the food factory over there. Go and buy a box, otherwise you will be drowned if you stay for a long time!" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 821. There is still this rule? Shiva was shocked, and hurriedly asked again, "Old brother, who is the best rule?" "I knew the hospital before for a long time, I also saw him not like this person." The silly youngster was surprised to hear that this silly youngster actually knew Jiang Feng. After looking up and down Shiva, he seemed to believe it. He said unbelievably, "You know the dean?" "We all know the dean. I talked to the dean a few days ago." "But what's the matter?" "This rule is not the dean's rule. It's all people here spontaneously set rules, and don't throw rubbish on the ground, if you show it to others." Hearing this, Shiva hurriedly asked, "What will happen?" The traitor laughed, "You have to lick all the floor here with your tongue before you stop." Shiva hearing this was shocked. "What is this rules?" "This is not a rule." Foreign merchant pointed to the ground and said, "Do you know what this is?" "This is a cement that Lord Dean has spent so much effort on. It's also called concrete. It's convenient for me to wait for it to be used. It's not on the mountain yet, so I'll get it out first." "What is this?" "If we don't comply, let alone the people on the mountain, the merchants here will have to kill those who don't follow the rules." This Shiva was completely shocked. He has seen the charm of Jiang Feng. But what is this? Jiang Feng didn't say a word. These people are so crazy to abide by. and even set a rule to restrain themselves. No wonder everyone here is like this. This is the kind of tolerance a man should have. Shiva's eyes burst into hot rays of light. After thanking the foreign merchant, he tremblingly walked towards the mountain gate. Foreign merchant smacked, glanced at Shiva, then touched the golden leaf in the embroidered robe, chuckled and said, "I am another stupid rich man. Do you think this mountain is so good?" The people at street market are very disciplined. Before, they needed people to maintain law and order, but, since Jiang Feng built 2 commercial streets named Mount Qa for the people here, the silhouettes of the people who kept the law and order here before have disappeared. Don't ask why. Where is this place? This is Mount Qa. Who dares not abide by the rules here? Then where can he be accommodated here? If you don't kill him, it all depends on the dean's magnanimity. After saying goodbye to the foreign merchant, Shiva wandered around the street market, especially when he went to the door of the food factory and spent 10 cents on buying 10 cigarettes. Bottom line, looking at a winding, wide avenue made by cement leading to the top of the mountain, and a 3-foot wide mountain gate built on the edge of the food factory and between another mountain col, I couldn't help but feel even more shocked. The mountain gate is very casual. Use 2 5-Shanghai boulders naturally peeled off from the mountain, cross each other, and then make the mountain gate made of bricks and the cement a little more firmly. On top of the mountain gate, on the 2 boulders, on one side it reads "Hengbrows are cold to 1,000 husbands," and on the other side it says "Bowing its head and willing to be a ox," and where the 2 boulders intersect, there is a lifelike stone sculpture of a white deer. The next book is White Deer Academy of Classical Learning 4 characters. The mountain gate looks like a natural formation. It makes people feel he's extraordinary and majestic the moment he sees this mountain gate. At the entrance, a long line has been lined up for a long time, and on a small house at the entrance of the mountain, there is a white paper delisting written on it, and the letter White Deer Academy of Classical Learning Registration Office, the words. And around this house, a group of robust men with 5 big and 3 thick bodies, or crippled bodies, with pairs of falcon-like eyes, scan back and forth on these people. The people waiting in line to go up the mountain are listening to me. Anyone who carries a sharp weapon, or someone who is unruly, or who lives in Chaya and others, will give me off immediately. If you find out that there is a slight abnormality, I invite you to drink a bowl of tea in the nearby barracks. The group of teenagers who are about to go up the mountain are trembling all over hearing this. Go to the military camp for tea? Who dares to go? I'm afraid it's going to die, but it's not going back. Shiva watched and listened, but nodded. After an hour, with the flow of people, it was finally Shiva's turn. Shiva quickly handed over the token. Shiva, Cambodia, not a Han Chinese. The man who was missing an ear and had a scar on his face glanced at Shiva's voucher. His face flashed abruptly. There was a chill. Youngster, immediately get rid of Lao Tzu, and people outside the party will dare to go up the mountain. If you dare to entangle here, Lao Tzu will cut you down. I don't see the perfectly clear written here. Anyone except Han Chinese not allowed to go up the mountain? Shiva, hearing this moment, complexion greatly changed. And just now, the guard who sent Shiva into the mountain did not know when, came behind Shiva, patted Shiva on the shoulder, and said, "Old son, this is the meaning of the above. Let him in." The above. These people belong to Nu Jinda, and only General Nu dared to give orders to anyone who can make a foreign race go up the mountain in one sentence, and the Scarface couldn't help but stamped his handprint on Shiva's letter of introduction, and threw it to Shiva. Next. And Shiva rushed towards that after the guard thanked him, and then happily boarded the gate. Standing at the gate of the mountain, Shiva looked up at the faintly discernible building on Mount Qa, and couldn't help but speed up the heartbeat. White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, Shiva is here. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 822. Jiang Feng has been too lazy to relax for the past 2 days. I was soaking in the forge all day, not knowing what I was tinkering with, which made Cheng Chumo mad. Especially Cheng Chumo has been smoking cigarettes all day since he got Zhang Feng's sunglasses, and he has restored the appearance of the four great demon kings of Chainan in the past, sitting on the sliding pole, patrolling the construction site. At this time, Cheng Chumo had just finished patrolling the construction site and sat down on the recliner, and instantly the recliner let out an unpleasant groan. It seems that at the next moment, the recliner is about to fall apart, and Li Chengqian, who is looking at the new textbook in shock, has a big jump. Ian Knox, your uncle, get me up. If you break this thing, Feng Tsai will have to work hard for you when you come back. And the thing on your eyes, give me. Previous sentence. Li Chengqian is still talking about business. But the latter sentence made Cheng Chumo couldn't help but quickly put his sunglasses into his arms. No, don't give me anything. When Li Chengqian saw it, he looked around and said while staring, I will let you take it. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo reluctantly handed the sunglasses to Li Chengqian, and muttered, as far as his mother knows, use his identity to press people. I press you, what's the matter? Not convinced? Serve. I'll take it. Cheng Chumo hurriedly begged for mercy. This sunglasses was made by Zhang Feng before looking for a locksmith at the foot of the mountain, but since going up the mountain, I don't know if I forgot about this thing, or I've never seen it before. Cheng Chumo started to think badly. Several people know it, but Zhang Feng has always been there, and it is difficult for a few people to compete. I can only stare at Cheng Chumo with jealous neck and thick neck, pretending to be forced everywhere. Ian Knox, don't be like this all day. If one day my dad goes up the mountain to meet you, your youngster will wait to go home and lie down for a month. Li Chengqian warned Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo hearing this was startled. He hurriedly got up and asked, Master Li went up the mountain? No, but it should be coming soon. This thing should be used by both Lord Li and Old Lord Li. It's on, so you youngster give us a little leisure, otherwise when the time comes brothers get tired. See if we don't beat you to death. Zhang Sanchong was smoking a cigarette while shaking Erlang legs. At this time, Cheng Chumo was deeply sighed in relief, smoking his flue. I thought it was coming. It would be nice not to come. Anyway, the sunglasses are now in Li Qian's hands, so it's the same. He first. Sunglasses? It's this time. Zhang Feng and Gao Can entered the living room. They heard the sunglasses before entering the door, and they couldn't help but ask in surprise. But at the next moment, Zhang Feng glared at Li Qian's eyes. Okay Li Qian, when did your youngster learn to steal things? Where did Li Chengqian know that Zhang Feng was back at this time, and quickly took off his sunglasses and pointed at Cheng Chumo. It's him. This is what I just came over, and this youngster stole it. Zhang Feng hearing this, watching everyone see, at this time Wai Shu and Nujinda's sons see each other and the others unanimously pointed to Cheng Chumo, and even the two brothers Yuchi, who had been wearing a pair of pants with him, betrayed Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but instantly his head was as big as a fight. Feng Tsai, listen to me, this thing is really not what you think. I ask you, I heard someone in the past 2 days, people who have been sitting on sliding poles and wearing sunglasses to patrol the construction site. Don't you tell them that it is you? Zhang Feng asked Cheng Chumo, staring at him. Cheng Chumo's expression stagnated. Which bastard barking everywhere? Cheng Chumo defended with blinking eyes. Feng Tsai, don't believe the rumors, these are all rumors. Lao Tzu, no, where did I do this? Question mark. Zhang Feng rolled the eyes. Don't quibble me, this is what Mr. Boshi said. Is it wrong? Although Mr. Boshi did not name who it is, it seems that it is your youngster. Cheng Chumo still wants to quibble, but Zhang Feng has said everything. What else did he say? Go and beat Mr. Boshi. He dare? Until his fist went down, his father dared to slash him. Cheng Chumo couldn't help being confused. Zhang Feng is so annoyed that he wants to beat people. Such a trend cannot be promoted. Otherwise, when the time comes, everyone will follow the trend. So how about this mountain? Okay, there are no palanquins or sliding poles on the mountainside today, unless they are sick and unable to walk, or they are Mr. Boshi's sage, No one is allowed to sit. I leave this to Li Qian. If anyone dares to sit, let him roll down the mountain to kill the pigs." When Cheng Chumo learned that Jiang Feng hadn't said anything, he smiled instantly. But Jiang Feng's next sentence made him fall into the bottom in an instant. "Your youngster seems to be too powerful lately." "Okay, I have arranged for someone to inform old docs. Tomorrow your youngster will go to the military camp at the foot of the mountain." "I heard that, General Cheng Yojin. What are you doing inside the military training that I said before? You go and train me for a month, or you can go home directly." "Huh?" Cheng Chumo hearing this, the complexion greatly changed instantly. He had been to his father's barracks, where the perverted things Jiang Feng made, and the tortured wish one were dead, known as the barracks, than squatting. The dungeon is also a painful criminal law. Does this let him go? This is not to let it go. Unfortunately, Cheng Chumo grabbed Jiang Feng and was crying. "Feng Tsai, we are brother. Why should brother embarrass him?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 823. And the others hearing this, can't help but turn pale with fright. Yachi Bailin and the brothers are nothing, just sticking to Cheng Chumo's back in silence. "Well, Feng Tsai, this barracks is not accessible to anyone. Just let this youngster go. If this youngster goes, you must lose a layer of skin." Li Chenqian hurriedly advised Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng waved his hand, but Cheng Chumo didn't let go. He hugged Jiang Feng's legs, and Jiang Feng only rolled his eyes. "You let me go." "No, if you don't agree, I won't let go." "Hey, I'm on a horse, you will I loosen it Philosi?" "Not loose, unless you don't let me go down the mountain. I drafted the uncle, my leg is going to be broken for you." 1 inch. Jiang Feng struggled painfully and shouted. Li Chenqian saw Jiang Feng flushed and turned pale with fright, and hurriedly stepped forward with Yuki's 2 brothers, and then opened Cheng Chumo. Jiang Feng was lying on the recliner, and Wai Shu and Zhang Sunchong hurriedly through Jiang Feng's leg. Jiang Feng changed his breath and said, "I heard old docs say that this is what Lord Zhang Sun meant." His Imperial Majesty knew about the military affairs of our academy, so only is really, so important things. He actually stabbed his Imperial Majesty, and now his Imperial Majesty is interested and wants to see the results. So he ordered, "Let old docs bring me a message. Let me call someone. We have good conditions to drive it. If you don't go, do you want Dang?" Cheng Chumo hearing this, pointed out the door. "Go, you got this stuff out." "Yes. Who are you not going to?" Jiang Feng rolled the eyes. "Fuck off. Don't you want to join the army?" To put it bluntly, I tailored it for you, or you, like Li Qian and Du Darbing, give it to me within half a month. Recite the multiplication and division table, otherwise, just troll me down! Customized for them. Cheng Chumo, Wai Shu and Nu Jianu Yachi, 2 brothers hearing this, their eyes brightened instantly. But when they thought of the miserable appearance in the barracks, everyone was frustrated. "Iron Ox, do you want the heavy cavalry? Do you want to be the first to impervious to sword and spear, shield and armor?" "Big fool, Chong Tsai. Do you want the exclusive weapon that I am going to make for you? And, Dean, I want it." Do not wait for Jiang Feng to finish. Gao Can grabbed Jiang Feng's shoulder with excitement. Jiang Feng sucked in a cold breath. His hands slapped the thing that clamped his neck desperately. After a long time, Jiang Feng came to the reaction and glared at Gao Can and said, "Mother, I will make another rule. Who dares to touch me in the future, I will let him never even think about it in his life." What he wants to learn. Gao Can hearing this was shocked and was about to kneel down in a hurry, but when he thought of Jiang Feng's previous rules, 2 lines of tears were squeezed out. Jiang Feng feels soft when he sees it. Go, if you want that stuff, go with Iron Ox. When the time comes back every night, Lao Tzu is teaching you something more profound! Everyone is hearing this. Jiang Feng actually wants to teach private life. His eyes widened instantly. Everyone knows that Jiang Feng's Book of War and the training method are only half, more expensive stuff. This youngster is reluctant to take it out. Now you actually want to pass it to Cheng Chumo. The 2 brothers Yachi Bailin could not help hurriedly said, "Feng Tsai, I want to go. I am not afraid of hardship. Press go. I will go too. Feng Tsai. Dang! Exclamation mark. I, dang! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the eyes of Wai Shu and the others were all staring out, one by one vying for fear. Cheng Chumo only realized later and was about to hug his legs, but was kicked flying by Wai Shu and Zhang Sun Chong. Feng Tsai. I didn't say I can't go. Cheng Chumo wants to cry without tears. Zhang Feng looked at everyone with satisfaction and said, don't worry, Gao Can, Ian Knox, Nu Xiao, and Yilin, you three go first, otherwise you will all leave, and this mountain will not work. Hearing this, several people named by Zhang Feng are cheering excitedly, but Wai Shu and the others are regretful. Go, go. Get out of here now. When Zhang Feng saw a few people become seizures, he hurried them out and waited for a few people to wail like ghosts, and after the howl like wolves ran away, Zhang Feng took out wooden boxes from his arms thief-like, and lost one of them. Come on, this thing. God's one for each person. Everyone opened the box curiously, and saw that there were actually brand new sunglasses lying inside. Can't help but get very excited. But how does Wai Shu and the others care about this? Quickly asked Feng Tsai. The custom-made weapon you said. Hearing this, Wai Shu and the others almost hugged Zhang Feng. Take a bite. When Zhang Feng saw this, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Both, I will give you a surprise during the Chinese New Year. Don't worry now. This thing is not available for a while. When I'm free, I will tailor it to you, okay? And at this moment, Cheng Chumo went and returned and said, Feng Tsai is over. The silly that your youngster pitied before youngster is here again. I'm here to trouble you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 824. Zhang Feng hearing this, a little confused. What? When did I cheat others? Zhang Feng really can't remember this. While asking curiously, he got up and walked out the door. Cheng Chumo blocked Zhang Feng and said, isn't it the man named Shiva? Did you forget? Li Chengqian hearing this, could not help but flashed through his mind Shiva looked like. He asked with a weird face, then what did the youngster go up the mountain? How did he go up the mountain? Cheng Chumo shrugged. I heard that it was Uncle Nu who called up the mountain. Hearing this, Li Chengqian suddenly looked at Zhang Feng with a strange expression on his face. Although Zhang Feng doesn't know this mountain, it has become a forbidden place in the imperial court. If there are not a few generals or Li Chengqian's guards and Jinwu guards' approval, or there is no special certificate, no one can get a point, let alone foreigners. Foreigners, either really businessmen with a clear source, or slaves. None of the others are allowed to enter. It was set up by Li Shimin after Zhang Feng encountered Taoist immortal anointing before. An unwritten rule, if anyone breaks through, kill, no matter who it is. Even Li Chengqian would lose his head if he dared to trespass without permission. Furthermore, this Shiva was smashed by Zhang Feng before. Now, what is he doing up the mountain? Isn't he the last time I heard that he came to Great Tang for help? I've been asking for all this. Don't you want to leave? What do you want? Could it be that you really came to Feng Tsai to recover your previous losses, right? This dignified crown prince of a country will not be so poor, right? Li Chengqian couldn't guess what the youngster was thinking. He couldn't help but looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled look and asked, should I go out and drive this youngster down the mountain? Zhang Feng hearing this said, what? I think about it now. It is the little rich man from Cambodia. Now I know that we are short of money. This is here to give us money. What are you going to do? Walk around and invite me in? Zhang Feng really remembered this youngster, but when he thought of the last time, Zhang Feng became enthusiastic again. Good job. It's just saying what's the matter, am short of money. Here it comes. Will not wait for Zhang Feng to finish. I saw Shiva in a purple robe, led by Cheng Chumo, into Zhang Feng's small living room. As soon as he entered the door, Shiva first glanced at the simple furnishings in the room with a puzzled look, and then looked at it. Li Chengqian and the others respectfully saluted. Shiva has met Dean Zhang Feng. Ha ha ha, it turns out that it is your youngster. Come on, take a seat, Ian Knox, Cheng Chumo hearing this pointed to his nose and walked out of the room depressed. Gao Kan and Yochi Balin ran away. Now, how did you find yourself in matters related to your classmates? But depressed go to depressed. But when someone was going to lose his blood, Cheng Chumo came in. At this time, in the room, Li Chengqian and several people were sitting right now, smoking cigarettes. Look steadily forward, their bodies erect. At first, Zhang Feng wanted to greet them and introduce them to each other, but as soon as they looked at each of them, they were too lazy to introduce them. A glance at Shiva's swollen money bag, Zhang Feng smiled happily. Why are you here all the way? I heard that Cambodia is in trouble now, isn't it? What's the matter? Isn't it serious? Hearing this, Shiva's face is bitter. This is exactly one of his purposes. Brother Zhang Feng doesn't know anything, the damn India doesn't know what cramps, and launched an army of 300,000 so-called, come to the palace. I am Cambodia, frankly, I am suffering from Cambodia. Zhang Feng hearing this, again and again nodded. Who said no? This India is really dumb. If I have 100,000 troops in my hands now, no, if there are 50,000 people, I will definitely take someone to do it for you. But how, elder brother? I'm just a weak scholar. Weak scholar. Li Chengqian and the others heard the embarrassing cancer. Are you worthy? Shiva hearing this is even more excited. Brother Zhang, just have your words. This time I come to Great Tang. I am asking for help from the wise emperor his majesty. Look at while speaking Shiva glancing at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian pretended not to see. Shiva continued, but 10 days have passed, and I still haven't seen Great Tang. There is no sign. Brother I worry, if the delay continues, my Cambodia will perish. Brother Zhang, you have many ideas, can you give me Cambodia a way to survive? See you. Shiva hurriedly put a golden leaf in his hand. The money bag was placed on a tea table next to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced, pretending to be warm and angry. What are you doing? Take it back soon. We are the brother, I should have watched and helped each other. Shiva hearing this, I really thought that Zhang Feng was incomparably clean, so he tried to take the wallet back, but before he could grab the wallet, Zhang Feng said, but for your youngster's sincerity, then I will accept it. That's it. Li Chengqian just wanted to punch someone. Where did Nu Jianu and Yachi Boki meet Zhang Feng? I always heard how awesome Zhang Feng is before, but now I have a look. What is this? Isn't this fucking just the market ruffian? Is this still the legendary Zhang Feng? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 825. Shiva was confused by Zhang Feng, but after seeing Zhang Feng accept it, I felt confident. There is a way to solve the Cambodia problem this time. Sure enough, after Zhang Feng received the money, Shiva hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang, then tell me, how can Cambodia resist the 300,000 army now? No need to resist. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Oh? Shiva was surprised, and hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang has any good ideas? If I can solve my Cambodia's dilemma, my Cambodia will definitely give it a gift. Thinking about it, Shiva clenched the teeth and said, we are willing to take out all the profits from Great Tang commerce, for half a year. Hiss. Li Chengqian hearing this, couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. Half a year earnings? Although the price is very low now, Li Chengqian knows that every transaction is worth tens of thousands of tals of gold. In the past 6 months, won't you get 60,000 tals of gold? Question mark. This damn, hasn't you already given a solution? This is simply a scam. Li Chengqian couldn't wait to slap himself, and Dugu and Waishu and the others looked ugly at this time as if they had eaten shit. 60,000 tals of gold. It's not for him. Just like this youngster got it into trouble. They already knew Shiva was blocked out. If they knew this youngster was so generous, where would they let it go? Zhang Feng glanced at a few people and didn't shake them. Instead, Shiva looked at a few people in amazement. Only Li Chengqian had seen these people, although he was surprised why he was here. But Shiva is not a fool. People didn't say it, but he said it was not good. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't speak, Shiva said with some worry, Brother Zhang, this is the greatest authority I can call the shots of brother, so you can treat me as a pity for Cambodia. Can you help us? What if I like the jade stone jewelry from last time? On your wedding day, can I send you 10 cars? Puff. Lee Chenkian and the others rubbed his chest tightly with both hands, desperately holding back the urge to vomit blood. 10 cars. My mother. Picked goods. You are a big one. Several people in the heart couldn't help cursing Jiang Feng angrily, and even wondering how much Jiang Feng would get when the time comes. Jiang Feng, hearing this, sighed. It's all brother. What do you say about this? It's a good deal. For the sake of brother, let's tell you about it now. P. Shiva immediately sat in danger. Jiang Feng coughed, lit a cigarette, and then gave Shiva one. But Jiang Feng's fingers were shaking at this time. This 300,000 army, if I expected it. Well, 200,000 of them are Turkic people. You don't know. I listened to this mount. The merchant in Q Street Market said that Turkic dispatched 200,000 people, but the whereabouts of these 200,000 people were unknown. Then there was civil strife in Tibet, and then there was another riot in India. Think about it. Tuhan, Tibet, India, are all suffering from the erosion of the emotional intelligence of the locust plague, and 300,000 people are dispatched inside. Where will that many people be dispatched if the stomach is not full? Shiva, hearing this, I couldn't help but frowned and thought about it, and then nodded. Jiang Feng took a puff of cigarette and raised Erlang's legs and said, besides other things, you are Cambodia prince. You should have countless spies in the country, right? India's real army number, you should actually know it in your mind. And this disaster, you also know why he suddenly put pressure on Cambodia. But how long has it been? It is still only slowly eating away at the border. If there are really 31 Dajan, he wants to destroy you, and it only takes 5 days. But think about it, why doesn't he do it? Shiva, hearing this, his face turned pale. Jiang Feng said a little, that's all right. It's really like this. Shiva could not help but hurriedly asked again, brother Jiang, what does India mean? Then you mean, these 300,000 people, of which 200,000 are all is it a soldier from Turkic? Jiang Feng nodded. I took out a piece of white cigarette paper, then took out a bamboo stick, burned it on an oil lamp, and drew a picture on the paper. Look, this is your Cambodia. On the top is me, Great Tang, and who is on the left? Tibet is on the left. Now Tibet is in civil strife. You encountered this in Cambodia, and Turkic dispatched people again. But I am Great Tang on Long Eu Road now. It's okay. Why is this? Shiva stared at the map and fell into deep thought. Lee Chenkian and the others couldn't hold it anymore. Come forward too. Jiang Feng beckons with the hand. Let everyone get closer before poking the bamboo sticks on the words Great Tang and saying, it's because they don't know what Great Tang wants help someone. So they dare not launch a full-scale war. So, I said you don't need to worry. There is a huge monster Great Tang. India really dare not move. Now who doesn't know you? Cambodia was it my Great Tang? He dared to take action, so he had to weigh Great Tang's revenge, and frankly, Great Tang has already dispatched an army. Great Tang is dispatched? Question mark. Why don't I know? Shiva was completely stunned by Jiang Feng's words. Quickly asked, brother Jiang, this matter is very important. So please don't joke, brother Jiang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 826. Great Tang delays for a day, and his Cambodia suffers for a day. Although Jiang Feng is right, at this time, the Indian army really didn't have the action of the whole army to attack, but this knife on the head, no one dares to care about it, right? Seeing that Shiva didn't believe him, Jiang Feng didn't speak, but smoked instead. Shiva is anxious. Shiva, who has had a lesson, doesn't know what Jiang Feng is going to do. Clenched the teeth, after feeling in his arms for a long time, he found out a piece of amber pendant, and handed it to Jiang Feng distressedly. Brother Jiang is the favorite thing in front of the imperial consort mother. I still hope brother Jiang will smile and accept it. Smile and accept, remaining the relics before his life. Jiang Feng's face turned black, and he said eloquently, Shiva, Do you think that Jiang Feng is who? This thing is a relic given to you by your mother. And where is this? This is the academy. Jiang Feng hates the kind of person who doesn't observe filial piety the most in my life. You dare to give your birth mother to you? Dare to give away the relics? Come and see you off. Oh, how about you being a person? Li Chengqian can't stand it anymore. She slapped her face and walked out of the living room in pain. Dugu and the others are instead with keen interest pleasure. Shiva was shocked. She was scared to cry by Jiang Feng, and she hurriedly put away the pendant. This was the only way to persuade Jiang Feng, and Jiang Feng said, if you have something, you can just say it. Don't take any precious things at all times. I am ashamed of Jiang Feng. Okay, let's talk about this, lest you sleep and eat. As far as I know, 10 days ago, the palace issued 10 secret orders, ordering the soldiers from the prefectures along the Longyu Road to go to Kush city. This is the reason why the 300,000 troops of India did not dare to move! Kush city? Shiva was taken aback. But I don't understand it anymore. Jiang Feng saw Shiva with a bewildered look and asked idiot questions. He waved his hand and said, I have a strategy in the Great Tang Book of War, called relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers. Did you know? Shiva shook his head in confusion. Jiang Feng is a little frustrated, his toes almost cut out a big hole on the floor, and pointed to Dugu and said, Darbing, come and tell him. Dugu lightly lit a cigarette and said slowly, actually, this matter is very simple. Whether the 300,000 people belong to Turkey or not, now, there is no way to check the matter. And there is no need to check it. He also asked me Great Tang for help before Tibet, so His Imperial Majesty pondered that there is something strange about this. If the troops are divided to rescue, what about Turkic? Finally, Feng Tsai came up with a strategy and sent troops directly to Kush city. On the map, Kush city can enter Turkic, the next day it can go directly to India, and the right can drive to Wuhan and Tibet directly. In this way, 3 under the same rule, no matter what little action they have, they dare not make it again. Do you think that under the keen gaze of these Great Tang, India, they dare not want the royal capital, and forcefully enter Cambodia? Finally, Shiva's face slowly became excited. At this time, he finally wanted to understand why those Indians, who obviously have such a big advantage, are just wandering on the border. This is not clear about the movements of the Great Tang army. But it's not a solution to this consumption. Quickly asked, then, it's not a way to consume it like this. Why don't the warriors of Great Tang drive India directly? You think too much. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, just remember, at this time, you should do what Cambodia should do, and treat it as if nothing happened. There must be India's eyeliner in your country. If you show nothing, then the frontier warfare will surely break itself. Is it all right? Shiva was stunned. But I don't know if what Jiang Feng said is right. However, since Jiang Feng has said so, Shiva only needs a letter to know if what Jiang Feng said is right. But in the past 10 days, the Cambodian border is the 100,000 Indian army if the offense has already been offensive. How can you wait for the present? Now it seems that this is really what Jiang Feng said, and this person just said ... These all are Brother Zhang's strategy. Could it be that Brother Zhang has not done any research on this military aspect? Shiva's eyes flashed with excitement. Brother Zhang, if this matter comes true, brother, I will have a big reward. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Nothing say. This time it will be a good deed. However, Jiang Feng did not almost laugh when he thought of the total national foreign trade revenue for half a year. Okay, we are all brothers, and it's almost done. Okay, if it's okay, you can go back and have a look, but I really like the green stuff I brought last time. Shiva, hearing this, slapped his chest and said, if Brother Jiang likes it, I will send someone back to Cambodia tomorrow and I will give you a favor. Here comes the car. A car. Dugu is also a little choked. This is less than 1 hour. How many good things did Jiang Feng's scam? Too much. It's what a damn local tyrant. Jiang Feng has no expression on his face. After all, He has a thick skin and is naturally immune to everything. Thank you, Brother Shiva first. But when Shiva saw Jiang Feng about to slip away, he hurriedly said, Brother Jiang, I have something to ask for my brother. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 827. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with alert for an instant. But I still sat down and greeted Shiva enthusiastically. Then he smiled and asked, Brother, what do you say? If anything, we can help you. We will definitely help you. Really? Do you think Jiang Feng is the kind of person who takes money? No. Is it someone who doesn't count? Shiva, hearing this, hurriedly asked, I want to come to the academy to study. I don't know. You What did you What did you say? You say it again? Jiang Feng some felt that they didn't hear clearly, and asked in surprise. Shiva said stupidly, I want to visit Brother your door. Wait, we have to discuss this matter. I don't know when. Li Chenqian immediately rushed in and interrupted Shiva with a solemn expression, and said, You should know the Great Tang regulations, any academy, and you must not take in foreigners under any pretext. I don't know. Does Shiva Crown Prince know? Shiva was shocked at hearing this, and his face instantly became embarrassed. He really doesn't know about this. Jiang Feng also didn't expect such a thing. But after thinking about it carefully, during the Tang dynasty's Engwan period, it seemed that there was no such regulation. Only in the Wu Zixin period did it seem to have slowly acquiesced to this kind of thing. Shiva also knows that things are a little difficult. I had to clasp my fists and walked out of the small wood house. The biggest purpose of his coming here is to learn everything about Great Tang and then benefit Cambodia. If he doesn't even learn Jiang Feng's ability, then he is unwilling. Shiva is actually ambitious, but at this time, as soon as he closed the door, Li Chenqian looked at Jiang Feng solemnly and asked, Feng Tsai, just now you have to think carefully about what you are talking about. If you blindly accept him, then someone from Dali Temple will invite you to have tea tomorrow. Although Li Chenqian knows Shiva must have the Father Emperor's acquiescence to be able to go up the mountain in full view, but he did not give any advice on how to do it. Obviously, he wanted Jiang Feng to make the decision by himself. Jiang Feng curiously asked, then, is there any way to seize this legal system? Jiang Feng has nothing to do with whether Shiva is accepted or not, but when he thinks of the 10th level, the treasure of the car, and the profit of the 6 months, he was greedy. Who makes him poor now? Jiang Feng's question really stumped Li Chenqian, and he asked hurriedly, Darbing, you are more familiar with these things. You can think about it and see if there is any way. There is a way, but it depends on whether this Shiva Crown Prince is willing or not. The moustache on Duga touched the chin, frowned and said, if there is a mountain the merchant can stay, and the other is the slave. If Shiva is willing to be Feng Xi's slave, he will come to the mountain as a slave, then it will be fine. But the slave is not qualified to enter school. You don't know. Li Chenqian interrupted Dugu. Dugu glanced at Jiang Feng and said, who said that? Look at Feng Tsai. Now everyone who runs this academy can go to the academy to study. This regulation will work for him. Look at it. How many slaves are there in the academy now? While speaking, Dugu took a cigarette from Jiang Feng's bookcase and took a picture of a thick roster. Up to now, the academy has 2,003 people. More than half of these people are slaves. What do you think? Li Chenqian stopped. So many. Although I don't know if it's right to do this, Yu Shinan and the others haven't read the roster yet. He doesn't dare to speak arrogantly. Unfortunately, Li Chenqian looked at Jiang Feng and asked, do you ask Mr. Bossy about this matter? Why do you ask them? This academy is me. Yes, I want to do it this way. So how do I do it? As for asking them, besides, what happened to the slave status? Is it that slave status is not human in your eyes? Don't forget that your own identity is also a business status, and I remember, there are precedents before. The slaves have passed Imperial Civil Service examination graduate in high school, and look at the Confucian scholars in the world, how many of them are from poor families? In that case, Li Chenqian really has nothing to say. However, he always felt that this matter was a bit sloppy. I think this matter should be discussed with Mr. Boshi at the very least, Otherwise, if the Confucian scholars come to make trouble, even if the imperial palace doesn't want to control it, nothing can be done. This white deer Academy of Classical Learning, when the time comes, will become the target of public criticism. This Zhang Feng also really didn't expect this. He always remembered that when he told Old Scholar about this before, Old Scholar didn't say anything. Although I can't see through Old Scholar, many people seem to know the great Confucian province of Old Scholar. Then he didn't say anything. Mr. Boshi, what can they say? Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little irritable. Thank you. Go and ask Mr. Boshi, I'm waiting here. I'm so annoying. Li Chengqian hearing this, and then he hurried out of the small wood house. Child. When I left the house, I ignored Shiva and hurriedly ran towards the waterfall, and Shiva's body, which was giving a gift to the air, was stiff in the air. After Li Chengqian left, Shiva's eyes couldn't help flashing a touch of loneliness. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 828. Yu Xinan is very excited these days, but it is also a headache in the face of countless Confucian scholars' reprimands. In addition to Zhang Feng's letters, this youngster is currently not doing his job properly. He is in the forge all day and doesn't know what he is doing. Finally, the white paper is done. No one is seen here again. While drinking tea, several people watched the distant waterfall chanting poems against each other, and smiled and touched the white paper, dipping in their mouths from time to time. Only then did he let out a satisfactory admiration. The white paper seems to be very fragrant. At this moment, Li Chengqian's voice slowly appeared in front of the bamboo house, which made several people surprised. Student Li Qian has seen a few gentlemen. Li Chengqian still pays attention to etiquette. When there is no one, he is the image of noble son. Yu Xinan and the others satisfied nodded. Get up, sit down. Li Chengqian is also welcome. Just after sitting down, Yu Xinan asked again, look at your face. Could it be that the youngster rushed again? What's wrong? Li Chengqian's face trembled. I just wanted to say something, but now I can't say anything at all. Hurry up. Where is this? Nothing happened to Feng Tsai, but seeing Li Chengqian hesitating, Ouyang Zun glanced at him. The small stove slammed and said, just tell me, don't hesitate, what kind of style? Just one sentence. You are the crown prince. You have to pay attention to the appearance of the imperial family. Li Chengqian also noticed the meaning of their words, and couldn't help touching his nose, and said, just now, Cambodia Crown Prince Shiva went up the mountain. Oh, it's not just one little crown prince? Ouyang Zun was about to say something, but he seemed to think of something strange. Lifts the head. He looked at Li Chengqian and said, would you tell the old man that Crown Prince also knows Zhang Feng? Right? Hearing this, Sun Semi-Ao Chu Siliang and the others also raised their heads in surprise and stared at Li Chengqian. In his cognition, one is a sluggard who just walked out of the house and wants to start a career, and the other is prince of a foreign race. Is it possible that these two people have an intersection? Li Chengqian also shared the bizarre experiences of the two to everyone in detail, and could not help but the faces of Ouyang Zun and the others were wonderful. So this youngster is still a big trick. The ancients are sincere and I can't be deceived. Why can't this youngster do it? I just want to do it. Okay, no one is perfect, don't criticize him so badly, after all, this youngster is also very good. Sun Simi-Ao hurriedly got up and played the round, which made several people stop. He criticized Zhang Feng. And then Sun Simi-Ao asked, then Shiva went up the mountain this time, but because of Cambodia's siege, it would be okay if it was really just for this. Li Chengqian smiled bitterly. This youngster walked in Chainan City for 10 days, and didn't do anything during these 10 days, so he went and checked everything Feng Tsai had made. He squatted down the mountain for a long time. This time he was able to go up the mountain. Probably because of my father's intention, and he wanted to study at the academy as soon as he went up the mountain. Bada. Hearing this, the small spoon in Ouyang Zun's hand flicked and fell on the teapot. The handle of the exquisite teapot was instantly broken. He wants to be admitted to the hospital to study? Finally, Ouyang and the others reflected, and at the next moment, several people could not help but ask in unison in shock said, "The youngster said that? Has he promised?" Li Chengqian couldn't help but secretly said in one's heart. This is not only a law, but it is also not allowed by the great Tang legal system. Su Rian said that Zhang Feng broke the convention, but this is not my own conception, and they are still not allowed to do it. Things that go beyond common sense. In their opinion, foreigners want to learn Chinese information. What is the difference with stealing? At this time, what a few people are most concerned about is whether Zhang Feng agrees or not. Once the youngster agrees, then you are talking about it. Zhang Feng, did the bastard agree? Ouyang asked hurriedly, ignoring the teapot that had been with him for 10 years. This is a matter of their reputation. Once the youngster really agrees, then their reputation will be lost here. Li Chengqian was rather calm. Seeing a few people was anxious, then he said, "A few gentlemen don't want to be anxious. This matter is temporarily suppressed by me, waiting for a few people to discuss in the past. What are you waiting for? Walk." Ouyang hearing this hurriedly got up, carried his hands and walked outside. When Yushinan saw this, they hurriedly put away the paper in their hands, and then followed Ouyang. On seeing Li Chengqian, he was deeply sighed in relief. "I don't know what Father Emperor thinks. What should I do now?" Li Chengqian sighed and helped Ouyang shut down the fire, and then he hurried to follow everyone away. At the same time, street market on Chain and Tongyue Street is buckled. In front of Yix and Dim Sum store, Old Scholar drove a carriage belonging to Chain and University, carrying Jingxiu, slowly appeared at the door of Zhang's mansion, and behind this carriage was followed by a car, with the carriage of the shed, and 3 carts full of cargo. At the gate of Zhang's mansion, Qiuya, a maid who had been waiting for a long time, saw this and hurriedly waved his hand in the mansion. "Miss, come, go, go," as the little Qiuya called. Next moment, from the side door of Zhang mansion, 7 or 8 vehicles one after another came out of the carriage pulling large and small boxes, bedding, porcelain, calligraphy and other items, and when the carriage of Old Scholar stopped, they appeared into the door of Zhang mansion. Obviously, this has been waiting for a long time. In the car, Jingxiu opened the door curtain and took a look and greeted Zhang Yuao. The 2 women got into a carriage, and Old Scholar retired honorably and threw the horse's reins to Zhang Fuxiao. See, he also got into a carriage, and then he waved his hand. "Go, get on mount." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 829. On the mountain. As soon as Yushinan got into Zhang Feng's living room, they didn't care about the deadly attractive cigarettes. As soon as they sat down, they asked, "Youngster, the person outside is the Crown of Cambodia Prince?" "Yes, it's him." But now, hearing this, Ouyang slapped the table lightly saying, "I don't care what you do, but old man, he is not allowed to go up the mountain." Zhang Feng's eyes stared out. "What's the matter with this? Isn't it just a student? I am not a slave or a businessman. I am a serious prince. If we turn away, it will damage our academy's reputation." Zhang Feng defended. "Just kidding, Shivu is one person, and he can't even get out of a bubble on the mountain. One more pair of chopsticks, that's all. The most important thing is that if you teach him, it will be an inexhaustible little treasury." Where did Zhang Feng give up to this small treasury? The big local tyrant slipped through his eyelids. Furthermore, now people have agreed to that many things. If they refuse now, wouldn't it be the same as wasting everything I said before? Is this a trouble? So I'm busy, so I have to post money to play with you. When I run out of money, you still can't take pictures and leave. Several honored teachers, the Tao of Confucius and Mencius is one of them. People are not distinguished from high or low, regardless of their education. Even the old man of Confucius once said that education for everyone, irrespective of background. We have mentioned before I have come out, and Li Yuan of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning simply inherited the education for everyone, irrespective of background from Kong's old man. The students don't know what's wrong, and I hope a few honored teachers can enlighten me." Ouyang Zun was choked by Jiang Feng for a long time and had nothing to say. His face flushed. Apparently Jiang Feng was irritated by him. Yu Xinan immediately patted Ouyang Zun on the shoulder and said, "Youngster, what you said is correct, but what does this education for everyone, irrespective of background represent? I think you should clearly. Let me ask you, non-me races must have different hearts, don't you understand? The things in your youngster's head are all your business. After all, this is for the benefit of my great Tang. I will be happy to help you, but now you want to pass it on to foreigners. Obviously it is impossible. If you talk about this in 10 or 20 years, old man will not bother to care about you. I believe that when the time comes, even if you don't say it, His Imperial Majesty will issue such a will. But, not now. Look, your academy." Yu Xinan pointed out the door, his face solemn. "The academy is not open yet, so you can bring foreigners here. What do you think the others in the academy think? Stare here. What will happen to the people of the renegade? Do you want to betray the crime of the traitor?" Jiang Feng eyelids twitched. "This has something to do with the traitor? You really think that Jiang Feng has never seen the world? This time the Cambodia prince is here. I don't know what he is here for. This is nothing more than to become a minister. If you are so digging and searching for your subjects, it is really difficult to become a capable person." Jiang Feng also understands the thoughts of several people, but if it is such a value one's own old broom, then where does the Great Tang period of prosperity come from? Several honored teachers, youngsters think that what you said is a bit exaggerated. In fact, this matter is not as serious as what you said. "Is it serious?" Ouyang Zun's fiery temper came up again, stood up with a chuckle, and stared at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng ignored him and said, "Xinban, honored teacher, you don't be impatient first. Can you let the students say 1, 2 or 3? How about Fan? Brother Xinban, please calm down and see what the youngster is going to say, and then, how about it?" Yu Xinan and Sun Semiao also hurriedly persuade. After a while, Ouyang Zun said angrily, "If you want to say it, just say it." Jiang Feng hearing this, then said, "Actually, you should have seen it too. Now Great Tang's national power is getting stronger and stronger. It used to be as strong as Turkey and other countries. At this time, I can only engage in small moves to test my great Tang, and this kind of temptation, youngster thinks, it will continue for a long, long time, and like Tibet all acknowledge allegiance to become a vassal of my great Tang, let alone a small country around it, for example, Goguryeo Shiwai, Q, etc. For example, it's like a bandit's den. Does the bandit leader just care about his own enjoyment and not? Forget it. Let me change the analogy. Jiang Feng wants to kill people in Ouyang Zun. Shrinking his gaze, he hurriedly changed one and said, "For example, a wolf pack. The strength of a wolf king does not mean the strength of the entire wolf pack. The strength of a wolf pack depends on how the wolf king does it, evenly distributes the food. If the wolf king in the wolves pack always cares about himself, then there will be fewer and fewer wolves around him, until in the end, he will be alone. Fight hard, when the time comes, even if you see abundant prey, no matter how good hunting opportunities, it will only sigh. Although my great Tang is now strong, but still people who just live in a spouse and are attached to my great Tang expect to learn something while being sheltered. Then when they become stronger, my great Tang will get more rewards, thus forming a huge network of interests. If you do, then I, great Tang, who else can be the enemy?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 830. Jiang Feng's mouth fluttered up and down, which really stunned Ouyang Zun, sometimes frowning and thinking, sometimes taking a breath. Anyway, it's something wrong. And Yu Xinan and the others are the same at this time, but slightly better than Ouyang Zun. Among them, they can feel that Jiang Feng's youngster mouth can bring the dead to life. Li Chenqian, who was standing at the door, was in deep shock at this time. What Jiang Feng said now, he always felt that it made sense, but when he finally thought about it, he couldn't help cry out in surprise, "Feng Tsai, you are talking about the way to govern the country?" As soon as Li Chenqian's voice sounded, Ouyang's unclear comprehension came over in an instant. Feng Tsai, what he said is true. Jiang Feng nodded, it's kind of, but these things are universal, Yilatong, everything works. So Mr. Xinban, do you think what I said is right? Ouyang Zun's face became serious involuntarily. National policy. This is the national policy. Does this youngster know so much? Ouyang Zun couldn't help being in the room anxiously, turning around with his hands behind his back. After a while, he asked, Feng Tsai, my old man asked you, besides telling you this thing here, who else did you tell it to? Jiang Feng is dumbfounded. What did you say? Just the national policy you just said. I told you about it here, and old Li they also know about the drought in the Longyu Road. Li Chenqian interrupted Jiang Feng and said, Mr. Xinban, let me talk about this. This matter seems to them nothing, but in the eyes of these pedantic people, it is simply a crime of deceiving the king. Except for today, who dares? Who can make arrogant opinions about national policies? The common people are also forbidden to discuss the state affairs. Although Jiang Feng's large and small is considered a slack at this time, it would be terrible if it was spread out. So, Li Chenqian feels that using their identity may be the best for these pedantic old stubborns. Li Chenqian saw that a few people didn't speak, and then he said, last time you know about the Longyu Road, I think you all know, and the strategy for Turkic Tibet, although His Imperial Majesty is indeed implemented, but you may not know this. Feng Tsai had already calculated this before His Imperial Majesty came up with a solution! Vertical bar. At that time, I still listened to my father and everyone. Uncle didn't know until he talked about it. Yu Shinan answered, yes. This youngster is not simple. The beer you drink and the fine salt you eat are all made by this youngster. You are believing or not? And the old man also clarified a little bit again. Sun Simiao said with a smile, the bone strengthening powder, the insecticide powder for locust smoked, and the health porridge on the mountain now, these things are all made by this youngster. So don't talk about what I made. Old man can't afford it. Hiss. Ouyang Zun almost couldn't get up in one breath and fainted. Although he has been listening to Yu Shinan talking about this, to be honest, he doesn't believe it at all. But at this time, I heard Jiang Feng talk about the national policy again, which made him so shocked. After speaking from everyone's mouth, this youngster did not refute it. It seems that these things are all this youngster made it. Ouyang Zun gasped for 2 quick breaths, depressed his heart, and asked, youngster, what else have you done? I have not done much. To go. I'm really afraid to say it all at once and send you away. Thinking about this, Jiang Feng put his hands on the series and said, it's not for the time being. The thing I want to do most is to make the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning for the world's people. And these things I said today will be taught in the academy in the future. And these things will be in the books I wrote. I know, in your opinion it's not crazy, but I want to tell you, I'm not crazy, and you also know how many people Great Tang now recognizes scholars. And what can these people do now? Now Great Tang's national warriors are gradually rising rapidly. The number of merchants in my Great Tang has gradually increased. If things go on like this, how many people can I have in Great Tang and can go in business? How to support Great Tang's face? Do you want others to laugh at me? Great Tang? Everyone is a country bumpkin and don't even know a big character. If this is the case, wouldn't I really want to being ridiculed by others? But not the admonitions that Confucius once said. In this case, what is the difference between me and the deceiving master's extinguishing ancestors? I heard nothing before. But at this time when Jiang Feng said so, Yu Shinan and the others suddenly complexion greatly changed and stood up with a scream. When Jiang Feng saw this, he said more quickly, the youngster is doing this for the benefit of Great Tang. Think about it, I was so troubled, and even at all costs. Why did I open the academy? Isn't this all for Great Tang? Once Great Tang becomes stronger, who would dare to deceive me, insult me, beat me and call me P? But a powerful clan always needs to be piled up piece by piece, just like the academy outside. If there is no cornerstone, How can the 10,000 Shanghai buildings stand up? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 831. Zhang Feng's bowl of poisonous chicken soup directly poisoned everyone present. But Zhang Feng still doesn't stop. If you don't tell him all these people at this time, and say you feel comfortable, it's no good. In the future, these people will still have to stand up from time to time and pull him out. Back. I couldn't help but Zhang Feng said again, actually, youngsters don't want to engage in all this. You don't know it, but Li Qian knows it. Originally, I stayed in my little tavern's easy mess. But it's old Li, who keeps Tang off all day long. Being an official, but not being an official. After he arrives, listen to what he says and what kind of imperial examination you need to participate in. Only the imperial examination can enter the official career. I'm Zhang Feng, so handsome, so cute, so resourceful. Even Zhuge Kongming has to call me the master of master. I still need this. All this, it's not a big deal. Let's take the test. I heard old Li say that His Imperial Majesty said, just a cutscene. But this old Li is here to fool me to open the academy. I just opened it, just when the youngster wanted to spread all of his abilities. Why is there so much interference? Zhang Feng hasn't been so happy for a long time. The pretense is forced. While knocking down the bitter water, he scolded a few people without any dirty words. Where is Zhang Feng's opponent? Compared with people of this era, people of this era will not lie. It can be said that they have not learned how to lie like Zhang Feng. So, Zhang Feng succeeded at this time, successfully poured his 21st century poisonous chicken soup into several people, successfully instilled the four great confusion. At this time, Zhang Feng seems to be a little unhappy, and once again talked about the improvements and the innovative ideas of Datong in the world. Unfortunately, several people instantly entered a state of confusing and unable to extricate themselves. However, when Zhang Feng turned the subject to Shiva, Yu Xinan and the others were surprised. No, you youngster, don't give us ecstasy. By the way, what do you mean by the same world? You all stop arguing first. The old man wants to know, what does this world Datong mean? Ouyangzon waved his hand and loudly shouted, so that everyone was quiet. Looking at Zhang Feng, the expression seemed to be that is why Zhang Feng didn't talk about it, and he vowed not to give up today. Zhang Feng also didn't expect, this old guy hasn't been said to be dizzy yet, and he can still understand the key. Can't help but sigh. The so-called world harmony means, for example, now you always want to eat something from Western regions, such as fruits from Western regions. This is basically the above is impossible, but if I tell you, you only need to inform, and there will be exquisite in an instant. Dozens of Western regions' specialties are in front of you, and it doesn't cost much. Would you believe it? For example, if you are in Chainan City at this time and want to eat everything from the north to the north, someone will send you to your door in an instant. Even if you want to travel around the world, basically, you can reach your place. The place you want to go. This is the great harmony of the world. In layman's words, the great harmony of the world is Great Tang. It has become a respect for anyone who knows that when he sees the people of Tang, he will respect the way. Let you walk. This is the great harmony of the world. In fact, Zhang Feng didn't say it right. Seriously? What is the great harmony of the world? He really doesn't know. I can only say a rough idea. Anyway, the meaning is almost the same. These people don't understand it. Sure enough, Zhang Feng's words once again plunged Ouyangzun into a long period of contemplation. Yu Xinan took a deep breath with a weird face and said, youngster, speaking of it, you mean nothing more than to say, you want to accept Shiva? It's almost the same. Only if more people understand my great Tang culture, language, and my great Tang influence, it will be more profound. This is the best of both worlds. Although at this time, what you see is that they have stolen our great Tang things, but their roots are still in our hands. Think about it, when 10 years later, all our vassals around Great Tang, if we honor our great Tang's language, culture, customs, and clothing, do you think he learned us secretly? or something. Silence. Death silence. Everyone understands. Said a lot. On this sentence is the most critical. It's just that they can't imagine that a bearded Kunlun slave speaks fluent Guanzhong and then wears great Tang clothes. What is this? What is this still? Zhang Feng is right. The purpose of these people throughout their lives is to maximize the spread of what they have learned. Let their thoughts spread. And, to what extent have these, over the past few hundred years, been achieved? Although Zhang Feng's approach may seem a bit exaggerated, if it is true, wouldn't it be? At this time, the happiest and most exciting one is Li Chengqian. Looking at Zhang Feng's eyes are all rays of light. He kept repeating this sentence in a voice that only he could hear. Mine, mine, all mine. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 832. Although the old man doesn't know what your youngster wants to do, the old man really wants to see the feat. 3 years later, Sun Simiao touched beard, lightly trembling hands, lighted a cigarette, took a sip, then smiled and said, I know what your youngster means when you ask me to go up the mountain. Simply not for that pig's business, let alone this pot. The nutritional porridge. You want me to teach me medical skills in the mountains? Zhang Feng hearing this, what was going on? Sun Simiao hurriedly stopped. Don't talk, tell me again. The little old man must be excited to sell himself. Your youngster is very bad. Let me talk about it. Sun Simiao sighed, carrying his hands behind his back, dangling cigarettes, and looking at a group of old partners who were in deep thought, and said, actually, although your medical book is a bit contrary to common sense, it is even an old man. It's impossible to comprehend what he has learned in his entire life in a short time. So, when your youngster gave me the medical book, you actually already finished it. What should you pay attention to? Zhang Feng chuckled twice, ashamed to see that the strategy was seen through. Didn't expect. This didn't escape Divine Dr. Sun's divine vision. It's the youngster that is dull. You youngster is very thief. Sun Simiao scolded. The old man is upright, but he was ruined by your youngster. From having a bad appetite, he still doesn't leave his hands with tobacco and alcohol. If you leave now, the old man probably won't be able to eat other meals anymore. That's all, that's all. The old man won't bother you to speak up, I'll keep it. But there's one thing you youngster must remember. As long as you need it, no matter what you are doing, you have to teach me, such as experimenting with mice. When Zhang Feng saw this, he almost hugged Sun Simiao and kissed him. Yes, as long as you always need it, even if it's raw meat, youngster can pass it all to you. When can you change the problem of boasting? Now, maybe you've been in the first rank for a long time. Sun Simiao gave Zhang Feng a speechless look. Naturally, he would not believe in raw meat. Where is such a magical thing in this world? Okay, let's talk about what to do with the youngster outside the door first. After walking around for 2 laps, Sun Simiao looked at Li Chengqian and said, what do you mean? Yes, your father agreed to this matter. After Li Chengqian nodded, Sun Simiao lowered his head and thought for a while before patted Yushinan on the shoulders and said, old partners, can't accept. The matter of accepting Shiva is actually already doomed. Several people heard this for a moment. Sun Simiao said again, Li Qian is his father. On his father's word, Sun Simiao bit a lot, and then continued, if he doesn't agree, those Li family servants at the bottom of the mountain will let him go up the mountain. You guys have gotten your tip too. A few people are hearing this. It came to light. In this urgency, such important things have been ignored. If you don't have the consent of His Imperial Majesty, don't talk about this youngster, even if you are one of them. Don't even think about going up the mountain from the Chainan barracks. This was arranged by His Imperial Majesty. I want to see if Zhang Feng will accept it. When several people thought of this, they sighed deeply. Rubbing the painful forehead, a few people gathered together and discussed it. Yushinan said, Feng Tsai, since you have decided on this matter, the old man and the others will not say anything. But what you said just now, Li Qian, afterwards, you will wait for me to finish recording the books and enter the Academy Library building. Li Chengqian, stunned. Why is it all him? Zhang Feng said that many, Where does he remember? But Yushinen really didn't dare to say anything when Yushinen opened his mouth, so he had to say in a depressed series, "Students know." Yushinen and the others hearing this is what Satisfied nodded said, "You can enter the academy, but you can't mess with the rules. The slavery can't escape." What do you think of youngster? Finally, Yushinen took a deep look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng also knows that this may be the biggest concession, but this is not all in one word. You have to ask others what they mean. The youngster understands. But Shiva is the crown prince after all. Youngster thinks, let him decide. How about it? Just kidding, people. Dignified prince, let people be slaves. If it spreads out, the Cambodian king can't jump his feet, and the Cambodian royal family has to fight him. Jiang Feng desperately. Jiang Feng, no matter how many people agree or not, goes straight out of the door, squatting on the side and staring blankly. Shiva beckons with the hand, looks extremely desolate. After a long while, Shiva reacted. After entering the room with Jiang Feng, Yushinen told Shiva what he had said before, and then asked, "Shiva, Crown Prince, this is my great Tang law. You as the Crown Prince, you should know this, so your decision is." Shiva is very excited. Actually, he knew about this a long time ago, but since he knew that Jiang Feng Tsai opened the academy here, and after tinkering with that many good things, now he is full of Jiang Feng. He is willing even to be a slave. The main reason is that he can learn something that will make the people of Cambodia not talk about being frightened, at least not being bullied by others. See Yushinen at this time. Shiva knelt on the ground with a thump. Student Shiva, meet a few masters. Yushinen and the others are naturally not interested in taking such a servant. They pointed to Jiang Feng, and then a few people rubbed it. The mind of the brain is gone. Jiang Feng looked at Shiva and said, "Don't go to your heart. This is only a nominal matter. Only then can you stay on the mountain. Come to Li Qian, let's get a cigarette." "What are you doing?" "No. Master, since you have accepted me as a disciple, and you have accepted me as a slave, then Shiva will naturally be there for the rest of my life, is your servant. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 833 finally finished this matter. Jiang Feng's mood at this time is so refreshing. He found Zuzi and asked him to bring the bacon that was just out of the pot and a large table of good dishes to entertain the rich man. In Li Chenqian's incredible gaze, he took out another jar of white wine from his bedroom. "Feng Tsai, tell the truth to brother, how much wine do you have?" Li Chenqian cracked, asked with a pair of bull's eyes. Jiang Feng ignored him, and said indifferently, "It's gone, it's the last altar. This is what I left for Shiva brother. By the way, you are here. What are you doing?" "It's okay to go out and play." Li Chenqian, how angry. But with Shiva, he didn't dare to beat Jiang Feng. Only panting with rage can slam the door out. "When I have time, I have to tear down your rotten wood house. This crown prince wants to see how much wine you have hidden here." For these, Jiang Feng doesn't care. Now finally, at this time when there is no answer, I met a big rich man. Can he not grab someone's thigh? The laughed guy gave Shiva a glass of wine, and then he said, "Last time we had a goodbye. We haven't seen you in 3 months. It's been 3 months. Didn't he expect, in the past 3 months, so many things have happened, this dazzling, you, the guy in the market, turned into a dean, and my little brother. Oh. Shiva got a little dizzy after drinking 3 glasses of wine. Thinking of these 3 months, she couldn't help but secretly hurt herself. Crunch. While the two were drinking a cup of wine, Li Chenqian opened the door with a weird expression and looked at Jiang Feng and said, "Feng's an important person is here. Shiva, would you like to avoid it?" "Avoiding what?" "Shiva is now our brother and your brother. How many of my guests have you seen?" "Time to rush you?" Li Chenqian twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Well, I didn't say it, so you can do it for yourself. I have something to go down the mountain first." While speaking, Li Chenqian rubbed oil on the soles of his feet and went straight away. While walking, "I didn't forget to say, by the way, Ian Knox, they asked me to tell you. They also went to Chainan to see white paper business. Who is this? How can these masters be so scared? Jiang Feng didn't care. And Shiva should eat and eat. When Jiang Feng filled Shiva with a glass of wine and signaled him to drink, he noticed that Shiva was actually looking at the direction of the door, and he was obsessed with everything. I said, Shiva, what are you looking at? What's outside the door? Who are you? Jiang Feng didn't finish a word, looked at Shiva's eyes towards the door. Next moment, Jiang Feng couldn't help but stay for a while. I asked an idiot. The door. I don't know when there was a woman wearing a white tube top skirt and a fiery gauze. The woman is beautiful and charming. The kind that must be in the bones. Jiang Feng believes that he has seen many beautiful women, no matter the famous heroines of action movies in later generations, or whatever, they have all seen them. Even when Great Tang came, Chainan #1 beauty, Jingxiu, and that unfathomable mystery fiancé, Zhang Yuiao. These two are the best beauties, but, compared with this one at this time, there is no scum left. Women's eyes are very big, and the corners of the eyes of phoenix eyes are slightly upturned, as if it can be breathtakingly charming. Even Jiang Feng, who has seen countless beauties, is a little bit uncontrollable. Fuck, is this a fairy? Daji. After Jiang Feng watched the woman for 10 seconds, he finally came back to his senses in a gasp, and the woman at the door gave Jiang Feng a little surprised. And then the chief inspector, can I go in for a drink? But, my God. This voice. Jiang Feng instantly felt that the bloodline all over his body was boiling. But soon, Jiang Feng hit the oil lamp for cigarette lighter, and then he came to his senses, coughed, and stared at Shiva, who was drooling. Go out, do something to do. Go. After hurriedly driving Shiva out, Jiang Feng welcomed the woman in. The two stood together. Jiang Feng was shocked again. He is a little over 8 meters tall, but there are no high heels in this era, so this weird woman is similar to his height. Jiang Feng took a deep look at the proud place of the woman, and then looked back obediently and honestly, filled a glass of wine for the woman, and asked, I wonder what is the matter with the girl here? Just ask. Jiang Feng can't wait to smoke himself a big mouth. What happened to such an idiot? Question today. Can you ask such questions? And the most important thing is that Jiang Feng was shocked to discover that when this woman appeared, he had short-circuited his head several times. Can't help but, Jiang Feng's alarm bell is masterpiece. If this woman had been sent by someone to murder him, he would have already kneeled at this time. Jiang Feng's back is already covered with cold sweat. After taking 2 deep breaths, it returned to normal. As long as you don't look at her eyes, there will be no ass. I'm afraid of being an idiot. I thought of this. Jiang Feng just clasped his fists, elegantly said with a smile, I haven't asked the girl's name yet. But she is abrupt. The woman pursed her lips and frightened Jiang Feng, hastily lowered his head and looked at the wine glass. The little girl's surname is Yu. You can call me Yu. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 834. Yu. What is the name that Taoist immortal came up with? However, the name is really appropriate. Jiang Feng wondered whether this name ever appeared in history. Yachiya is also looking at her future husband carefully. At first, when I learned about Jiang Feng's talents, I had fantasized about Jiang Feng's appearance. But the twilight in Jiang Feng's poems and the feeling of seeing through the world made Yachiya feel that Jiang Feng should be an old man with white hair and white eyebrow. But the moment Yachi Bailin and her brothers brought her here and stood at the door and saw Jiang Feng, Yachiya's heart never stopped beating. Jiang Feng is very handsome, very handsome. It's not like those big 5 and 3 rough guys. And it's not like the sour Confucian scholars who see her with greed in their eyes. If her uncle was Yachi Gong, who named shakes the whole world, she would have been tainted by those Menlang goods, but fortunately, no one would dare to challenge Yachi's family extremely lustfully. Authority. Jiang Feng was really addicted to her eyes at first. Her eyes, since her director, there has never been a man who cannot be addicted. But this Jiang Feng can actually recover in a short time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Obviously, his heart is very pure, at least in Yachi's opinion. He is very pure at this time, simply, a real man. The good feelings in my heart again spontaneously. Unconsciously, the corners of Yachiya's mouth were slightly curved. See how the yellow river water comes from the sky. Master San, Dan Kushing. Bring in the wine, the cups must not stop. This poem by Noble Sun Jiang really makes people with infinite yearning. The little girl came here from Jiangnan because of this poem, just to see the true face of Noble Sun Jiang. See Yachiya taking the initiative to change the subject. Jiang Feng is a little embarrassed. After all, this is plagiarizing other people's poems. I just don't know how Li Bei will look at him in the future, but it's his mother. What do you care about that many? He. Girl, you likes it. Yes. Don't you smoke? No. Drink. Let's drink. Jiang Feng's mouth is bald again a bit. Yachiya pursed her mouth and looked at Jiang Feng, who was dodged, jokingly said, "Is there something shameless on yours face? Why is Noble Sun Jiang unwilling to look at you?" A glance. Jiang Feng's face went dark. "I want to see it." "But you, isn't this killing me?" Jiang Feng laughed twice, and then barely raised his eyes to look at Yachiya and said, "Where did the girl you say?" While speaking, Jiang Feng watched looking at Yachiya's eyes. She watched quietly for 11 seconds, and then hurriedly withdrew her gaze. After drinking for an excuse, it became long-sighed in relief. It's abrupt. This glass of wine is regarded as an apologize. While speaking, Jiang Feng raised his neck, poured the wine down, pointed to the dishes on the table and said, "I just heard that the girl you came from the south of the Yangtze River." Yachiya pursed her mouth and smiled. If the little girl said, "You came for Noble Sun," does Noble Sun believe it? Jiang Feng forced a smile. "I believe you a ghost." But he dared to say this in his heart. "Girl, you joked. Youngster, have what skills and abilities can make a girl like this?" With the 11 poems of Noble Sun. Jiang Feng hearing this said, "Those are lesser Dao, they are all my idol fooling around." Yachiya smiled again, drinking alone and said, "Then Noble Sun Jiang knows that the gifted and beautiful women in the Jiangnan realm are all rushing to Chainan just like you. For the purpose, Noble Sun naturally knows it in his heart. And you is along the way. I have seen that Noble Sun Jiang has built this originally barrel mount so prosperously by one person. It is my great Tang's blessing. However, Noble Sun Jiang, why not continue with the poems, but want open an academy here to teach and educate people?" On the way to Mount Yachi Bailin and his brothers took Cheng Chumo, and a few people told Yachiya the way. And even when Jiang Feng went to bed, no matter how big the crotch pants are, they are all under her eyes, all taken out of Cheng Chumo and the others' mouths. Especially after learning about the white paper and the smelter, Yachiya was even more surprised. I asked again at this time. Seeing that Jiang Feng was a little absent-minded and felt a little abrupt, he couldn't help but said with a smile, "It's the little girl who's abrupt. So I won't bother you too much today. When I go up the mountain, I still hope that Noble Sun Jiang can appreciate his face and chant a poem with you." Jiang Feng hearing this, such as the amnesty. "Girl, you is serious. It is under the blessing of 3 lifetimes to know a girl like you. As long as Monsieur comes, I will. Jiang Feng is welcome to sweep the couch. Will it?" Yachiya smiled and asked Jiang Feng. Yachiya was not teasing Jiang Feng either. She leaned slightly, and said goodbye, but the moment she turned around, there was a lonely flash in her eyes. After all, it was because of her winking eyes. Although Jiang Feng didn't say anything, she always felt that there was an invisible abyss between them. However, the loneliness in Yachiya's eyes only appeared for a moment, and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the sedan chair that appeared at the gate of the mountain, the corners of her mouth flashed with an arc. Happiness is captured by yourself, not by charity. After waiting for Yachiya to go for a long time, Jiang Feng still looked at the slowly disappearing sedan chair, and came to the stunned old he and the others in the room and asked, "Old he, have you ever heard of Yuya?" But when he thought of this, Jiang Feng thought of another important thing. The aggressive asked, "Who brought her up to the mountain?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 835. No one can answer Zhang Feng's question, because Yuqi just arrived in Chainan yesterday, and then went directly to Yuqi Mansion. Today, he took the sedan chair of Yuqi's family and went up the mountain. However, Zuzi said when Zhang Feng saw the sedan chair at the gate of the mountain, Brother Feng Tsai, Iron Ox and elder brother Yulin brought them up the mountain, but it seems that these people all know each other, especially Iron Ox. He looked at the girl just now, like the man at the door of the brothel watching the prostitute. Zhang Feng hearing this glared. Don't talk nonsense. Zuzi narrowed his neck and said aggrieved, this is the truth, you ask them, you have seen it, and these guys must have been uneasy. After leading the girl up the mountain, instead, they ran away, just like fleeing. Escape? But Zhang Feng really believed it when he thought about it. The expression in this year's eyes is really beyond the reach of ordinary men. I don't know what the fairy reincarnated, and he doesn't even remember this person. It stands to reason that such a character should be very make one's mark in history. How come it seems that there is not even a single word? Feng Tsai elder brother, you still have to go back first. You see Miss Zhang family and old scholar are here. While Zhang Feng was thinking about it, Zhang Feng's voice surprised Zhang Feng instead. Looking at the gate of the mountain again, those sedan chairs have already come up their mountain. He knows the sedan chair from Chainan University. Although he does not know the sedan chair at Zhang Mansion, the little Qiuya has emerald green clothes. This Chainan city really can't find a second one. See here. Zhang Feng's lungs are about to explode. What the hell is happening these guys? Zhang Feng didn't care about anything. He watched the rows of carriages, and pallets, eyelids twitched, and then hurried to the gate of the mountain. When Zhang Feng arrived, the carriage had already stopped at Zhang Feng's door. Sedan chairs are not allowed on the mountain. But Zhang Feng's house is only a few hundred steps away from the entrance of the mountain, and the sedan chair used by old scholar is the sedan chair of Chainan University. Anyone on the mountain I know, this Chainan University is also the property of the dean. Naturally no one dares to stand in the way. Don't talk about the sedan chair of Zhang Mansion. Just kidding, Miss Zhang's personal servant girl Qiuya is here. What does that mean? That means that the dean's wife is also here. They dare to block anyone, but dare to block the dean madam. Give them 100 courage. No one dares to do this thing with their head caught in the door. Old scholar, why didn't you ask someone to tell me when you went up the mountain? When Zhang Feng saw old scholar getting off the car from a distance, he hurried up to hold his fist. Old scholar glanced at Zhang Feng, and instead of saying this, he asked, what happened to the woman who went down the mountain just now? Where does Zhang Feng know how to respond? Well, that's Cheng Iron Ox's relative. I don't know what it is. I came to sit down and left. Old scholar looked suspiciously. Zhang Feng glanced, and said nothing in the end. Refers to the carriage behind. Then walked straight to Zhang Feng's small wood house. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Looking at the carriage of Zhang Yuao, who has been silent for a long time, I feel a little helpless. You said I lifted the car curtain. Non-compliance. What do you think I should do? Zhang Feng had to rush to the sedan chair and said, I don't know that Yuao girl and young lady Jingxiu are coming. Zhang Feng, excuse me for not going out to meet you. Hearing this, the little Qiuya made a pair of small eyes and glanced at the sedan with some worry. Only then, in her worried eyes, the sedan curtain was lifted by a slender jade hand. Don't think about it. When you look at the jade hand, Zhang Feng knows that it is Jingxiu's hand. Zhang Yuao's hands, there are some fleshy, not so slender. Jingxiu has seen noble son Zhang. As soon as Jingxiu lifted the car curtain, he bowed his first salute, and then pulled Zhang Yuao, whose face was red, and walked off the carriage. Yuao, is this uncomfortable? Zhang Feng pretended not to understand and asked, if it is uncomfortable, I will call Divine Doctor Sunday. No. I'm fine, no need. Zhang Yuao said hurriedly. His face flushed even more. And the people watching the excitement around him laughed loudly at this time. Zhang Feng was afraid of these guys talking nonsense. He glared at everyone, and then everyone broke up. A few people entered the small wood house without saying a word. Old Scholar was sitting at the table that had not been removed just now. His face was gloomy, and Zhang Yueyao couldn't help but cry out in surprise, tears flickering in his eyes. As for Jingxiu, he didn't take it until then. The lower Yan, although the look remained the same, was staring at the wine table somewhat absent-minded. Zhang Feng is a little embarrassed. Well, don't stand, Shiva, let someone talk about the banquet and put on another table. What? Old Scholar's warm loudly shouts, why did you become the dean? So wasteful and extravagant. Do you want to pass this ethos to everyone on the mountain? Zhang Feng is speechless. Sit is neither standing nor standing. Jingxiu still knows the general idea. Mr. Jiwai, this dish is basically untouched, which means that noble son Zhang and the girl have only sat for a while, and you look at this glass of wine. Jingxiu pointed to the cup that Yachiya had just drunk and said, the bottom of the cup is only slightly stained, and these dishes are still hot. So don't worry about it. It just so happens that you haven't drunk noble son Jiang's for a long time. Liquor. Today I borrow noble son Jiang's wine to toast you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 836. Zhang Feng was so excited that he wanted to hug Jingxiu and kiss him. Too damn virtuous. If this is in the 21st century, try it, don't cry, make trouble, hang yourself, and let someone intercede with you? That is something that I dare not even think of. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little in love with this great Tang. This is a paradise for men. Old Scholar and Jingxiu have known each other for a long time, so they naturally know what they are thinking about. At this time, seeing Jingxiu take the initiative to help Zhang Feng out of the siege, Old Scholar is not good to say anything. That's all. I'm all on my way. Along the way, Yueyao and Jingxiu, two missies, were in a hurry to pack their things early in the morning. They were all in the middle of the day before the rice came in. It'll take a moment. Zhang Feng, hearing this, hurriedly shouted, Shiva, where did you die? Hurry up and ask someone to serve food. Why do you want to starve to death? Shiva wants to cry. Before he drove him out with a heavy color, and now he yelled at him again. Didn't he mean to be a brother? Why do you still treat him as a person? But Shiva still eagerly ran to the room. Zhang Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, and shouted in his heart, Mother, I won't do this kind of shit in the future. I will do it for stealing food. Don't come. After turning around, Zhang Feng returned to the original state, and after reclothing cups and chopsticks with a few people, he asked, this time I'm going up the mountain. I'll live a little longer. Chang'an University should be fine, right? Old Scholar drank lightly. Academy is nothing, but there is an autumn hunt with the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. The Ministry of Works, an event held with the Ministry of Appointments, will begin in 10 days. The first thing to do this time up the mountain is this. The Chang'an University remains the same regardless of its reputation or heritage. I can't match the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. This time, the Imperial College of Supreme Learning took the initiative to play this friendly match with Chang'an University. We can't afford to lose. The old man went to find the Kyuju team. It's not expensive and I haven't found anyone willing to go up for us. The foreman, Kyuju. At the time of Great Tang, an industrial chain was basically formed. Aristocratic family Great Clan basically contributes money to support a foreman who specializes in kyuju in the local area. When the foreman gets the money, he will recruit some people who specialize in this matter to compete for you, whether you win or lose. Of course, if you win, then aristocratic family Great Clan will naturally reward money. However, there are really not many competitions between academy and academy. Chang'an University is basically the stubbornness of those Chang'an. If someone is willing to come, that's weird. Maybe in case of one, it will kill you. He mentioned a certain stubbornness, and said that he could not kill him at night. Who would dare to come? This can't help but worry about Old Scholar. Zhang Feng, hearing this, frowned. There are still 10 days left. Why did you say it now? Jingxiu said, originally, Zhangsan residents agreed, but the foreman said yesterday. I don't know why I disappeared in Chang'an, so I haven't found anyone willing to do it for us so far. I heard that the foreman and the people under his hands are all dead. Who is it? This is against him. Jiang Feng doesn't have to think about it. This matter, let me think about it. Don't talk about it for now. Isn't it 10 days? After 10 days, I will form a team and do what you do. When the time comes, I want to see which person who doesn't have eyesight wants to harm me. Cuju, this thing, isn't it just football? Although Jiang Feng's football level is about the same as that of the national football team, it is different when placed in this great Tang. 10 days. That's all trivial. Old Scholar seems to have long known that Jiang Feng can handle this matter. He doesn't say much about hearing this, and just sits down on eating and drinking. After a while, several bowls of fragrant porridge were served on the table. Old Scholar wrapped slices of fatty pork belly and ate and drank, just ignoring Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng sneered, "Old Scholar, slow down. No one will fight with you. I still have things." Old Scholar ate and drank and said, "The second thing, cigarettes, is best handled for you by the people in the Jiang mansion. After all, it's your own family, so you can rest assured and safe. As for your brothers, you are still less. Hustle with them. The woman just now is not good at first sight, so don't crap with her." What can Jiang Feng say? Nodded like a chicken pecking rice. When Old Scholar saw this, he was nodded. He wiped his mouth and poured the wine in the quilt into one breath. Then he said, "The third thing that came this time is also the most important. One thing is, I told you, sir, have you seen all the dozens of large and small cars outside the door?" Jiang Feng is a little confused, but still nodded. Old Scholar continued, "Looking back, you asked someone to move you into the house just under the mountain. I heard that some of your villas are going to be repaired. The old village chief will send someone to pick you up tomorrow. These things are moved in. No, you have to let me know what is in this box. This. It's all you. Our Missy's soft clothes and Gingshu. Isn't it in your room, but also in someone else's room? Question mark." Jiang Feng hearing this was surprised. "Wait, Old Scholar, wait, what do you mean?" Old Scholar seems to be still immersed in Yachiya's anger, ignoring Jiang Feng, pointing Jiang Yuiao and Jingxiu said, "I brought you people, and your youngster is not good enough. The bad things are getting more and more day by day. The previous riots in the Yanlai building, the youngster stopped, and what changed? How many pairs of eyes on this mountain? Look, you are not ashamed of me and I still have a little face. It just so happens that Jingxiu is a human being and will sort out the outside affairs for you. Yu Ao is careful and washes you every day. Comb your hair, that's all when you are done. The old man is gone. Question mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 837. Jiang Feng crashed. Which one is this singing? Even if he made a mistake, let's talk about where he went wrong first, right? If you can't say that, just give him 2 girls. Is this appropriate? Is this reasonable? Jiang Feng hurriedly blocked the Old Scholar who stood up, and hurriedly asked, "Old Scholar, which one are you playing?" This ... Look, I'm so busy that I can't wait to use one day as 2 days. And you see, we have nothing to do with this. Let's live together. Do you think it's appropriate? It's not proper. Do you still know that it's not proper? Old Scholar sat down with a gloomy expression, took it from Jiang Feng's ear, and didn't know when the smoke he was standing on ignited. Said, "Look at what you do. You are not afraid of people on the mountain jokes. Are you not afraid of the world's literati curse? Now you are the dean. It's great confusion again. It's no longer a carefree person before. You have to think about the consequences of whatever you do. I don't ask who the woman is just now, but don't worry. Now you go for a walk in the mountains. Listen. This is something that the dean couldn't dare to come out. Injustice. I was so wronged. How long did I get into the flowers? That's right. It doesn't matter if I get caught up in the flowers, right? What's wrong with the gifted man and beautiful woman? Besides the woman just now, do you know where she came from?" Jiang Feng in the heart shouted injustice. But he can't tell. Old Scholar, if I said that the woman just now, I really don't know what's going on. You believe or not? Old Scholar smoked and glanced at Jiang Feng. It doesn't matter if I am believing or not, but you are a person who has a marriage contract now, and you are in love with young lady Jingxiu at first sight. I don't care about these things, but how do you let them live in Chainan in the future? Originally, I was watching you alone on the mountain, and you were stunned by those gang of scoundrels to do something bad, so I wondered whether or not to let them come up to accompany you. But today I saw that your youngster had done it. It's very moisturizing. In a word, are you keeping people or not? It seems that old scholar is really angry. Zhang Feng is also a little embarrassed. After weighing it for a long time, he pinched his nose and said, well that's okay. Old scholar was reluctant to see Zhang Feng, and didn't bother to say anything. Dang. Fine, Mr. Bossy and the others, I will come and have a look tomorrow. While speaking, old scholar was about to leave, but walked to the door and turned back. The woman, you really don't know what's going on? Zhang Feng shrugged. Do you think, if I know, I will have this expression? Old scholar hearing this, his face instantly solemn. Dang. Check it out for you, don't worry about it. While speaking, old scholar left with a gloomy face. The thing old scholar hates most in his life is that kind of insatiable and extravagant wanderer. He is also an extremely pedantic person. Otherwise, he is also impossible to live in his shackles for 10 years. When I was up the mountain, I heard people from Tongyue Street keep telling him that there was a fox my woman who came to Zhang Feng when he went up the mountain, and old scholar couldn't help being furious. But at this time, after confirming that Zhang Feng did not know this woman, old scholar became more worried and angry. Is this someone playing a beautiful trick on him? Zhang Feng's achievements at this time are a stumbling block in the eyes of many people. Many people want his life. He knows this. After all, the previous dynasty, he personally saw seeing Emperor Yang of Su's tragic event from being extremely brave to the last deep pink skull. He didn't want to see Zhang Feng, and he followed in his footsteps. Who is it that is targeting Zhang Feng? Wait for old scholar to leave. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely embarrassing. Jingxiu hides his hands in embroidered robes and does not know what he is doing, and Zhang Yuiao lowers his head, like a girl who has done something wrong waiting for reprimand. Zhang Feng, as you see it, has one head and two big heads. Behind Yuiao, a little QE in an emerald green shirt squatted on the ground, with his hand protruding from Zhang Yuiao's armpit, grabbing a plate of stewed meat on the table, and eating it up. Except for QI's chewing sound, the room is surprisingly quiet at this time. Zhang Feng finally couldn't help it, coughing. So what did Uncle Zhang say about going up the mountain this time? No, I'm a good student. Noble son Zhang. Zhang Feng hearing this, his head exploded in an instant. I really plan to settle down on the mountain. This forced marriage is forced to such an extent. It is simply unheard of. Will I still run away? He glanced at Zhang Yuiao with great pain. Zhang Feng looked towards Jingxiu again. Jingxiu seemed to feel something. Before Zhang Feng asked, he said, I have nothing to do under the mountain, so come to the mountain with Yuiao elder sister. Yuiao returns to elder sister. My heavens, I shouldn't have sent a letter to Zhang Yuiao by ghosts. What? I really shouldn't have killed the talents with those few back then and went to Yanlai building. This fucking, is this retribution? Is it wrong to make Taoist priest handsome? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 838. Zhang Feng finally escaped from the small wood house and squatted in the house without going out, while smoking stuffy cigarettes, while waiting for Cheng Chumo's people. Feng Tsai, this is no way for you. Although this is not a good idea, but after all, Miss Zhang Mansion and young lady Jingxiu are also your women. Is it suitable for you to be so indifferent to others? Yes, Feng Tsai, you are like this. Those old bastards are going to talk to you again. Go back. Under the persuasion of old he and Zheng Dufu, Zhang Feng could only go back to the study with a dull head. I looked around the little wood house. This was the first house in Mount Q. Zhang Feng was reluctant to demolish it. If it is expanded now, it will definitely be too late. The small wood house has only 3 rooms. One is Zhang Feng's bedroom, and the other is the room of Chen Sheniu's guys. Now a few people have gone and found a place to live by themselves, the materials storehouse of Jiang Feng. The other one is Jiang Feng's confidential warehouse. There are 3 locks on the door, and Gao Kan lives in it. Now Gao Kan has slipped away and the house is empty. It is obviously impossible. As for Chen Sheniu's former house, now it seems that the 2 girls can only be arranged here. As for the villa, I haven't painted it yet, so let's live it. Furthermore, even if it is painted, he still has to dry it for a month. Otherwise he doesn't want to get rheumatism early. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng pointed to the room on the right side of the living room and said, "Little Kuya, after eating, go out and let Lao He and them find someone to bring the lady and their things into the house. You squeeze it for a while, and I will find someone to step up to get a house tomorrow." Noble son Jiang, don't bother, it's very good here, as long as you can live in it. Jiang Yuiao took a peek in the direction of Jiang Feng's finger, and hurriedly said, waiting for her to react before coming over. Jiang Feng lives next door, and his face turned red like a red egg. Jiang Feng is boring again. I had to touch my nose in a serene manner, and said, if this is the case, then I have to go to work beforehand. You can just tell the purple-robed boy to do things here. Noble son Jiang has something to do. We will take care of the things here. Jingxiu is still such a classic dictionary, but when he walks to the door, Jiang Feng doesn't knowing what to do. They must not make irresponsible remarks when going out. Headache. But after thinking about it, Jiang Feng suddenly figured it out. People are not afraid of women. Is he a big man afraid of a hammer? When I think about it this way, Jiang Feng is no longer so embarrassed in an instant. In Jingxiu's surprised eyes, Jiang Feng coughed. I just got a little inspiration now. Dang. Thinking about a new poem. If you have nothing to do, go to the mountains. After all, this will be half a home in the future. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he closed the door. Jingxiu, who was watching, couldn't help covering his mouth with a smile. Where can't she see Jiang Feng's embarrassment? However, she is smarter after all, and after a little thought, she can figure out what it means. Jingxiu, younger sister, Jingxiu patted Yuiao's hand to signal her not to worry, and then walked out of Jiang Feng's study with Jiang Yuiao. Noble son Jiang is busy now, let's not bother. Jiang Yuiao opened his mouth to say something, but he stopped for a long time and didn't say anything, so I had to sit at the door with Jingxiu. Looking at the people on Tongyue Street, they happily scrambled to move things for them. At this time, Jingxiu remembered what had just happened again. At first, she really didn't want to stay. After all, Jiang Feng is rather embarrassed, as can be seen from just now, but the voice and shadow of the woman have been lingering in her mind, which really made old scholar right. Jiang Feng's excellence is beyond doubt. Excellent people always have no shortage of women. She knows this very well, but when Jiang Feng just turned around, she saw a trace of care in Jiang Feng's eyes. This is Jingxiu. Choose the reason for staying. After sitting again for a while, Momo bounced over with a lot of small snacks. Jingxiu touched Momo's head and said, I heard that Mr. Boshi are all on the mountain. Let's visit. Jiang Yuiao, hearing this, then remembered what was going on, hurriedly went through the boxes and turned the cabinets, took out the gifts prepared in advance, and the 4 masters and servants were slowly in the crowd. In his gaze, he moved to the mountainside. Shiva has been stunned for a long time. Whether it is the fox glamorous woman I saw for the first time, the 2 of them so far are simply top-grade women in the world. At least in Cambodia, I really can't find such a beautiful woman. The most important thing is that these 3 women are all Jiang Feng's women. This is what shocked Shiva the most. After seeing a few people leave, Shiva looked at Jiang Feng's room with emotion, took out a small notebook from his arms and wrote something on it. Then my eyes became even hotter. Is this the kind of attraction that the imperial teacher said? Brother Jiang is not bad because it is Brother Jiang. If I stay with him for a long time, then I can get this kind of attraction. Then, thinking of this, Shiva actually squatted in the corner and he giggled. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 839. Where is Zhang Feng composing poems at this time? Hiding in the doorway through the crack of the door, I saw Jingxiu and the two women walking away with some boxes. They were deeply sighed in relief. What the hell did you do? Zhang Feng sighed again, then lit a cigarette, walked to the door, looked at Shiva who smirked and rolled the eyes, then turned back to the room again, and fell asleep. And when Zhang Feng was asleep, the family at the foot of the mountain is among the inn of the same name as the chain and city Paradise Inn. Cheng Chumo and Li Chenqian and the others paced back and forth in a hurry, while Yachibuki squatted at the door and smoked a smoldering cigarette. His face was even more bruised and purple. It was obvious that he was beaten up fat by someone. Pause. Why Shu and Zhang Sanchong are heartless playing toppers and poker. Simply I never thought about what Zhang Feng would be like. As for these, naturally some people are worried. They didn't bring the people anyway. Deng deng deng. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps on the wooden stairs, and Li Chenqian and Cheng Chumo could not help but heart startled and looked towards the door of the room. As soon as I saw someone Li Chenqian, I asked, "How is the mountain now? Did you fight? Who won? Is Feng Tsai okay?" "See you," he hurriedly said, going back to Lord Li. "There is nothing wrong on the mountain. The woman has gone down the mountain and has not been entangled with young lady Jingxiu and the others." Li Chenqian hearing this is deeply sighed in relief. It's fine if nothing happens. If something goes wrong, it is a major event. As soon as he thought of this, Li Chenqian was so angry that he kicked Yachibuki fiercely and said, "It's all you. Your father is an old bastard, and you are also chaotic." "Who? That's your aunt? You dare to cheat you like that?" "Then, what if it is maid? Feng Tsai is not married again. Besides, that man is not 3 wives and 4 concubines. What am I doing wrong?" Yachibuki muttered. Li Chenqian hearing this is even more angry. "Tell me, one is your aunt and the other is Feng Tsai. How do we teach in the future?" "It is Feng Tsai." "What? Your father bastard, didn't he expect this? Are you fooling around too?" "Yes. Why did you follow the mess?" Cheng Chumo also took the opportunity to slap up. An angry Li Chenqian pointed to Cheng Chumo's nose and said, "This is all a bad idea from your youngster. Don't think I don't know that Yachibuki can't do such a thing." "Which I did. You see that I did it." Cheng Chumo quit. Li Chenqian didn't say anything but snorted Cheng Chumo and stopped talking. He knew it was useless to say anything. "You know, if this matter is let my father know about the consequences." "Lao Yu is who? Feng Tsai is who?" "If you ask someone who wants to make a rumor for you, Ian Knox, did you know that it hurt Laoya's family?" Hearing this, Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong and the others were surprised. "It's really like this. Yachi Gong is an important position in the imperial court. Many people don't like him, but he has always been straightforward and has no tricks. This is what his imperial majesty loves." If this was before, Yachi Gong married younger sister to Zhang Feng, that would be nothing. Everyone would just laugh happily. But now, Feng Tsai has mastered this kind of military skills, and has a more magical way of training soldiers. At this time, it's hard not to make people think too much. This is what Li Chenqian worries most. In case someone at the imperial court gives a book to the show, then Yachi Gong is in danger. Even his imperial majesty can't cover it. At this time, Cheng Chumo also followed with anxious sighs. "Then, what's wrong with the marriage between the male and the female? Is Feng Tsai unable to marry him? Not wrong with brother-in-law?" "Yes, they are all right, but if you put it before, no one is wrong. But the fault lies in the chaos on the border at this time, and the imperial court will inevitably be turbulent. If someone who wants to grasp the handle, then. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo and Yachibuki turned pale with fright. Even Wai Shu's faces became serious at this time. What to do? What to do now? Li Chenqian pondered for a while and looked at the darkening sky, faintly muttered to oneself, said, Go up the mountain. Let's see what Feng Tsai is doing with her first. How many people are hearing this? How dare you delay? After hurriedly cleaning up, Sayazi ran up the mountain. Yachiyu left long ago. After all, she has a special identity. The longer she stays on the mountain, the more rumors there will be. She is not a vase either. She naturally knows what's in it, so she left without stopping when she came down the mountain. This is also what makes Li Chenqian and the others anxious. No one knows what happened in the end or what they said. To be honest, Li Chenqian and the others have experienced more women, but the eyes of this Yachiyu still made a few people lost the moment they saw it. They are very worried about Zhang Feng's determination. This youngster is still a youngster, and the self-control of this thing. They are very ignorant. In case Zhang Feng can't control it, there will be a major event. Before, Li Chenqian thought that Yachi Gong was just joking to introduce younger sister to Zhang Feng, but it was a dream that Yachi Gong and old guy were actually playing it. This is simply playing with fire. Li Chenqian went up the mountain anxiously with Cheng Chumo and the others. At this time, lanterns and bonfires had been lit on the mountain, and all the craftsmen and students went into their small world. Except for the guard army disguised as guards on patrol, there is basically no silhouette in sight. Several people searched around and came to Zhang Feng's door, watching the dancing candlelight and Jingxiu playing the piano alone in the candlelight. Several people were in trouble. If this is going directly in, that won't work. If you wait, when will you wait? Li Chenqian could not help but kick Cheng Chumo and said, "Go and call Feng Tsai for me." "Don't go." "Are you going?" Cheng Chumo looked at Jingxiu in the room, then retracted his head. "Don't go." "Who is outside?" At this moment, Jingxiu, who was playing the piano, seemed to be surprised by Cheng Chumo's voice. Several people have no choice but to stand up. "Young lady Jingxiu, it's me, Li Qian." Jingxiu was slightly surprised. It turned out to be Li Noble Son. "It's so late. Did you find Noble Son Zhang?" "He hasn't been out since the afternoon until now. He is composing poetry. When he wakes up, I will send a message to you." "Compose poems?" "This youngster is not drunk. Where can he compose poems?" But when I stood up, everything in the room was brought into view. In addition to Jingxiu, Momo and Qia held their chins and watched Jingxiu play the piano, but Zhang Yuiao, the lady of Zhang's mansion, disappeared. A few people could not help being surprised. "Is this youngster?" Cough cough. Just as Li Chenqian was about to leave with a fist, Zhang Feng coughed. "Stand up." "What's the matter?" Seeing Zhang Feng speaking, Li Chenqian exclaimed, "There is something wrong with the paper mill at the foot of the mountain. Come out and study it quickly." What? "Wait, I will come now." After a while, Zhang Feng put on his coat and talked to Jingxiu. After the sentence, I left the room. After a few people walked away from here for a while, they stopped next to a construction site. Cheng Chumo is lying on Zhang Feng's shoulder and sniffing left and right. Zhang Feng is angry and wants to punch someone. Ian Knox, "Are you fucking a dog?" Cheng Chumo laughed and didn't refute it. "Feng Tsai, you are awesome. How about the spring festival?" "It's okay not to say." Zhang Feng gets angry in an instant, picking up Cheng Chumo's collar. Fiercely his fist hit his fat face. "I have a special spring night. Your uncle. I beat you to death." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 840. After Zhang Feng's beating Cheng Chumo, the chi gradually disappeared a lot. Zhang Feng is speechless, except that the first punch on Cheng Chumo's face was a bit effective. Other things seemed to bring no harm to Cheng Chumo. In the end, Zhang Feng could only give up, sit on the rock gasping for breath, and asked, "Who is that woman in the afternoon?" Where can Cheng Chumo dare to say? If this is said, Feng Tsai can't be really crazy, kicked Yachi Boki and said, "Ask him, he knows better than me." Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Chumo suspiciously, but Cheng Chumo didn't dare to say. That said, it might be beaten. Although he is not afraid of Zhang Feng, he is afraid of the Four Great Confucian. If you ask those guys to know it, maybe before he goes back, his dad will have to climb up the mountain to loosen his bones. As soon as he thought of this, Cheng Chumo didn't say whether he died. I kept pointing at Yachi Bailin. Yachi Bailin wants to cry, which I said, "Can you not beat me?" Zhang Feng then looked at the bonfire. This youngster was bruised. Obviously he had been beaten, and was not angry, said, "You said it." That is my aunt! Exclamation mark. Jiang Feng is completely down, staring at Yachiboki for a long time before spirit slowly recovers. The voice was trembling and asked, You say it again. Who is she? Aunt. In Jiang Feng's mind, Yachi Gong's daubing face and Yu Yu's peerless face appeared in Jiang Feng's mind. In one look. Where does it look like? Isn't this fucking troublesome? This is the birth of a mother, a heavenly immortal, a yakshaw. My god, is there such a wonderful thing? Ahem, Feng Tsai, don't think too much about it. This why, Yu and Lao Yu are distant relatives. The daughter of Lao Yu's distant cousin does not look alike, but you can rest assured, I can guarantee that Ms. Yu is indeed only 18 years old this year. Rather than waiting for Li Chengqian to accept Qian, Jiang Feng waved his hand and groaned. Don't talk. Wait for me to digest. Jiang Feng is completely messed up at this time. Isn't he just cheating Lao Yu a little bit? As for, who told him to meet for the first time, stuck his neck, and carried the collar on whom he put it on, and who was not mad at him? Last time he remembered that Lao Yu said this after drinking. He was just joking, but now it seems, where is this fucking joking? This is really playing. Although Yu is really beautiful, Jiang Feng still doesn't want to die. Under those eyes, Jiang Feng always felt that his head couldn't turn around, and he had no control at all. This makes him extremely unhappy. He is far from the tranquility of being with Jingxiu and Jiang Yuao. The most important thing is that Jiang Feng doesn't want to provoke such a woman, whether in historically, or in the reality of the film and television of later generations. They were all wild characters. This kind of person has to hide as far as he can go. If this is entangled, don't want to stop for the rest of your life. Jiang Feng really doesn't want to be a licking dog. More on that. What is the relationship? Although at this time, Hui Lao Yu, Old Li and the others call them brothers and brothers, as well as their sons, but it doesn't matter. If this is proto-prosperity, isn't it a mess? From now on, our name is Lao Yu, elder brother, big uncle brother. What about these goods? Jiang Feng is one head and too big in an instant. This fuck. Forget it. Let's take a step by step. At this time, Jiang Feng really felt why old scholar was so angry just now, and even more that old scholar is so cute. At a critical moment, Jiang Yuao and Jingxiu were two shields sent up the mountain. Otherwise, Jiang Feng really doesn't know if anything will happen tonight. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Feng tremblingly lit a cigarette, and at the same time stared at Yachiboki very angrily. You will roll me down the mountain now. If your father doesn't come tell me 1, 2, 3, we will never be in contact with each other forever. Yachiboki was surprised at hearing this. Feng Tsai, we don't have to do this, it's all my damn dad did. It has nothing to do with me. Get out. Jiang Feng is very annoyed and said, I really don't know what your father thinks. You can do such a silly thing. What's the trouble? Fuck. And Inox, you guys, from now on until I die. Before the end, the mountain. Cheng Chumo stared at Jiang Feng in horror, especially after Jiang Feng gasped. Several people became more nervous. Feng Tsai, can you finish talking in one breath? Li Chengqian asked, very worried. Jiang Feng really didn't think about it. What do you want these goods to do? To dig out the dung, which will damage your face. Will these goods be moved obediently and honestly when moving bricks? After thinking about it, Jiang Feng finally slapped his head and pointed towards the waterfall and said, I'll meet you before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Bring me a piece of water and come to me. Also, level the flat ground for me in the hairy grass swing on the mountainside. Cement must be used to build a school field. Aren't you crazy? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 841. Jiang Feng does not care what methods these people use. Regardless of the requests of several people, Shi Shiren slipped away, leaving only a few guys whose heads were sore, looking at each other in blank dismay. Fuck brother, what shall we do now? Counting the time, there is only 21 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. At this point, where can I get from there? The water is drawn by the side of the waterfall. Can this simply not be done? Okay, Cheng Chumo complained without crying or tears. Even if the thousands of craftsmen on Mount Q are mobilized, there is a 3-mile journey from the waterfall to the gate of the mountain, and there is also a col. The mountain on the other side of the waterfall and the gate of the mountain. There is a depression between the mountains. How can this draw the water? This is simply a fantasy story. There is also the thatch. What can it do after it is flattened? Although the thatched cottage is located between their dormitory area and the teaching building in the future, this is not planned as a future living area. This thatched cottage is not a Feng Tsai youngster. Is it reserved? What kind of cramp is this now? Take him down? Although the flat thatch is okay, but this water, it's just a dream. The most important thing is that this batch is not allowed to use the people on the mountain. What should they do? Is it going to the barracks to move rescue soldiers? I guess ... This is Feng Tsi's test for us. At this moment, Duga smoked a stuffy flue. Do you remember the current theory Zhang Feng told us before? Things? A few people were surprised at hearing this. Now I thought about it carefully. But at this time, only Duga and Li Chengqian can think of something. Apart from this, where will everyone remember these things? They were just messing around, just waiting for Zhang Feng's military studies. As for what Zhang Feng said at this time, they listened to the first two. What air resistance? What water pressure? How do they know what it is? If you want to know, you might as well jump into the water, wave around, and know everything. Li Chengqian looked around and couldn't help being speechless. Darbing, you hurry up and wake up Hao Chu-jun guys and ask them to go to our house right away. Ian Knox, a few rubbish, can't help me at all. Li Chengqian finally slapped his thigh. Since Zhang Feng didn't let the labor on the mountain be used, none of Hao Chu-jun. They are students, and he has an intuition. Zhang Feng is really playing this time. If this is not done, their credits this year will probably be really lost. Dugu is also unambiguous. He kicked Cheng Chumo and a few people were busy acting as henchmen for errands. There is no way they really don't understand this thing. If you let them beat someone, or use brute force, they do have one. As for this brainstorming thing, forget it. Cheng Chumo and Dugu are walking back while thinking about this matter. From the water wheel to the bridge building, they have thought about it, but they can't be completed within 20 days. Don't said that there was a large piece of thatch clearing in the back. Unfortunately, the two of them, holding the lantern, returned to their small wood house without a word, and waited quietly. In fact, Zhang Feng had long expected that these goods would not be able to do it. At this time, when I returned to the small wood house, Jing Xiu was surprised by the joy on his face, and then asked, "Noble son Zhang, but what damage did he think of? What kind of loss?" Zhang Feng queried. Jing Xiu covered his mouth and smiled. "In this matter, it is obvious that those few are teasing you. According to your past temperament, if you don't rectify them, it is not your noble son Zhang character." Zhang Feng glanced up and down at Jing Xiu a little bit sullenly. It's better not to be too smart for girls, especially not to guess. Otherwise things will happen. Jing Xiu is not guilty. Looked at Zhang Feng and chuckled. Seems to be waiting for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng can only surrender. He'll go to bed first, and rest early. The little girl is waiting for Noble Son Zhang's poems. I wonder if Noble Son Zhang has any masterpieces? What masterpiece can Zhang Feng have? He knows how to copy the text. Zhang Feng also knows that Jing Xiu is actively looking for a topic to approach him. And Zhang Feng's head is bigger. Just thinking about it in my head, I thought of a poem. Ahem, this poem is a bit long. If you want to listen. Yes. Zhang Feng wants to make excuses for another day, but Jing Xiu did not give him a chance. Zhang Feng complexion stiffened. How can the original method no longer work now? Finally, let's have a song. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng instantly thought of a poem that fits his mood at this time. I couldn't help but cough, and his face instantly solemnly sang, Jinzon sake fights 10,000. Yu Panzan is ashamed and tens of thousands. Stop the cup throwing chopsticks can't eat, draws a sword and looks around at a loss. If you want to cross the Yellow River and the Icy River, you will climb the Taihang in the snow-covered mountains. Come and go fishing in the Bixi River, and ride again. The boat dreams on the side of the sun. Difficult to travel. Difficult to travel. There are many different roads. Where are you today? There will be long winds and waves, and go straight to Yunfan to the vast sea. The avenue is like a blue sky. I can't figure it out alone. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, Jingxiu looked stunned and couldn't help but pretend to be infinitely forced. Ahem, this poem is an occasional whim today. Guang, young lady Jingxiu goes to bed early, and I rest first. After speaking, Jiang Feng went straight away. Just kidding, this poem is immortal of poetry Li Bai's difficult way. Even if Jingxiu is brilliant, it is enough for you to taste. Slowly figure it out. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 842. Jingxiu was indeed surprised by Jiang Feng's poems. The confusion and melancholy expressed in this poem made Jingxiu feel a little sympathetic in his heart. She was miserable all her life. When the child was ignorant, he was sold to an official prostitute. If it weren't for the previous dynasty's erroneous female official who taught him a set of piano skills, she could not say that she had already stepped into the red dust. Where can you meet Jiang Feng? He always thought Jiang Feng was the kind of unruly talent. But in his poems, there is always a kind of twilight and confusion, which makes Jingxiu even more confused. Although there is a saying that Jiang Feng's family suffered a flash flood and a landslide in Phoenix Ridge, and the whole family was buried in the mud flow in the mountain, but Jingxiu did not believe it. Because of what Jiang Feng showed, it was too shocking, especially the 100 drunken poems on his page. It is simply a shocking work. And Jiang Feng's benevolent governance, etc. Which one of these has been done by predecessors? Although Jiang Feng has always said that there is a mysterious master, who is that master? Who can have such a great ability? The geese will leave traces after passing by. Where is his master? There is also the relationship between Jiang Feng and Li Shimin and the others tangled and complicated. None of that. Furthermore, there are too many things that Jiang Feng has innovated. In her opinion, one of them can leave a name in history, and can make Jiang Feng earn a pot full of plutonium. But Jiang Feng is still like a treasure that is uncleanly excavated. This can't help but worry Jingxiu again. Although every time he sees Jiang Feng, he is so happily. But after today's month of silence, in this poem, Jingxiu unexpectedly I heard the kind of loneliness and melancholy. Unfortunately, tears flickered slowly on Jingxiu's beautiful cheeks. However, at the same time, although Jiang Feng sang this poem casually, don't forget, it's on the mountain. There will always be some mischievous people on the mountain who want to listen to the roots of the wall and steal the teacher. Jiang Feng and Li Chengqian and the others knew about this, but they didn't say anything. In Jiang Feng's opinion, these things that can be said aloud are not major events. Once there is a major event, the door will be closed and everyone will walk far away tacitly. No way, if you don't leave, those guards disguised as guards will have to ask you to go to Dali Temple to sleep for half a year. But today, Jiang Feng's trouble is too big. Everyone knows that Jiang Feng's two wives are here, although most people are obediently and honestly not stealing the teacher. But there are still some people. When he saw Jiang Feng returning, he came up curiously. This one can't save it. I wanted to learn a little bit of ability secretly. After all, every time Jiang Feng teaches Li Chengqian and Hao Qiujun and the others alone, these students are greedy drooling. Over time, it has become a habit to listen to Jiang Feng's roots in the wall. Once you see Jiang Feng closed, everyone will have to run as far as possible. Once Jiang Feng does not close, no one cares about you. Just listen to it if you like. At this time, when Jiang Feng was chanting poems, there were 3 students who happened to be squatting under Jiang Feng's window. When they saw the 2 of them talking, they were wondering whether to leave, but Jiang Feng's words made a flash of light in the eyes of the 3 of them. Ecstasy. Dean Jiang Feng is about to write a poem. Furthermore, it took an afternoon to write a poem today. Be aware that Jiang Feng normally doesn't write poems, but when he writes a poem, he always opens his mouth. And there are still several poems that can be done by Dean Jiang in an afternoon. Several people took out the pen and ink from their arms in ecstasy instantly, sweating nervously all over. Wait for Jiang Feng's voice to fall. Several people are dumbfounded. After looking at each other, the three people hurriedly recorded on the yellow paper and bamboo slips, and even the book cover prepared by the teacher in advance. You must know that Jiang Feng has many famous quotes on the mountain now, and each sentence is worth at least 1,000. This is still priceless, especially on that road. There is no one to go. If there are more people walking, then it becomes the road. On this sentence, some people even called out the value of the 4 metals of gold and wanted to buy the right to use this term. But at this time, the eyes of the eyes couldn't help but become like a copper coin. After recording in twos or twos, like a goat, she shook off. Early the next morning, the entrance of Yachi Mansion, a man dressed as a special servant of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, knocked on the door anxiously. As soon as the person knocked on the door, after confirming that the person was an official, he handed over a note and quickly disappeared. Can someone who can be an official in Yachi's mansion be without 2 brushes? As soon as I saw this thing came down from Mount Q, I hurriedly sent it to Yachi Gong's study, but when I heard the noisy snoring, the official wanted to knock on the door, but he didn't dare and was anxious. Scratching your ears. Officials, what's the matter? At this time, Yachiya comes in various styles. Old steward saw this, eyelids twitched, and hurriedly bowed. Here is a letter from Mount Q. But Lord, Mount Q. Yachi eyelids twitched, and then she Shiren said with a smile, cousin is resting at this time. Just leave it to me. I will hand it to cousin later. The official hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and handed it to Yachiya. Yachiya went up to the mountain to meet Jiang Feng, and Yachi Gong wanted to introduce his cousin to Jiang Feng, which had long been spread in the mansion. So at this time, Yachiya, everyone naturally regards her as a member of Mount Q. It's not too much to leave it to her. The official house is gone. Yachiya tapped the door room a few times. After a while, Yachi Madam opened the door with a yawn, and when she saw Yachiya standing at the door, she couldn't help but asked in surprise, "You're this early morning? What are you doing?" "Madam, this is a letter from Mount Q. I saw that the official didn't dare to knock on the door, so I did it for you." Yachiya pursed her mouth and smiled. Yachi Madam waved her hand. "What is the matter with me? The 8 horses that the dead ghost sleeps now can't wake up. Let's take a look. If there is something urgent, wake him up." Hearing this, Yachiya's strange glow flashed in his eyes, and he took Yachi Madam into Yachi Gong's study. Yachiya did not shy away. In front of Yachi Madam, she opened the letter and saw only a few lines of words on it, but the moment she saw these lines, Yachi's face changed abruptly. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 843 Report. His Imperial Majesty, urgent report. Li Shimin, who just walked off the Imperial Court, has not yet entering the Imperial Study Room to review the memorials. I heard a hurried return sound at the gate of Qi Palace. Li Shimin is slightly frowned, but as soon as he saw Mount Q's iconic clothing on that person, he waved his hand. "Go in and say." As soon as I entered the Imperial Study Room, Li Shimin looked at Ken and asked solemnly, "What's the matter?" "Mount Q's letter. It is noble son Jiang who had another masterpiece last night." Oh? Li Shimin hearing this, couldn't help but gain interest. After waving his hand to signal little Gizzy to read, then he slowly sat on the floppy, smoking a cigarette, drinking tea, and was very uncomfortable. Little Gizzy took the letter and opened it. It was always reserved. He couldn't see a slight change in his face, so he couldn't help but feel moved at this time. Take a deep breath and say, "Golden Bottle Sake fights for 10,000, Yu Panzan is ashamed of $10,000. Stopping the cup and throwing the chopsticks cannot eat, pulling the sword and looking around at a loss." And the other side. Wai Zheng Fuzhong. Wai Zheng slowly looked at the note in his hand with a full face of stunned expression, muttered, "If you want to cross the Yellow River, you will climb the Taihang Snow Mountain. On the Bixi, I suddenly dream of riding a boat on the side of the sun. It is difficult to travel. It is difficult to travel. There are many different roads. and I am here today in Li Yuan's bedroom. At this time, Li Yuan's dim sleepiness was instantly awakened by the voice of the female officer kneeling on the bed. There will be long winds and waves, and hang straight to Yunfan to the vast sea. The road is like a blue sky, I can't figure it out. Is this really that youngster's poem? Li Yuan asked in amazement. The female officer trembled all over, and hurriedly said, "This is handed down from Jinwu guards of Mount Q. I can't do anything if I want to come here. Go down, check again." Li Yuan waved his hand and dismissed the subordinates. Receiving the note from the concubine, the more joy I see on his face. Li Shimin, Wai Zheng, Fang Xuanling, Du Nui and the others all saw this poem almost at the same time. I also know this poem. Basically everyone they can know knows. After all, their son can go up the mountain, and there will be guards on the mountain. And the news is not surprising. Almost at the same time, several people frowned and looked in the direction of Mount Q and asked, "What the hell is youngster doing? Why is this poem so uncomfortable? Where does the young man who sent the letter know this?" But at this time, when I learned that Yachi Gong introduced his cousin to Jiang Feng, few people were shocked. Almost at the same time, several people thought of Tji Palace instantly. They all went to Li Shiman's imperial study room, and Li Shiman said the same thing. "Little Gizzy, quickly summon a few national duke, especially Yachi. As long as if you are not dead, you must bring it to me." When little Gizzy saw this, his face twitched. Yes, Jiang Feng, this youngster has always been happily heartless. Neither of these two now can attract his interest. At this time, let him get it. Doesn't one kill him? However, this youngster doesn't want to be someone who can't hold on to a woman, right? Otherwise, wouldn't Jingxiu be taken away by him early? Is there anything different about Yachiyu? Otherwise, why does the youngster's mentality collapse? I could not help but Li Shimin also said curiously, "By the way, let Yachi take Yachiyu. I want to see. This Yachiyu is who are you?" Little Gizzy hearing this froze for a moment. His Imperial Majesty, this Yachiyu can't enter if she doesn't have the identity. Just say I summon. Little Gizzy shrinking his neck when hearing this, and then hurriedly retreated. And the other side, Yachi Gong was stunned and woke up with a needle stabbed by the woman. He was about to get angry, but after Yachi Madam threw the note in his hand on Yachi Gong's face, he said, it's up to you. It's up to you. Just now someone came to report it. Wai Zheng and several old guys have now received them. They are all running in the palace. Are you still giving me a dead body? In an hour, you really the corpses now? Yachi Gong was surprised at hearing this. Looking at the paper in a hurry. Don't worry about it. Look carefully at the first rank, and instantly brow beaded with sweat. I want to curse, but it's not easy to curse in front of Yachiyu. If it wasn't for this dead woman who had to seduce him, where would such a thing happen? I originally thought that with Jiang Feng's thick nerves, there should be no problem. Where did Yachi Gong dare to sleep? He got up in a hurry, and shouted as he climbed, "Old Ding, quickly prepare the carriage. I want to enter the palace. Come here." While putting on the boots, Yachi Gong glanced at Yachiyu. At this time, Yachiyu, on the contrary, was the same as in normally, with a calm expression. It seemed that this matter was not caused by her. Yachi Gong couldn't help but wonder if he was doing something right. But now that these are useless, while running outside, he pointed to Yachiyu and said, "You also follow me into the palace? Are you still not thinking about it?" Yachi Madam wanted to scold him, but Yachi Gong turned his mouth back. If she doesn't go about this matter, Lao Tzu will really be extremely unlucky. If His Imperial Majesty takes a look at you, I can't say that this thing will really happen! Exclamation mark. Question mark. There is such a thing? Yachi Madam and Yachiyu couldn't help being surprised. Let's go, Great Aunt. If you don't go, we don't have to go anymore. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 844. An hour later, in the Imperial Palace Imperial Study Room, Li Yuan sits unperturbed on the side of Dragon Throne and sits with Li Shimin. In the Imperial Study Room, Wai Zheng and the others are also talking in low voices, sometimes excited and sometimes solemn. His Imperial Majesty, Duke of E, see you, announce. Li Shimin waved his hand without even thinking about it. After that, Yachi Gong with a big belly, cautiously walked into the Imperial study room, and as soon as he entered the door, Li Shimin coldly snorted and said, Yachi Gong, do you know your sins? Yachi Gong hearing this was shocked. His Imperial Majesty, the veteran does not know what the crime is. What crime? Li Yuan interrupted. Li Shimin squinted slightly and asked, you introduced your sister to that youngster. What is your intention? Li Shimin rolled the eyes and wanted to say something, but after a glance at Yachi Gong, he turned. It was a good show holding hands. Cheng Yojin and the others are the same at this time, smoking a cigarette and bowing tightly, frowns with their head down, seeming to be thinking about something important. After Yachi Gong hurriedly woke up, he shook his heart and said hurriedly, going back to the retired emperor, this incident was a joke made by the old official with Jiang Feng. You also know that I am afraid that these things are all that true of mine did it, and it has nothing to do with the old official. Li Yuan smiled slightly, not seeing a change in his expression. I know your youngster's abilities, but if you didn't tell this matter, your woman would know, and I know your woman's temperament and character. If it weren't for your consent, then can Yachiya go up to the mountain? Don't think I don't know what you plan to do. If you marry that youngster, will your Yachi family be able to rise to the top? I don't care about these. I believe that His Imperial Majesty is too lazy. After all, you are National Duke. You have to think about me and His Imperial Majesty. You want to push His Imperial Majesty and me to the sword. Do you want to block the sword for your Yachi family's rise? Yachi Gong hearing this complexion changed, knelt down and said hurriedly, retired emperor, the minister has been wronged. This small official just saw the youngster alone on the mountain and was lonely, and the youngster was frizzy. The minister, this is a pity, and you also know the ability that the youngster has in his hands. If this is for everyone to check for him, it must be a problem. My girl, shut up. Li Yuan slightly frowned. You are thoughtful. Do you think that I have no arrangements with His Imperial Majesty? I want you to worry about it. Is it because I and His Imperial Majesty have to thank you? Are you? Yachi Gong was shocked and hurriedly shut up. Father Emperor. Li Shimin hurriedly stopped when he saw this. Father Emperor, although Duke of E was a bit reckless about this matter, one thing he said reminded me. You also know what Taoist immortal ointment was discovered by the youngster some time ago. I have already. The messenger was experimented in the death row. The thing is indeed a harmful thing. Eating it, human yet not human, ghost yet not a ghost. Something like this suddenly appeared on Mount Q. It is indeed. It's not an ordinary thing. Duke of E is responsible for the safety of Mount Q. It should be for Jiang Feng's sake, but he didn't think about it. HMPH. Li Yuan coldly snorted. But he said, then what does His Imperial Majesty plan to do? If possible, or else, I will give your imperial sister to Feng Tsai. Introduce one. Your next imperial edict. Li Shimin hearing this is even more absurd. His face went dark. Be silent. Li Shimin thinks too. But there is no suitable candidate. Either they are too young, or they are already married. Otherwise, Li Shimin still takes such pains. So I acquiesced to Jingxiu and even acquiesced to Zhang Yuao. If Li Shimin wants to intervene, it's a matter of one sentence, but he doesn't. But at this time, Yachi Gong is indeed a little reckless, although his heart is kind. But that's all, that's all. The youngster should only decide on this matter. I still think that this matter, let the youngster choose directly. As for the future, I will only know the future. His Imperial Majesty, in this case, how do you respond to the courtiers in the imperial court? Li Yuan couldn't help but be slightly dissatisfied, waved his hand and said, that's all. Let the Yachiya come in first. I am very curious. Even Jingxiu and Zhang Yuao can't move. The youngster is distracted. What is this Yachiya? What can I do? Upon seeing this, Yachi Gong was overjoyed and hurriedly urged Little Gizzy. Little Gizzy waited for Li Shimin, nodded, and then lazily roared, "Announce, Yachiya will see you." His Imperial Majesty, you think, this Yachiya and Duke of E is a cousin, so do these two people look alike? Li Yuan joked quietly, but his voice was not so low. Li Shimon's expression is also stagnant. Could it be because it is too ugly? So the youngster is also right. Just look at Yachi Gong, who is so big and thick. How beautiful is his cousin, isn't it? While Li Yuan and Li Shimin were guessing, Yachiya, who was dressed as a fan, wandered into the imperial study room. In the moment, the eyes of Li Shimin and Li Yuan froze for a moment. Yachiya pays homage to his Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor. The crisp, deeply enchanting voice made Cheng Yojin and the others suddenly looked towards the door. Not enough. Next moment, everyone can't help but heart startled, especially after seeing Yachiya's eyes. Ahem, Minister Cheng, look at you. Pay attention to appearance. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 845. This it's no wonder that Zhang Feng is in a mess. This is Li Shimin and the others. People who have met countless people have created powerful people in their hearts. When I saw them today, I was deeply surprised. Call the fairy directly. Even Li Yuan. At this time, I was a little turbulent, but when I thought that it was the youngster woman, I could only sigh. He scolded Cheng Yojin and the others staring at him. Then he waved his hand and said, "You are Yachiya. You may rise. You lift the head." With Yachiya lifts the head. Li Yuan and Li Shimin raised their brows slightly. Even though they have paid attention to image, they still feel a little shocked. But there was not a trace of expression on his face, which made Yachiya's eyes a flash of disappointment. This disappointment was deeply grasped by Li Yuan. Slightly frowned said, "On the mountain yesterday, you saw the youngster. What's your impression of him?" Without waiting for Yachiya to speak, Li Yuan said again, "In this matter, I and His Imperial Majesty will not intervene. As for whether Zhang Feng's youngster accepts you or not, it depends on your own ability. But you should be a smart person. Small tricks should not be used." It only increased Zhang Feng's disgust. "Okay, you can withdraw." Li Shimin and Wei Zheng and the others were shocked by Li Yuan's words. While savoring Li Yuan's words carefully, a cold sweat could not help but seep out of his back. This woman is not simple. Yachiya retire. Of course, Yachiya was finally a little panicked at this time. The disappointment in her heart just now was hidden well, but it was still seen by Li Yuan, an old fox. What does this mean? Could it be? Yachi walked out of the imperial study room distractedly, but did not intend to leave. But who is little Gizzy? I sent 2 little court eunuchs and 2 eunuchs behind her early and stared at her. This woman is not simple, otherwise the retired emperor will be impossible and angry. Who is Li Yuan? There are so many women around him. What kind of women have you never seen? What kind of woman's mind hasn't been figured out? In a word of Li Yuan, sometimes these court eunuch court ladies can understand many things instantly. After all, they seek a life in the palace and don't try to figure out the master's temperament. That is simply courting death. Leave aside Yachiya for now. At this time, the atmosphere of the imperial study room was a bit heavy and weird. Li Yuan and Li Shimin had a quiet conversation, and Li Shimin's face also sank slightly. Then I took a deep look at Yachi Gong. This was the likely saying, "At this time, I don't care about the retired emperor." Or the sentence just now, "Duke of E, do it for yourself. I would advise you, you should let it develop for the better." Okay, let's retreat for the time being. As for this matter, if someone asks about it, you will just say that Yachiya admires Zhang Feng. The literary talent, and the fame of Mount Q Academy, can only go up the mountain to visit the 4 great Confucian, and this matter will not be mentioned afterwards. A few people are hearing this, and they also know what Li Shimin means. Stand up and bow down for a series. This small official waits to know. Okay, let's quit. After everyone quit, Li Shimin said, "Father Emperor, do you mean that this Yachiya has an impure mind?" Li Yuan nodded. "If you sent someone to Jiangnan for a check, you will know that this woman is very thoughtful and may have a good desire, but the eyes of this woman are not good, and you should take a step by step. That youngster shouldn't be a good crop either. I don't care about it at this time, but it's better to send someone to stare at this woman in secret. Li Shimin hearing this, his heart sank slightly. Then, if it's in case, Father Emperor Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and stroked his right hand under his neck. For the sake of that youngster, if it's true at that point, let's do it. However, I really want these two people to make it. If this happens, it will be wonderful. You know Jiang Feng's youngster temperament, and this woman. The two are like that needle-pointed wheat. With such a combination, I really want to see what tricks they will fight against. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan laughed and left. And after Li Shimin pondered for a while, laughed, lit a cigarette and stopped caring about it. On the contrary, I appreciate this new poem by Jiang Feng again in detail. Little Gizzy, pen and ink. Things are good, but this is written on a small piece of paper. Li Shimin can't help but feel pity for Li Shimin's heart, and he immediately becomes poetic. Get out of it. After dipping the ink on the white paper, Dragon Snake brewed the poem as usual, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Shwish wish 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 wish. The poem was copied. Good poem. I didn't really see anything in this poem before, but at this time His Imperial Majesty wrote it like this. Instantly an overview of the common people. The feeling is vividly on paper. When little Gizzy saw it, he criticized out in surprise. Li Shimin touched the chin, which made people hold it high, and after watching it from far and near, couldn't help laughing. It's not that I wrote it well, but Jiang Feng's youngster's poem is already very good. Little Gizzy, let's talk about it. What is so good about this poem? Li Shimin put down his pen and ink, then lit his cigarette and asked. Little Gizzy leaned forward, took a closer look, and said, fortunately, the imposing manner of this poem. Said, come and listen. Little Gizzy hearing this, hurriedly knelt down. I hope His Imperial Majesty will redeem the slave servants since first. Yes, I am not guilty. Hearing this, little Gizzy then said, this poem is like the Great Tang now. Although everything seems to be thriving, but in Great Tang all around, there are wolves around. In fact, Great Tang is like a trapped beast, so the slave servant believes that the meaning of this poem is just like the present Great Tang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 846. Li Shimin hearing this, smile restrained on his face. It is indeed as little Gizzy said. Now Great Tang all around is not peaceful. Inside, although everything seems to be okay at this time, only a few people know that three great influences are still the three big mountains on Great Tang, although one of them is already in danger at this time. But it hasn't dumped yet. As for the aristocratic families of Shandong, we still have to wait for the imperial examination of Jiang Feng's academy 3 years later before the decision can be made. Originally, the imperial examination system was once every 3 years. According to the plan, this year was to be opened, but there were too many things in a few years. Then Jiang Feng suddenly appeared, and Li Shimin could not help but clenched. The teeth cancelled this year's imperial examinations on the grounds of this year's disaster. Isn't this exactly where Li Shimin's confusion lies? The more I read this poem, the more shocked Li Shimin's heart becomes. Little Gizzy, come and take a look. This poem. Li Shimin called out, then shook his head again. Forget it, you go down, I'm alone. On the other side, in the tea house of Chainan City, at this time, Blind Sun once again appeared in the eyes of everyone's expectations. Pa! Shot the gavel. All the people in the tea house instantly focused their eyes on him. Even the people on the second floor, because of the white paper incident, watching Blind Sun at this time, can't help but dare not regard him as an ordinary person anymore. Blind Sun slowly took a sip of tea after hearing the silence in the hall, slowly said, today, we still talk about Mount Q. When everyone listened to Mount Q, they instantly became interested. Blind Sun, isn't this Mount Q the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Isn't it possible that the academy has something good? The one on the second floor is wearing green robes, boy asked with a fist. Blind Sun hearing this, rushing to the second floor arched his hands and said, Zenoble Sun, You must have heard of the name Jiang Feng, right? Young man wearing a green robe hearing this nodded. Yes, I have heard of this person. Good. Blind Son interrupted him, but Zenoble Son, I dare not put a fart. Jiang Feng is the disciple of the strange person, but today I will not talk about his legendary, and how he manages those stubborn children like good grandchildren. Let's talk about this person's talents. Career. Although this person heard that the 4 great Confucians jointly recommended him to be a great Confucian, but it has not been confirmed. Now these 4 great Confucians have also rushed to it. The mountain stopped showing up, and even Sun Simiao, the god of medicine, stayed on the mountain and never came down again. Everyone is still curious. This blind son is actually going to say, can't help. Everyone became more curious. Jiang Feng, noble son Jiang, let's just say that he only learned it. If you say it, you can actually know a few of his poems, such as the one Bring in the Wine. You all have heard of it, right? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be nodded. Yes, this poem is indeed amazing, but it has nothing to do with talents, right? Ha ha ha. Blind Son stroked his whiskers, laughed heartily, and then suddenly shouted loudly, who said that? In an instant, the whole tea house suddenly became quiet. Whether a person can learn or not, let's not talk about showing it from other places. A poem is enough to represent this person. All while speaking, Blind Son picked up the flask on the table, poured a glass of wine, raised the glass, and stood up. Lang shouted, see how? The water of Yellow River is coming up from the sky. Run to the sea and never return. See how lovely locks in bright mirrors in high chambers, though silken black at morning, have changed by night to snow. A poem. The whole tea house is absolutely silenced in an instant. Even the talent on the second floor, Confucian scholar, and the dignitaries were instantly quiet. Everyone was trying to figure out the artistic conception of this poem. After Blind Son's shout, everyone's hearts suddenly surging unconsciously. After a long time, Blind Son is still drinking while each minding their own business. On the 3rd floor attic, a faint female voice sounded again. Well said, come people, noble Sun Zhang's liquor, reward. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. White wine? What kind of wine is this? What everyone expects in her eyes? A servant girl carrying a white porcelain jug on the platform between the 2nd and 1st floors is also the place where Blind Son tells every time. Blind Son Chong San Lu hugs fists. Thanks, shopkeeper. Then slowly poured out a glass of wine under everyone's gaze. The scent of white wine that was scented in an instant made everyone feel confident. Blind Son sniffed, then praised. Good wine. After drinking it all, Blind Son's face was instantly flushed like blood. This scene surprised everyone, but in everyone's eyes, Blind after Son stroked his chest for a while, he took a deep breath. Good wine. Good wine. No wonder noble Sun Jiang can write such a beautiful poem. This wine is probably the most important thing in it. As expected, noble Sun Jiang was given the title of Wine Fairy by the 4th great Confucian. Juxian. Jiang Feng's brand name is Juxian. This. Everyone can't help but be stunned. Sniffing the wine in the air, recalling the poems sung by Blind Son just now, everyone couldn't help thinking about it. Which one can become a holy and immortal? Which one does not of the talents of heaven and earth? This Jiang Feng, it is said that he is only in his early 20s. Why can he be called the Juxian? But Blind Son did not say too much. Instead he talked about Jiang again Feng's story. Just last night, the wine fairy noble Sun Jiang published another masterpiece on Mount Q. At this time, His Imperial Majesty, retired emperor and even several national duke in the imperial palace were all disturbed. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 847 Mount Q. At noon the open gong sounded. Jiang Feng just got up slowly when he went out and was about to call Shiva. Jiang Yuiao and Qiya put the copper basin on the table early and took a nap. As soon as Jiang Feng came out, the little Qiya quickly picked up the copper basin. Grandpa. Jiang Feng stopped, How long have you been waiting here? Zhang Yuiao's cheeks are blushing. It didn't take long. It didn't take long. Just 3 emissary. Before Zhang Yuiao finished speaking, Jing Xiu heard a faint voice, sounded in another room. Zhang Feng took a look and didn't know when Jing Xiu sat in his confidential information room and read an ancient book. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's head burst a bit, but Zhang Feng's second thought, I didn't let you wait. Forget it, let's take a step. As soon as he thought about it, Zhang Feng shamelessly pointed to the side of the washing counter. Sure enough, little Qi very obediently took the copper basin to the top of the sink, and handed Zhang Feng's towel to Zhang Yuiao. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He sat in front of the sink very calmly. Little Qi washed Zhang Feng's face, and Zhang Yuiao blushed and combed Zhang Feng's hair with a heartbeat. After a while, Zhang Feng is like a puppet, and under the toss of Zhang Yuiao, Zhang Feng has a whole new look. But when Zhang Feng saw the clothes in the copper mirror, the whole person was not good. It's okay to see a hair crown. Pure gold is embedded with gems, but what does this green suit mean? Yuiao, this. Zhang Feng pointed to the green robe on his body and asked, that is Yuiao elder sister who weaves you stitch by stitch in this month. The thread is also the silkworm raised by Yuiao elder sister. Jing Xiu younger sister, stop talking. Zhang Yuiao hurriedly interrupted Jing Xiu. But Zhang Feng understood everything and wanted to take it off. But then, how can he take it off? How dare to take it off? Touching his nose, Zhang Feng patted Zhang Yuiao's shoulder very calmly, revealing a person who thinks he is fascinated, said with a slight smile, thanks for your hard work, I like this robe very much. Zhang Yuiao hearing this is another iconic action, with his head down, blushing like a red egg. Zhang Feng could not help cracking. Hurry up with excuses, by the way, it's time to eat. Clean up, let's eat, young lady Jing Xiu, eat. Shiva, where is my meal? You? Where did he die again? Come. In an instant, Shiva, who had been stuck outside the door for an unknown period of time, walked into the room with an embarrassed expression on his face. Didn't dare to lift his head, hurriedly put the food container on the table, and slipped away. Zhang Feng, who was watching, was stunned. Jing Xiu put the ancient book on the shelf and looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, noble son Zhang didn't have to be like this, why? But it's really Frank. I frankly his uncle. Zhang Feng is embarrassing. He was angry and embarrassed. Don't explain. Big Spike sat down, staring at Qia, and after putting plates of exquisite dishes on the table, he waved his hand, eat. After a few bites of the meal, Zhang Feng finally came up with excuses. I have something to do down the mountain. Let's go and eat slowly. After speaking, he ran away like a disaster. As soon as Zhang Feng came out of the room, he was deeply sighed in relief, but when he saw his green toad-like clothes, Zhang Feng had an urge to punch someone. He even laughed at Kui before. Er's clothes are the same as green. It's fine now, in a blink of an eye. Is Zhang Yuiao like green so much? No, it needs education. While thinking, Zhang Feng wandered around the mountain gate, and just now, he came to Zhang Feng with a weird look and said, Feng Tsai, come here. What's wrong? But he did not speak, and pointed to the back of the room. Zhang Feng saw Li Chengqian and several people beckoning him. I didn't have enough food just now, and Zhang Feng didn't care about it, but as soon as Zhang Feng entered the room, he drove everyone out instantly. But Zhang Feng didn't pay attention either. He picked up a bowl of porridge prepared for him, and Xili snored and drank it. Feng Tsai, you are really making one's mark. Don't you know? Zhang Feng is a little confused. But when I thought of you, I seemed to understand something, lazily agreed, and then asked while eating, oh, then, you ask and then? Li Chengqian said with a smile, what did you do last night? At night? Not yesterday afternoon? I didn't do anything. What else can I do except sleep? I said except sleep. Zhang Feng hearing this, then I put down the dishes, looked at Cheng Chumo and the others with a weird face, and asked, you make it clear that after I told you things last night, I really went back to bed. I can do it without sleeping. What? Jiang Feng is a little impatient. Li Chengqian saw that Jiang Feng didn't seem to know, so he approached Jiang Feng's ear and asked, "Did you compose a poem last night?" Jiang Feng thought about it. "I thought I did make a poem," nodded, asked back. "Did you do it?" "What's wrong? Where is the original? Show it to us," Jiang Feng added, confused. "Yesterday I casually said a song to young lady Jingxiu, and then fell asleep. What is the authenticity there?" "If you want the authenticity, write it yourself, take my seal and put it on, then it is the original one." Li Chengqian heard Jiang Feng say that, and the faces of several people couldn't help but become solemn. "Feng Tsai, are you sure you didn't write it last night?" "I wrote about your grandma's legs." "If you have anything to say, don't hold back. It's uncomfortable." See Jiang Feng getting angry, Li Chengqian lit a cigarette to stick out a smoke ring, said, "Then since you didn't write it, but today, your poems have been spread throughout Chainan City. You make one's mark." "I made one's mark?" Jiang Feng pointed to his nose dumbfounded and asked, "Is there a Taoist immortal?" "I just said casually." "Why did it reach Chainan City?" "Because you have been listened to the wall." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 848. Have you heard the root of the wall? Jiang Feng hearing this, the hairs are standing up. Which bastard dare to listen to Liz's roots? Jiang Feng hated three kinds of people in his life. The first type is to chew the root of the tongue. If Jiang Feng encounters it, he will give him a slap in the future, but if it is in Great Tang, he will have to cut the tongue of that person. Second, it is the person who violates the yin and the yang and breaks the faith. But Jiang Feng hates this kind of listening to the wall the most. This damn thing is the most hated. I don't even have a bit of privacy anymore. I'm still playing an egg. And this time, Jiang Feng unexpectedly made one's mark in the hands of this listener. Li Chengqian said, "It's three students. They are kneeling at Mr. Boshi's gate now." "Students? What do such students keep for me?" "Drive down the mountain. You are not allowed to climb one step in your life." Jiang Feng was also anxious. Li Chengqian saw this, faintly sighed and said, "You did it all." Jiang Feng hearing this pointed to the nose extremely angry and laughed. "Good guy, this can you blame me?" "Yes, these students go to the mountains to read books." During this period of time, you can see that these people are working as coolies. Do you think they can balance? And the most important thing is that you give us several lessons in the meantime, which makes people jealous. You have a big mouth, and you can make a shocking quote from time to time. The students on the mountain can't sit still. Except you close the door. Under normal circumstances, people are always squatting outside your door waiting for your famous sentence! Hearing this, Jiang Feng's hairs are exploded. Is there any privacy? There are also human rights. Jiang Feng glared at Li Chengqian and said, "Don't you have servants on the mountain? Are these servants not good at eating?" "It doesn't matter." Li Chengqian shrugged. "They didn't do anything shameful. Besides, this kind of thing does not violate the Academy's rules, and you did not customize the Academy's rules. Except for craftsmen, students are generally free to move around at night except for craftsmen." So, Li Chengqian shrugged. He really can't manage this kind of thing. Great Tang has never had such a law. This is a kind of moral problem, which can only be strictly educated. If there are any serious consequences, the government will be dispatched. Jiang Feng trembled with anger. "Darbing, you remember it for me, and you will make it tomorrow." "No. Make the rules now. If you are responsible, you will engrave it on the gate below the mountain." "Okay," Duga said indifferently, then took out the pen and ink he carried with him from his arms, and just unfolded it like this. Students are not allowed to listen to the roots of the wall privately. Those who grab them, their legs are interrupted, and they are not allowed to enter all places under my name for life. Students are not allowed to chew the roots of their tongues. Not allowed. Jiang Feng said 9 Academy's admonitions in one breath, and listed this wall of listening first, which shows that Jiang Feng is really angry. This is also the reason why several people are here alone waiting for Jiang Feng. And the most important thing is that these people have been idle for too long. They can't sit still doing these things all day. The key is that Jiang Feng, the youngster, is treated differently. People here can willing. That's the real hell. Li Chengqian's anger at Jiang Feng disappeared, and then he asked, Feng Tsai, when do you plan to officially start teaching these people? If you don't teach, these people have to go crazy. This is a big problem. Jiang Feng, hearing this, a lot of anger disappeared. After pondering for a moment, he said, how long will the current academy construction be? I'm talking about the academy's classroom. Half a month. The fastest is half a month. Li Chengqian conservatively estimated. Half a month. Jiang Feng touched the chin, thought for a while and said, half a month is half a month. Wait, I will go to Mr. Boshi. Tomorrow we'll hold a whole hospital meeting. The day after tomorrow, select those who you think are excellent, and start officially teach. Different treatment? Is this coming? Why Shu and the others can't help but frown, looking towards Li Chengqian. Where does Li Chengqian know what Jiang Feng thinks? On seeing this, I can only say, Feng Tsai, this matter, I think. Don't you think it's okay? I want me to think. Jiang Feng interrupted Li Chengqian and said, look at the current situation in the world. People are still divided into different levels. Why can't my academy be? Although I used to, as I said, people here are all equal, but there are always a few shining existences. These are the people we need to focus on. Only in this way can everyone in the academy have a sense of crisis and a sense of crisis. Enterprising spirit. If thousands of people all achieve fair education, are you going to teach, or Dang, or let Mr. Boshi and the others go? It's not too exhausting to blame. Li Chengqian was silent. Jiang Feng made sense. But in the current situation, most of the construction on the mountain is basically completed, and those who come from Chainan and Chainan still refuse to walk on the mountain. On the one hand, because it can fill their stomachs. On the other hand, the charm of Jiang Feng makes these people reluctant to leave. That's why it has caused the current situation, with many people and little work. When this person is free, it will be terrible. Jiang Feng also thought of this. You go find Lao Gan. If you can, everything in the academy will be left to the students. As for the people on the mountain, leave the necessary people, and the rest people, all go to build rubber factories, textile factories, smelters, paper mills. As for the food factories, don't move him for the time being. Hearing this, Li Chengqian finally burst into ecstasy on his face. Jiang Feng is finally going to make a real move. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 849. After finishing the conversation with Cheng Chumo, Jiang Feng left. But Li Chengqian and the others also successfully eliminated the task assigned to them by Jiang Feng. Last night they thought for a long time. It was almost impossible to draw water from the waterfall, and now there is such a thing. Jiang Feng is not in the mood to teach them what is called wind-water transport. Faith. After all, if the students of idle pain in the balls don't do well, everything they did before will be wasted. This is the biggest problem. When Jiang Feng arrived, Yu Xinan and the others burst into laughter in Li Yuan's bamboo house. The most important thing seems to be talking about Jiang Feng's new poem. And at the door, 3 young men in linen shirts, neat and tidy, standing at the door, recite morality over and over again through. Jiang Feng didn't care about anything. He shouted directly outside the door, "Student Jiang Feng, meet a few honored teachers." Several people hearing this suddenly broke out again. The burst of laughter. "Look, this youngster has just been mentioned. He came. Come in. The door is unlocked." Jiang Feng opened the door when he saw it. As soon as I entered the room, I saw on the screen in the center of the room, there was a character that had just been written and the ink was not yet dry. This is the poem Jiang Feng wrote last night. Yu Xinan pointed to the poem on the screen and said, "This is what you wrote last night?" "It was what I said last night, but I didn't write it!" He is full of hearing this, and I am asking, why do the people of Chainan know now? This is what you did. Hearing this, Jiang Feng spit bitterly. Wrong, wronged by the students. These are all those damn people, increasingly distort the truth. By the way, the three bastards outside the door listened to the root of the wall and passed it out to me. Yu Xinan, hearing this, pointed to a futon under his hand, motioned to Jiang Feng to sit down, and then said, "Now, your poem is completely popular. Last night, the three youngsters depended on you. Poetry earned 3 chickens and 10 catties of braised pork. Did you know that my poem is so worthless?" Jiang Feng's eyes rounded instantly. Yu Xinan smiled and cursed upon seeing this. "So, do you think poems are sold cheaply? This is still passed from them, you know. Second-hand earning. How much is it?" "How much?" 300,000 coins. Hiss. Even Jiang Feng had a foreboding, but he was also taken aback by this number. "Which Landrich Nouveau-riche wants to buy this?" "You come to me. I don't want to overcharge. If you give me 100,000, I can make you 180 songs in one night." "Don't be such a fan of money. Do you think this is a good thing?" Ouyang Zun glared at Jiang Feng and yelled. In an instant, Jiang Feng put away the greed on his face. "Students are taught." Ouyang Zun is nodded. "But your poems are excellent. As for Yuya's things, we don't bother to care. You pay attention, the influence is fine. But old man and the others give you a piece of advice. Stay away from this person, otherwise you don't know how you died when the time comes. Question mark. Is this woman so awesome? Jiang Feng is not easy to ask, so he has to hold his head. "Okay, this youngster is here, there must be something." "Youngster? Old scholar just went to the waterfall. You will call him." "Let's discuss Chenan University, this time with the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, about the friendly match." "Oh." Jiang Feng is honestly like a good baby. "As soon as I went out, I looked at the 3 people at the door and waved, 'Go, old scholar, and call me.' After that, Jiang Feng returned directly regardless of whether they wanted it or not." A small bamboo house. Several people thought they hadn't seen him, drinking tea and commenting on the words. After a while, old scholar hurried into the bamboo house. At this time, the few people sat down with unfulfilled feelings. After sitting down, Yu Xinan looked at old scholar and said, "Brother, you should talk about the mountain. It's something." Old scholar, hearing this, looked at Jiang Feng and said, "The situation under the mountain. I told Feng Tsai yesterday, the current situation is that we either build a Kyuji by ourselves team, or just another way. Brother Boj and I have already discussed it at Chenan University. If it doesn't work, we will take out Feng Tsi's military science. Now Lao Yu and the others are training. When the time comes, call someone from them. You can win." Yu Xinan and the others also put away the smile on his face at this time, and Ouyang Zun said after touching his beard for a while, "Although this seems to be okay, but this military theory still belongs to military commanders. It is somewhat biased with my academy, so the old man thinks that we still have to get Kyuju. Do you think this will work? This time didn't we just publish a poem last night? We are both Confucian scholars. How about comparing poems? I think it's okay. This time's innate talent in poetry is unmatched. And if I can win the Imperial College of Supreme Learning this time, then my Chenan University, together with the reputation of our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, will rise again." Just a few of you. Let me say, the discussion was full of excitement, but Jiang Feng felt that he had come to the wrong place. After discussing this matter, just let me know. As for letting me sit here dry listening to you guys talking. As for Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 850. The discussion of several people was lively. Even after the victory, everything is arranged properly. Jiang Feng finally couldn't listen anymore, and asked weakly, "I would like to ask you honored teachers, do you only need me for this friendly match?" This question, incredible. Everyone broke their illusions in an instant. After a few people looked at each other, they coughed and sat back in their place. "By the way, this matter, Feng Tsai, why didn't you talk about it earlier?" "You can tell me what you think," Yu Xinan asked when nothing happened, drinking tea. Jiang Feng rolled the eyes and said, "Students should follow the arrangements of honored teacher and the others." Old scholar, hearing this, slightly frowned. "Tell me, if this poem fails, and only Kyuji can participate in the autumn hunting. But this autumn hunting is of great significance. If we lose, then I will always go to the Imperial College of Chenin in the future. Supreme Learning. Zhang Feng, hearing this, could not help but ask, then what if you don't participate in autumn hunting? Don't participate? This is organized by the Imperial family, twice a year. Those who do not participate will not be eligible to participate in the opportunity to participate in the Imperial examination after graduation. Do you think you can refuse? Old Scholar explained to Zhang Feng in detail. At last Zhang Feng remembered the origin of Kuzu in his mind, and he couldn't help but grow up. The students have made it clear that the Imperial College of Supreme Learning is going to give Chenin University a mark. Why? What is this doing? This is a slap in the face. Once Chenin University loses, the reputation of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning will also be damaged. Now Zhang Feng only has to play, but the Kyuju team can't find it. How? Okay, you can't find the Kyuju team anymore? Zhang Feng asked again. If I can find it, I can come to you. Zhang Feng, hearing this, could not help but touch the chin. This time, the Imperial College of Supreme Learning obviously came to take the initiative to target Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng's limelight during this time is too much, and the Kyuju team can't find it. That's not necessarily true. Why don't we form a Kyuju team by ourselves? How about? Zhang Feng lightly saying. But as soon as his words were spoken, Yushinen instantly extinguished his thoughts. No, this Kyuju is just a kind of entertainment after all, and it costs money and time. Now White Deer Academy of Classical Learning will open in less than 1 month. Where can I have time? Besides, there are still 10 days to be autumn hunting. The Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting will be held once autumn hunting is over. Others have time. Where does your youngster have time? Zhang Feng shrugged, said, then I can't do anything about it. 10 days. It is really impossible to form a team. Not to mention anything else. This great Tang's Kyuju, he has seen it, it is simply a group fight. Where is the kick? Several people couldn't help but fell into contemplation again. But a few people are also annoying. Look at Zhang Feng directly without speaking. Zhang Feng can't sit still now. What do you see me doing? Look at what you do. Yushinen glanced at Zhang Feng. Chenin University is yours. This White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is also yours. Now we are helping you figure out how to do it. It would be good for you to sit there and pretend to be an uncle. No, I was wronged. I was really wronged. You and the honored teachers will be the masters of the youngster. Why do you need the youngster to say something? Zhang Feng complained again and again. But can Yushinen let him go? In the end, Old Scholar coughed. Okay, Old Fengtsai. Tell me your opinion. After all, you have a lot of ghost ideas. Zhang Feng, hearing this, then he was dumbfounded, lit a cigarette and said, actually, there is really a way for me. Old Scholar, I ask you, this hunting is a rule that you must go, isn't it? Old Scholar nodded. Zhang Feng asked again, then if I don't choose Kyuju, and I don't choose anything else, can I choose another project? Old Scholar, hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. It's okay, but you need to report in advance. If the Imperial College of Supreme Learning accepts it, then Ministry of Works people will naturally allow it. See, Old Scholar once said. Zhang Feng is in a momentary mood. In this case, it will be easier. He can't do a football team, but the younger brother of that football, he really has a way to teach him all in 10 days. And this also includes making basketballs. Now that rubber is available, it is not difficult to make it. As long as it is handed over to Alkinon, this matter is basically a small matter. Then, even if there are 8 days left, he can train him in a short time. The most important thing is that Great Tang at this time does not have this thing. So Zhang Feng is confident that he can create a basketball team in such a short time. As long as 3 days of training, let them throw the ball into the box and fools will be. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng spit out a smoke ring deeply and said, if this is the case, I have a strategy here. I don't know if it can be done. Tell me about it. Old Scholar did not dare to trust Jiang Feng too much. This youngster belongs to a donkey. A little carelessness will cause you a disaster.